Chapter 0 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennie Hughes. Wisdom's Daughter, The Life and Love Story of She Who Must Be Obeyed by H. Rider Haggard, Introductory. Dedication. In bygone years the books She and Ayesha were dedicated to Andrew Lang. Now when he is dead, this, the last romance that will be written concerning She Who Must Be Obeyed, is offered as a tribute to his beloved and honoured memory. Ditchingham, 1922. Editor's Note. What was the greatest fault of Ayesha, She Who Must Be Obeyed? Surely a vanity so colossal that, to take one out of many examples, it persuaded her that her mother died after looking upon her, fearing lest, should she live, she might give birth to another child who was less fair. At least, as her story shows, it was vanity rather than love of the beauteous Greek Kallikrates that stained the hands of She with his innocent blood and, amongst other ills, brought upon her the fearful curse of deathlessness while still inhabiting a sphere where death is lord of all. Had not Amenartas taunted her with the waning of her imperial beauty eaten of the tooth of time, never would she have disobeyed the command of her master the prophet Noot, and entered that fire of immortality which she was set to guard. Thus it seems that by denial she would have escaped the net of many woes in which perchance she is still entangled, and of Ayesha, daughter of wisdom yet folly's slave, there would have been no tale to tell, and, from her parable of the eternal war of flesh and spirit, there would have been no lesson to be learned. But vanity, or was it fate, led her down another road. The Editor. Introductory. The manuscript of which the contents are printed here was discovered among the effects of the late L. Horace Holly, though not until some years after his death. It was in an envelope on which had been scribbled a direction that it should be forwarded to the present editor at the appointed time, words that at first he did not understand. However, in due course it arrived without any accompanying note of explanation, so that to this hour he does not know by whom it was sent or where from, since the only postmark on the packet was London W, and the address was typewritten. When opened, the package proved to contain 2 thick notebooks, bound in parchment, or rather scraped goat or sheepskin, and very roughly as though by an unskilled hand, perhaps in order to preserve them if exposed to hard usage or weather. The paper of these books is extremely thin and tough, so that each of them contains a great number of sheets. It is not of European make, and its appearance suggests that it was manufactured in the East, perhaps in China. There could be no doubt as to who had owned these notebooks, because on one of them, the first, written in red ink upon the parchment cover in block letters, appears the name of Mr. Holly himself. Also on its first pages are various memoranda of travel evidently made by him and no one else. After these follows sheet upon sheet of apparently indecipherable shorthand mixed up with tiny Arabic characters. This shorthand proved to belong to no known system, and although every effort was made to decipher it, for over 2 years it remained unread. At length, when all attempts had been abandoned, almost by chance, it was shown to a great Oriental scholar, a friend of the editor, who glanced at it and took it to bed with him. Next morning at breakfast he announced calmly that he had discovered the key and could read the stuff as easily as though it were a newspaper leader. It seemed that the writing was an ancient form of contracted Arabic, mixed in places with the Demotic of the Egyptians, a shorthand Arabic and a shorthand Demotic, difficult at first, but once the key was found, easily decipherable by some 6 or 8 living men, of whom, as it chanced, the learned scholar into whose hands it had thus fallen accidentally was one. So it came about that with toil and cost and time, at length those 2 closely written volumes were transcribed in full and translated. For the rest, they speak for themselves. Let the reader judge of them. There is but one thing to add. Although it is recorded in notebooks that had been his property, clearly this manuscript was not written by Mr. Holly. For reasons which she explains, it was written with the hand of She herself, during the period of her second incarnation when at last Leo found her in the mountains of Tibet, as is described in the book called Ayesha. End of Introductory. Chapter 1 of Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jennie Hughes. The Halls of Heaven. To the learned man, ugly of form and face, but sound at heart, Holly by name, a citizen of a northern land, whom at times I think that once I knew as Noot the Holy, that philosopher who was my master in a past which seems far to him and is forgot, but to me is but as yesterday. To this Holly I say, I who on earth am named Ayesha, daughter of Yarad the Arab chief, but who have many other titles here and elsewhere, have told certain stories of my past days and the part I played in them. Also I have told the same or other stories to my lord Kallikrates the Greek, now named Leo Vinci, aforetimes a warrior after the habit of his race and his forefathers, who for religious reasons became a priest of Isis, the great goddess of Egypt, and, once I believed, my mother in the spirit. Also I have told these or different tales to one Alan, a wandering hunter of beasts and a fighting man of good blood who visited me at Kor, though of this I said nothing to Holly or to my lord Kallikrates, now known as Leo or the Lion, because as to this Alan I held it wiser to be silent. All these stories do not agree together, since often I spoke them as parables, or in order to tell to each that which he would wish to hear, or to hide my mind for my own purposes. Yet in every one of them lay hid something of the truth, a grain of gold in the ore of fable that might be found by him who had the skill and strength to seek. Now my spirit moves me to interpret these parables and set down what I am and whence I came, and certain of the things that I have seen and done, or at the least such of them as I am permitted to reveal by those mightier than I of whom I am the servant, as they in their turn are the servants of others yet mightier than themselves. Here in these Asian caves I sit, the Hesea of the mountains, the last priestess of the worship of Mother Isis upon the earth, as aforetime I sat amid the ruins of Kor in Libya. At Kor for 2,000 years I watched and waited, till at length reborn Kallikrates, whom unwittingly I slew in a rage of jealousy, came back to me where I had slain him. There, because of the curse that is on me and him, I lost him again. For in this very place, too, I was slain most horribly, slain by an excess of life wherewith I thought to make myself more beautiful even than I was, and, in striving to overfill the vase, shattered it to the vilest dust. Thus once more fate made a mock of me. Once more I lost Kallikrates, whom it is my doom to desire in the flesh and to raise up in the spirit through time untold. My soul passed out and on, and here for a little while it found a home masked in the withered shape of an ancient priestess of my worship. As was foredoomed, my lord came back to me and saw the shining soul within that hideous shape, and claimed it with a kiss, as I think the bravest deed and the most faithful that was ever done by man. In the magic of that kiss, as also was foredoomed, my beauty grew again before his eyes, so that once more I stand a glory upon the earth. Now we are plighted, now, if all goes well, within a year we shall be wed. I was in one short year after I have borne him back to Kor and unsealed the hidden fire of life and plunged him in its essence, giving to him my own gift of undying days. And yet, who knows the end? He presses me sore, and the starved woman part of me is passionate and weak, and I may yield. And if his lips touch mine, who can say but that the fire within me will destroy him, the unfortified, and bring all my plans to dust and nothingness? I am great, set far above mortals, yet I play against forces I cannot see, that are greater than I, and it may please them to snatch the cup from my lips, and once more to overthrow me. For even though the blood of gods runs in him as it runs in all of us, who can stand against their master doom and its decrees? Therefore I, named Wisdom's daughter, named child of Isis, tonight am as full of fears as any mortal maid craving her lover beneath the moon, and not knowing but that war or chance or the vile breath of sickness may have borne him away into that gulf where all things must be lost, until they are found again. From month to month Leo, my lord, hunts upon the mountain after the fashion of men, and I, Ayesha, brood within the caves after the fashion of women. Yes, I who am half a goddess, still brood within the caves after the fashion of women who wait and watch. Holly, the instructed, who loves me as all men must do, bides here with me in the caves, and we talk together of ancient things whereof the world has lost count, for he is a learned man, skilled in the tongues of Greece and Rome, and one who thinks and, perchance, remembers. But yesterday he said to me that I who seemed to know the past, and to whom doors were opened that cannot be entered by human feet, should write down what I know and have experienced, that in time to come the world may be the wiser. This the fancy has taken me to do, though whether I shall persevere to the end I cannot say. He has given me that wherein I can write. 'Tis not the old papyrus, but it will serve, and I have pens of reed and can make ink of various colours, who in the bygone days was no mean scribe. Also I sleep but little, whose body, filled like a cup with life, needs small rest, and the long hours of the night pass wearily for me who lie and brood upon what has been and is to come, searching the darkness of the future with aching, fearful soul. Moreover, I am able to write in characters which, with all his learning, Holly cannot read, I who am not minded that he should know my thoughts and deeds and betray them to my lord, whom they might cause to think the worse of me. Why then should I write at all? For this reason. In certain matters I have foreknowledge, and my spirit tells me that in a day to come, at the time appointed, some will guess the secret of my script, and render it into tongues that all may read, so that when, soon or late, upon the circle of my eternal path, I pass hence to whence I came, and, like to the fire god in the caves of Kor, am hid awhile, this record will remain my monument. Oh, there peeps out the mortal in me, for see, like any common man or woman I would not be forgot, even among the passing dwellers in a petty world. Now to my task. I have a vision of what chanced to my soul before it descended to dwell on earth, and with it I will begin. Maybe it is but a parable not to be strictly rendered, a token and a symbol rather than a truth. Yet of this I am sure, that in it there is something of the truth, since otherwise why through the long centuries did it return to me again and yet again? Mayhap Greece and Egypt had no gods save those they fashioned for themselves. Holly tells me, as did the wanderer Allen, who also had some smattering of knowledge, that Zeus and Aphrodite and Osiris and Horus and Ammon are now dethroned with all their company, and lie in the dust like the shattered columns of their temples, the mock of men who talk of them as the fables of the early world, so that of all the divinities I knew, he of the Jews, although changed of character and countenance, alone is worshipped and remains. Doubtless this is so, yet while man lives always there is God, though his shapes be many. Always there is the eternal good, as in a dream the holy Noot named the ultimate divine, and behold it is called Ammon or otherwise. Always there is evil, and behold it is called Set or Baal or Moloch or otherwise. Always the stained soul of man seeks redemption, and he who saves is called Osiris or otherwise. Always nature endures, and she is called Isis or otherwise. Always the great world that will not die strains and pulses to new life, and the life-bringer is called Aphrodite or otherwise. And so on continually. Where man is, again I say, there was and is and will be God or good, the spirit named by many names. I go to my window place in this cave chamber and look out upon the stars shining countless in the frosty sky, and lo, there I see God clad in one of the most glorious of his garments. I look at the moth flitting round my lamp or resting on the wall, and, by the magic that is in it, summoning its mate from far, and lo, there I see God in another of his humbler garments. For God is in all things and everywhere, and from the great suns down to him who sent them forth and to whom they return again, all that hath life must bow. This is the vision wherein I read a parable of eternal truth. I, Ayesha, daughter of Yarab, not yet of the flesh, but above and beyond the flesh, inhabited the halls of that great goddess of the earth, a minister of that which rules all the earth, nature's self as now I know, who in Egypt was named Isis, mother of mysteries. Child she named me, and messenger, and in that dream or parable, as a child was I to her, for I drank of the cup of her wisdom, and something of her greatness was in my soul. The goddess sat brooding in her sanctuary, where spirits came and went, bearing tidings from all lands, or emptying at her feet the cups of offered prayer. About her fell her robes, blue as the sky, and over the robes hung down her hair, dusky as the night, and beneath her bent brows shone her eyes like stars of the night. In her hand was the rod of power, and the footstool at her feet was shaped like the round world. There, canopied with light, she sat upon an ebon seat and brooded, while round her beat music like sea waves upon the shore, such music as is not known upon the earth. I appeared. I stood before her. I abased myself. I bowed till my forehead lay upon the ground, and my hair swept the dust of the ground. She touched me with her sceptre, bidding me arise. "Speak, child," she said. "What message dost thou bring from the shores of Nile? How goes my worship in the temples of Isis, and are my servants faithful to my law?" Then I made answer. "O Mother Divine, I have accomplished my embassy. Unseen a spirit, I have wandered through the land of Egypt. I have visited thy temples, I have hearkened to the counsels of thy priests. I have watched thy worshippers and read their hearts. This is my report. Thy holy temples are empty. Thy priests neglect thine altars, save a remnant who remain faithful. Thy worshippers bow themselves before the shrines of another goddess. How is this goddess named, O child of my love and wisdom? She is named Aphrodite of the Greeks, a people who have flowed into Egypt. Also other folk know her as Ashtoreth and Venus. Her sanctuary of sanctuaries is at Paphos in Cyprus, an island of the sea over against Egypt. She is the queen of earthly love, and love is the ritual of her worship, and she makes a mock of thee, O mother, and of all the ancient gods, thy brothers and sisters, swearing that thy day and theirs is done, and that she has risen from the sea to rule the world, and will rule it to the end. Here and there she reveals herself and conquers by her beauty, making all men to worship her and teaching all women to follow in her steps and beguile as she does, so that thy very priests turn to her and thy priestesses break from their vows and wanton with them. All of this I have learned, O child, and more, yet it was my desire to hear it from thy lips that cannot lie, since in thee dwells my spirit. Hearken now. I am minded to be avenged upon these false Egyptians, and thou shalt be the sword of vengeance wherewith I will smite them, bringing their ancient glory to the dust, and forever setting the yoke of bondage on their necks. I am so minded, and it shall be done. How, I will teach thee afterward. But first, as I have the power to do, I, who under the strength above me am regent of the ball of earth, will summon this Aphrodite to my presence here and now, and bid her speak out her heart to me. Hear me, Aphrodite, wherever thou art, in earth or heaven. Aphrodite, I bid thee appear. Then in my vision the mother rose from her throne. Standing before it, terrible to see, she beckoned with her sceptre, north and south and east and west, uttering the secret words of power. Thrice she beckoned, and thrice she spoke the secret words, and waited. There was a stir at the end of the great hall, and a sound of singing. Behold, floating between the long lines of the flame-clad guardians of that hall, attended by her subject gods, her maenads and her maidens, a shape of naked loveliness, came Aphrodite of the Greeks. Veiled in her curling locks, and roped about with gleaming pearls for necklace and for girdle, she stood before the throne and bowed to the majesty it bore, then asked in a laughing voice of music, I have heard thy summons, mother of mysteries, and I am here. What wouldst thou of me, Isis, queen of the world? How can the sea-born, whose name is beauty and whose gift is love, serve thee, Isis, queen of the world? Thus, thou who art shameless, thou born of the new gods and fashioned from the evil that is in the race of men, by lifting thy spell from off my worshippers, I know thy works. Drunken with desires, they flock to thee in troops, and for reward thou givest them the wages of their sin. Thou layest waste to their homes, thou defilest their maidens, thou turnest men to beasts, and makest a mock of them. Thy flowers fade, thy joys fill the mouth with ashes, and those who drink of thy cup suck up poison in their souls. Thy fair flesh is a rottenness, and thy perfumes are a stench, and the incense of thine altars is the reek of hell. Therefore I command thee, go back to whence thou camest, and leave the world in peace. Whither then should I go, mother? asked Aphrodite with her silvery laugh, save into thy bosom, whence indeed I sprang, seeing that thou art nature's self, and I am thy child. Thine is thy law and sweet, yet without me thou wouldst have none over whom to rule. I without me would no child be born, and not even a flower would blow. Without me thou wouldst rule a wilderness, with but the wisdom of which thou boastest to keep thee company. Hearken, we are at war, and in that war I shall be conqueror, for I am eternal, and all life is my slave, because my name is Life. Get thee to thy heaven, Isis, and rule there with Osiris, Lord of Death, but leave me, the living. Soon their day is done, and they pass beyond my spells into thy dominion. There treat them as thou wilt, and be content, for then I have no more need of them, nor they of me. Why of a sudden art thou so wroth with me, whom thou hast known from the beginning? Is it because I take new names, and set up my altars in thine own Egypt, altars wreathed with flowers, leaving all desolate thine where prayers are mumbled from starved hearts, and cold hands make the offering of denial? Come now, Mother Isis, let us play a game, and let Egypt be the stake. Thou hast the vantage there, seeing that for eons it has bowed to thy laws, and thy yoke has been upon its neck. What then, Aphrodite, dost thou promise Egypt, to which I and those who rule with me have given greatness, wisdom, and hope beyond the grave? None of these high things, mother. My gifts are love and joy, sweet love and joy, in which for a little while all fears are forgot. Nor gains thou mayst think, looking backward to the past and onward to the future, thou whose eyes are upon eternity. Yet they shall prevail. Isis, in Egypt thy day is done. There as elsewhere thy sceptre falls. If so wanton with it falls Egypt, that henceforth shall be the world's slave. When conqueror after conqueror sets his foot upon her neck, then let her think on Isis whom she has forsaken, and wailing fill her soul with thy swine's food. Lo, I depart, leaving thy curse on Egypt. Have thy little day, till before the judgment seat we settle our account. No more will I listen to thy falsehoods and thy blasphemies. Till then, wanton, look on my majesty no more. So in that vision spoke the mother, and was gone. With her, flashing like lightnings, went the flame-clad guardians that attend the goddess, leaving the great place empty save for Aphrodite and her throng, and for the soul of me, Ayesha, who watched and hearkened, wondering. The Paphian looked around and laughed, then glided to the vacant throne, and seating herself thereon, laughed again, till the music of her mockery, echoing from pillar to pillar, filled all the temple's halls. "It is an omen," she cried. "What Isis leaves I take. Henceforth her seat and power are mine. See now, my ministers, I queen it here, though I wear no vulture cap or symbols of the moon, whose brow is better graced by these abundant locks, and whose sceptre is a flower whereof the odours make men mad. Yes, I queen it here as everywhere, though in this solemn melancholy fane I lack a subject." She glanced about her till her glorious roving eyes fell upon that spirit which was I. "Come hither thou," she said, "and do me homage." Now in my dream I, that spirit who in the world am named Ayesha, came and stood before her, saying, "Nay, I am the child of Isis, and to her I bow alone." "Thinkest thou so?" she answered, smiling and looking me up and down. "Well, I have another mind. It seems to me that soon thou wilt descend from this sad realm to the joyous fields of earth, that there thou mayst fulfil a certain purpose, for such is the fate decreed for thee. Now I, Aphrodite, add to that fate and lighten it. Look behind thee, spirit that shall be woman." I turned and looked, there to behold a shape of beauty that I knew for man. So beautiful was he that my breast rose and the life in me stood still. He smiled at me, and I smiled back at him. Then he was gone, leaving his picture stamped upon my soul. This is what I add to that tragic fate of thine, O spirit that shall be woman. Take him, the man appointed to thee, who from the beginning was always thine, and as perchance thou hast done before, in his kiss forget thy mother Isis and thy crown of woes. Thus the vision ends. And though now I, Ayesha, have learnt that Isis as we knew and named her in the ancient time is but a symbol of that eternal holiness which is set above all heavens and all earths, I say again that, as I believe, in its parable is hid something of the changeless truth. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jennie Hughes. Noot the prophet comes to Ozal. Such is the vision, such the dream that has haunted me through the centuries, and brooding over it from age to age, I, Ayesha, doubt not that in its substance it is true, though its trappings may be fancy-wrought. At least this I know, that my spirit is the child of immortal wisdom, such as once men believed that Isis held, as my undying shape is born of the beauty that is fabled Aphrodite's gift. At least it is certain that even before I dipped me in the fire of life, the most of learning and all human loveliness were mine. I know also that it was my mission to bring Egypt to the dust, and did I not bring it to the dust, smiting to its heart through proud Sidon and Cyprus, Aphrodite's home? And have I not for these deeds borne Aphrodite's curse, as, because of Aphrodite's yoke laid upon my helpless neck, I have borne and bear the curse of Isis, I whose destiny it is, thus at once to be the instrument and the sport of rival powers whose battleground is the heart of every one of us? Alas, were my tale known, the world in its haste might judge me hardly and think that I, who by burning its Phoenician props overturned an ancient empire, am cruel-natured, or that because I sought the love of a certain man and in my anger slew him when he turned from me, which in truth I did not desire to do, that I am wanton and ungoverned. Yet these things are not so, seeing that it was fate, not I, that gave Egypt to the Persian dog, whom in his turn I overthrew, and made of its people slaves. And my flesh not I, which after I had tasted of the fire that is nature's soul, cursed me with passion and its fruits, perchance because I hated it and would never bow myself to it wholly, I who followed after purity, desiring not man's love but wisdom's gifts and a crown of spiritual gold. Moreover, I had earthly and righteous warrant to bring about Sidon's fall, and through it that of Egypt, seeing that their kings would have me put to utter shame and rob my father of his life, as shall be told. So too I had the warrant of a woman's heart to worship the man I sought, and for the death I brought upon him in my jealous madness, my soul has paid full measure in remorse and tears. Still, since justice is hard to come by here on the earth, or even in the heaven above, I know that some would judge me harshly, and must bear it with the rest. Even Holly, and at times my lord Leo, who once was named Kallikrates, have cherished such thoughts, though their lips dare not utter them, for I read it in their minds, which to me are as an open book. Therefore never shall Holly nor my lord either look upon this written truth, lest therefrom they might distil some poison of mistrustful doubt, for it is sure that all men stain the whiteness of pure verity to the colour of their twisted minds. Therefore too I write it in tongues and symbols that they do not understand, which yet shall be deciphered in their season. As I taught Holly long ago in the caves of Kor, and truly though afterward for some forgotten reason of my own or to give him food for thought, I may perhaps have changed my tale, puzzling him with stories of great Alexander and the rest. By my mortal birth I am an Arabian of the purest and most noble blood, born in Yaman the happy and in the sweet city of Ozal. My father was named Yarab after the great ancestor of our race, and I, his only child, was named Ayesha after my high-born mother. Of her, whom I never knew, for she was gathered to the bosom of whatever god she worshipped but one moon from my birth, this is said. At first she would not look on me, being angered because I was not a son, but at length at my father's pleading she was prevailed upon to command that I should be brought to her. When she saw how fair a babe heaven had given her, such a babe as had not been known or told of among our people, she was amazed and put up a prayer that she might die. This, those who knew her declared, she did for 2 reasons. First, because foreseeing my greatness she desired that I alone should hold my father's heart and that of all our tribe, and secondly because she feared lest, should she live, she might bear other children whom she would hate when she compared them to my perfectness. So it came about, as, amongst others, my father told me often, that her prayer was granted, and having kissed and blessed me, for a while she entered into rest. This is the true story of her end, not the other, which those who envied me put about in after days, that owing to certain revelations which came to her at the time of my birth as to the deeds which I was doomed to do and the loves and hates which I was doomed to earn, my mother thought it better to ask death from her gods rather than to continue in a life which she must live out at my side. This tale my father often swore to me when I asked him of it was as false as the changeful pictures which are seen at sunset on the desert and sometimes at noonday also. For the rest, this beloved father of mine took no other wife while I was yet a child, fearing lest for her own sake or her children's she should be jealous and maltreat me, and afterward when I became a maiden, because I would not suffer that another woman should share the rule of his household with me. As I showed to him, he had servants in plenty, and these should be enough, to which he bowed his head and answered that without doubt my will was that of God. Thus it came about that I grew up with my noble father, his adviser and his strength, and through him, or rather with him, ruled all his great tribe, who always worshipped me. Be it admitted that from the first, or at least from the time that I came to womanhood, I brought him trouble as well as blessing, though through no fault of my own, but because of the beauty with which, as in those days I believed, Isis or Aphrodite or both of them had endowed me for their own divine purposes. Very soon this beauty of mine, also my wit and knowledge, were noised abroad through all Arabia, so that princes came from far to court me, and afterwards quarrelled and fought, for being gentle-hearted I said a kind word to every one of them and left them to reason out which was the kindest. This, for the most part, they did with spears and arrows after the fashion of violent and insensate men, so that there was much fighting on my account, which made my father some enemies, because the people of certain of the princes who were killed swore that I had promised myself in marriage to them. This, however, I had never done, who desired to marry no man that I might become a slave, cooped up in a fortress to bear children that I did not desire with some jealous tyrant for their father. Nay, being higher-hearted than any of my time, already I sought to rule the world, and if I must have any lover, to choose one whom I wished, and, when I wished, to have done with him. But at that time I asked no lover who myself was in love with wisdom. Knowledge, I saw, was strength, and if I would rule, first I must learn. Therefore I studied deeply, taking for masters all the wisest in Arabia who were proud to teach Ayesha the beautiful daughter and heiress of Yarab the great chief, who could call 10,000 spears to his standards, all of his own tribe, and 10,000 more sworn to us but not of our blood. I learned of the stars, a deep learning this, that taught my soul its littleness, though it is true that while I studied I wondered, as still I wonder now, in which of them I was destined to rule when my day on earth was done. For always from the beginning I knew that wherever I am, there I must be first and reign. Perchance I had learned this aforetime in the halls of Isis, who then to me had seemed so great, though afterward contemplating those stars in the silence of the desert night, I came to understand that even the universal mother, as men named her in those far days, was herself but small, one who must fight for sovereignty with Aphrodite and other gods. Holly has told me much of what the astronomers in these latter years have won of nature's secrets, of how they number and weigh the stars and measure to a mile their infinite distance from the earth, and how assuredly that each of them, even the farthest, is a sun as great or greater than our own, round which revolve worlds unseen. He has been astonished also and affected to disbelieve when I answered him that we of Arabia guessed all these things over 2,000 years ago, and indeed knew some of them. Yet so it was. Thus communing with greatness, my soul grew ever greater. Moreover, I sought other and deeper lore. There wandered a certain strange man to our town, Ozal, where my father kept his court, if so it may be called, that is, when we were not camping with our great herds in the desert as we did at certain seasons of the year, after the rains had caused the wilderness to throw up herbage. This man, named Noot, was always aged and white-haired, ugly to look on, with a curious wrinkled face of the colour of parchment, much such a face as that of Holly will be should he attain to his years. Indeed, in this and other ways he was so like to Holly that often I think that in him dwells something of Noot's spirit now returned again to earth, as that of Kallikrates has returned as Leo. Now this Noot, who came to Egypt none knew whence, for by birth he was not Egyptian, had been the high priest of Isis and Haggard, or chief magician, in Egypt, one who had much power on earth and still more beyond the earth, since he was in touch with things divine. Moreover, he was an honest magician, and told the truth even to kings, as the gods and his wisdom showed it to him, and this was the cause of his downfall. For woe betide those who tell the truth to kings, or to any who wield the sceptre of their might. On a certain day Nectanebus, the first of that name, the Pharaoh of Egypt, whom others called Nechnebf, after a victory he had gained over the Persians, was filled with pride, and took counsel with Noot, his chief magician, bidding Noot search out the future and tell him of glories to come to Egypt and to the royal house, after he had been gathered to Osiris, that thereon he might feed his soul. Noot answered that it was wiser to leave the future to care for itself and to satisfy his heart with the present and its joys and greatness. Then the Pharaoh grew wroth and bade him fulfil his command. So Noot bowed and went, and alone in some tomb or sanctuary drew the circles, uttered the words of power, and called upon the gods he served to show him such things as should befall to Egypt and to Pharaoh's house. The magic sleep fell upon him, and in it appeared the spirit of truth, and spoke to him dreadful words of fate and doom. These she bade him deliver to Pharaoh, but when they were spoken, to fly for his life's sake from Egypt, and seek out a maiden called Ayesha, the daughter of Yarab, the sheikh of Ozal, and with her take refuge, since she was an appointed instrument of heaven. Moreover, this spirit commanded him to consult the maiden Ayesha in everything, and impart to her all his gathered learning and the very secrets of the gods that had been revealed to him, that to any other it would be death to speak. Now in the morning Noot went into the presence of Pharaoh, who rejoiced to see him, and cried, "Be welcome, Haggard, first of all magicians, you that say men were born beyond the earth, you in whom lives the spirit of Maat, goddess of truth. Tell me now what the gods have revealed to you as to the glories they prepare for the ancient land of Egypt, and the house of me Pharaoh, who have made her great again, driving out the dogs of Persians." "Life, blood, strength, O Pharaoh," answered Noot, saluting in the ancient form. "I have heard the word of Pharaoh, who commanded me against my counsel to make divination and to seek to learn of the future from the gods. Behold, the gods hearkened. Behold, by the mouth of Maat, Lady of Truth, the goddess of the land where I was born, they spoke to me in the silence of the night. Thus they spoke. Say to Nectanebus, who impiously dares to lift the veil of time, that because he has fought for Egypt against the barbarians who worship other gods, it is granted to him to die in his bed, which shall chance ere long. Say that after him shall come a usurper whom the barbarians shall defeat, so that he dies a slave in the land of Persia. Say that after him the son of Pharaoh shall wear the double crown and be called by the name of Pharaoh, the last of the true blood of Egypt who shall rule, the last of the true blood of Egypt who shall ever sit upon its throne. Say that this son of his is accursed because he is in league with evil spirits and has worked apostasy, putting about his neck the chain of Aphrodite of the Greeks, and the chains of Baal and of Moloch which never can be broken. Therefore, though he make many false offerings, yet is he accursed, and the barbarians shall overcome him so that he flees away, nor shall all his magic be a shield to him. Because of him Egypt shall fall, and her cities shall be burned, and her children slaughtered, and her temples desecrated, and never more shall one of her pure and ancient blood hold her sceptre. Such is the oracle that the gods have commanded me to speak, O Pharaoh. Now when Nectanebus heard these awful decrees of fate upon him and upon his son, he trembled and rent his robes. Then rage took him, and he reviled Noot the prophet, calling him a liar and a traitor, and saying that he would make an end of him and his prophecies together. But because they were alone together within a chamber, before he could summon guards to kill him, Noot, helped of heaven, fled away out of the palace, and as darkness was falling, mingled with the throng, and could not be found by the soldiers who sought him. Ere daylight he was far from the city, and, disguised, escaped from Egypt, bringing with him only his Kheb's staff of power, also the ancient sacred books of spells or words of strength that were hidden in his robes. With these he brought moreover a little ancient image of Isis, which he made use of in his divinations and prayed before day and night. Thus it came about a while later, one eve, when I, the young maiden Ayesha, stood alone in the desert communing with my soul and drawing wisdom from the stars, that there appeared before me a withered ancient man, who, when he saw me, knelt down and bowed to me. I looked on him and asked, "Why, aged one, do you kneel to me, who am but a mortal?" "Are you indeed mortal?" he asked. "Methought that I, who am the head priest of Isis, saw in you the goddess come to earth, and indeed, lady, I seem to see the holy blood of Isis coursing in your veins." "It is true, priest, that of this goddess whom my mother worshipped I have dreams and memories, and that sometimes she seems to speak with me in sleep. Yet I tell you that I am but a mortal, the daughter of Yarab the far-famed," I answered to him. "Then you are that maiden whom I am commanded to seek, she who is named Ayesha. Know, lady, that great is your destiny, greater than that of any king, and that it is revealed to me that you will become immortal. All who believe on the gods trust to find the pearl immortality beneath death's waters, O priest." "Yes, lady, but the immortality that is foretold for you is different, and begins upon the earth, and I confess that I understand it not, though perhaps it may be an immortality of fame." "Nor I, priest. But meanwhile what would you of me?" "Shelter and food, lady." "And what can you offer for these, priest?" "Learning, lady." "That I think I have already." "Nay, Lady Ayesha, not such learning as I can give. The knowledge of the secrets of the gods, spells that will sway the hearts of kings, magic that will show things afar and call ghosts from the grave, power that will set him who wields it upon the pinnacle of worship—" "Stay!" I broke in. "You are old and ugly, you are tired, your foot bleeds, you seek protection, and it seems to me that you need food. How comes it that one who can command so much lore and power is in want of such things as these, that the humblest peasant does not lack, and must seek to purchase them with flatteries?" When he heard these words, of a sudden the aspect of that old man changed. To me his shrunken body seemed to swell, his face grew fierce and set, and a strange light shone in his deep eyes. "Maiden," he said in another voice, "I perceive that you are in truth in need of such a teacher as I am. Had you the inner wisdom, you would not judge by the outward appearance, and you would know that oft-times the gods bring misfortunes upon those they love, in order that thereby they may work their ends. Beauty is yours, wit is yours, and a great destiny awaits you, though with it, as I think, great sorrow. Yet one thing is lacking to you, humility, and that you must learn beneath the rods of destiny. But of these matters we will talk afterward. Meanwhile, as you say, I need food and shelter, which are necessary to all while they still labour in the flesh. Lead me to your father." Without more talk, though not without fear, I guided the strange wanderer to our tents, for at the time we were camping in the desert, and into the presence of my father, Yarab, who gave him hospitality after the Arab fashion, but save for the common words of courtesy held no converse with him that night. On the following morning, before we struck our camp, however, they had much speech together, and at the end of it I was summoned to the great tent. "Daughter," said my father, pointing to the wanderer who was seated cross-legged on a carpet before him after the fashion of an Egyptian scribe, "I have questioned this learned man, our guest. I discover from him that he is the first magician of Egypt, the head priest also of the greatest goddess of that land, she whom your mother worshipped. At least he says he was these things, but now, having quarrelled with Pharaoh, that he is nothing but a beggar, which is a strange state for a magician. Also, according to his tale, Pharaoh seeks his life, as he declares, because of certain prophecies that he made to him concerning the fate of Egypt and of Pharaoh's house. It seems that he desires to abide here with us and to impart his wisdom to you, which wisdom, it is evident, has brought him to an evil case. Now I ask you, as one gifted with discretion beyond your years, what answer shall I return to him? If I keep this Noot here, for that, he tells me, is his name, though of his race and country he will say nothing, perchance Pharaoh, whose arm is long, will come to seek him and bring war upon us, and if I send him away, perchance I turn my back upon a messenger from the gods. What then shall I do?" "Ask him, my father, seeing that one who prophesies evil to the Pharaoh to his own ruin must be a truthful man." Then my father stroked his long beard, being perplexed, and inquired of the wanderer whether he should keep him or send him away. Noot replied that he thought my father would do well to send him away, but better to keep him. He said that he had no revelation on the matter, though if it were wished he would seek one, but he believed that although his presence might bring trouble, from his dismissal would come yet worse trouble. He added that in a vision he had been commanded by the goddess Isis to find out a certain lady Ayesha, and become her instructor in mysteries that the purposes of heaven might be fulfilled, and that it was ill to flout goddesses whose arms were even longer than those of Pharaoh. Now for the second time my father, who did nothing great or small without my counsel, asked my judgment on this matter after I had heard the words of Noot. I pondered, remembering what the wanderer had promised me in the desert, namely knowledge and the secrets of the gods, also spells that would sway the hearts of kings with the gifts of magic and of power. At length I answered, "To what end is all this empty talk, my father? Has not this stranger eaten of your bread and salt, and is it the custom of our people to drive away from their doors for no fault those to whom they have given hospitality?" "True," said my father, "if he were to be sent hence, it should have been done at once. Abide in my shadow, Noot, and pray your gods to bring a blessing on me." So Noot, the priest and prophet, remained with us, and from the first day of his coming opened out to my eager eyes all the scrolls of his secret lore. Still it is true that he brought to my father not blessing but death, as shall be told, though this did not come for many moons. Meanwhile he taught and I learned, for his knowledge flowed into my soul like a river into the desert and filled its thirsty sand with life. Of all that I learned from him, because of the oaths I swore, even now it is not lawful that I should write, but it is true that in those years of study I grew near to the gods and wrested many a secret from the clenched hands of nature. Moreover, though as yet I did not take the vows, I became a votary of Isis, as Noot, her high priest, had authority to make me, and one of the inner circle. Yes, I determined even then that I would forswear marriage and all fleshly joys and make to Isis the offering of my life, while she through her priest vowed to me in return such power and wisdom as had scarce been given to any woman before me. Thus the time went by till at length fell the blow, and I, for all my wisdom, never heard Aphrodite laughing behind her veil. Nor indeed did Noot, but then he was an old man who, as I drew out of him, save those of his mother, had not once touched a woman's lips. All learning was his, but it seemed that in his search for it there were some things he had passed by. At least so I believed, or rather half believed at this time, but as I learned afterward, there are matters upon which even the most holy think it no shame to lie, since in the end Noot confessed to me that in his youth he had been as our other men. Also I think that he heard the laughter of Aphrodite, though I did not. However these things may be, as I was to discover afterward, Mother Isis is a stern mistress to whoever looks the other way. Also, although Noot told me much, he hid more. Not for many a year was I to learn that he was a citizen of the ancient ruined land of Kor, and the only one who knew the fearful mystery it hid, which in a far day to come he was commanded to reveal to me, Ayesha, and to no other man or woman. Nor did he tell me that it was the purpose of heaven that under her other shape and name of truth I should again establish the worship of Isis in that land, and once more make of it a queen of the world. Yet these things were so, and therefore was he sent to me, and for no other reason. Therefore was he commanded to reveal the doom of Egypt to Nectanebus, that this Pharaoh in his wrath might drive him, a wanderer, to our tents at Ozal, there to dwell for years and instruct me, the chosen, in all things that I must learn, so that when at last the appointed hour dawned I might be fitted for my mighty task. But all this while Aphrodite laughed on behind her veil. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jennie Hughes. The Battle and the Flight. In the end, trouble came upon us thus. As I have said already, my beauty was the talk of men throughout Arabia, and of women also, who were jealous of it, since those who travelled in caravans bore its fame from tribe to tribe, and those who sailed upon the sea took up the report and carried it to distant shores. But now to this tale was added another, namely that the wearer of so much loveliness was also a vessel into which the gods had poured all their wisdom, so that there were few marvels which she could not work, and little or nothing that she did not know. It was added, truly enough, that the channel through which this wisdom flowed into her heart was a certain Noot, who aforetime had been Kheb in Egypt and high priest of Isis. Presently this tale, carried by the mariners, came to the ears of the Pharaoh Nectanebus in his city of Sais, who knew well enough that Noot was the prophet whom he had driven from the land, and whom by now he desired to have back again, for his inspired counsel's sake. The end of it was that the Pharaoh sent an embassy to my father Yarab demanding that I should be given to him or to his son, the young Nectanebus, I know not which, in marriage, and that Noot should return to Egypt as my guardian, and there be reinstated in all his offices. My father answered, speaking with my voice, that least of anything did I desire to become one of the women of Pharaoh, a man already near the grave, or even of Pharaoh's son. I was a free-born Arabian, and that as for Noot, his head felt safer on his shoulders in Ozal, where he was an honoured guest, than it would at Pharaoh's court. These words Nectanebus took ill, so ill indeed that, for this and other reasons of policy, he sent an army to invade Yaman the Happy and to capture me and kill Noot, or drag him away to Egypt in chains. Of all these plans we had warnings, partly through the priests of Isis in Egypt, who still acknowledged Noot as their head, although another had been raised up in his place and filled his office, and partly through dreams and revelations that came to him from heaven. Therefore we made ready and gathered in great strength to fight against Pharaoh. At length his hosts came, borne for the most part in ships of Cyprus and of Sidon, whereof at that time the kings were his allies, or rather vassals. They landed upon a plain by the seashore, and watching from our hills beyond, we suffered them to land. But that night, or rather just before the following dawn when their camp was still unfortified, we poured down upon them from the hills. Great was the fray, for they fought well. I led the horsemen of our tribe in this, my first battle, and by the light of the rising sun charged again and yet again into the heart of the hosts of Pharaoh, having no fear since I knew well that none could harm me. There was a certain company of Greeks, 2,000 of them perhaps, who served Pharaoh, and in the centre of them was his general, which company stood firm when the others fled. Thrice we attacked it with the horsemen, and thrice were beaten back. Then my father came to my aid with his picked kinsmen mounted upon camels. Again we charged, and this time broke through. Those about Pharaoh's general saw me and strove to make me captive, hoping to carry me back to him, whatever happened to the host. They surrounded me. One caught the bridle of my horse. Him I slew with a javelin, but others snatched at me. Then I cried to Isis, and I think that she clothed me in some garment of her majesty, since foes fell away in front of me, calling out, "This is a goddess, not a woman!" Yet I was cut off, ringed round by them, for all my companions were slain or driven back. They pressed in on me to take me living, till I was hedged in with a ring of swords. My father appeared mounted on his swift white dromedary that was called Desert Wind, followed by others. They broke through the ring, and there was a fierce fight. My father fell, pierced by the spear of the general of the Egyptians. I saw it, and, filled with madness, I charged at that general and drove my javelin through his throat so that he fell also. Then a cry went up, and the host of Pharaoh melted away, flying for the ships. Some gained them, but the most remained dead upon the shore or were taken captive. Thus ended that battle, and such was the answer that we of Ozal sent to Pharaoh Nectanebus. Therefore it was also that, because of the death of my beloved father at their hands, I hated Egypt, and not only Egypt but Cyprus and Sidon, in whose ships her hosts had been borne to attack us. Yes, and swore to be avenged upon them all, which oath I kept to the full. Now my father being dead, I, the daughter of Yarab, became ruler of our tribe in his place, with Noot for my counsellor. For certain years I ruled it well, yet troubles arose in this fashion. By now the fame of my glory and loveliness had spread through all the earth, so that more even than before I was beset with demands for my hand from chiefs and kings who well nigh went mad when I refused them. In the end, being brothers in their grief because I would have none of them, I whom they called by the names of Hathor and Aphrodite and other goddesses famed for beauty according to their separate worships, they made a great conspiracy together and sent envoys bearing a message. This was the message: that unless my people would give me up so that my husband might be chosen from among their number by the casting of lots, they would join their armies together and fall upon us, and kill out our tribe, so that not one remained to look upon the sun, save myself alone, who should then be the reward of him who could take me. Now when I heard this I was filled with rage, and having caused those messengers to be scourged before me, sent them back to their masters bearing my defiance. But when they were gone, the elders of the tribe came to me and said through their spokesman, O daughter of Yarab, O Ayesha the wise and lovely, we adore you as one beyond price. Yet it is true that we love our wives and children and desire to live, not to die. How can we who are but few stand against so many kings? We pray you therefore, Ayesha, to choose one of them to be your husband, for then because of jealousy doubtless they will destroy each other, and we, your servants, shall be left in peace. Or if you will not marry, then we pray you to hide your beauty elsewhere for a while, so that the kings do not come to seek it here. I hearkened and was angry because of the cowardice of this people who set their own welfare above my will and refused to fight with those who threatened me. Still, being politic, I hid my mind, and said that I would consider and give them an answer on the third day. Then I took counsel of Noot, and together we made divinations and prayed to the gods, but most of all to Isis. The end of it was that before the dawn on the second day a small caravan of 5 camels might have been seen, had there been any to watch, leaving the city of Ozal and heading for the sea. On the first of those camels sat an old merchant. On the second his wife or his daughter or his woman, heavily veiled. On the 3 others was his merchandise. Woven carpets it seemed to be, though if opened those carpets would have proved to be filled with a very great treasure in gold and pearls and sapphires and other gems, which for generations had been gathered together by my father Yarab and those who went before him, out of the profits of their trade and of their flocks and herds, and hid away against the time of need. That merchant was Noot the priest and prophet, and that woman was I, Ayesha. That treasure was mine, and the camels were led by certain men who had served my father and now served me, being sworn to me by secret oaths that might not be broken. We gained the sea and took ship to Egypt in a vessel that I had caused to be prepared. Yes, before we were missed, the coast of Arabia was behind us, since I had given it out that I had gone to a secret place to consider of my answer to the elders of the people. As I heard afterward, when it was known that I had turned my back on them, there were woe and lamentations in every household of the tribe. Understanding what they had lost, the men among them beat their breasts and wept, though it is said that some of the women rejoiced, because I outshone them all and they were jealous of me. Afterward the kings and chiefs of whom I have spoken descended upon them to seek me, whereupon my people swore that I had been changed into a goddess and gone up into heaven. Some believed this, declaring that they had always held me to be more than mortal, but others of a coarser, common mind declared that I had been hidden away, and falling on the tribe dispersed it, seizing many and selling them into slavery. Thus then did the children of Yarab pay the price of their treachery to me, though I have heard that afterward once more they became a people under the rule of some base-born grandson of my father, and worshipped me as a guardian goddess from generation to generation, having come to believe that I was not a woman but a spirit whom the gods sent to dwell with them for a while. So Noot and I came safely to Kallikrates, a Grecian city upon the canopic mouth of the Nile, and there abode disguised as a merchant and his daughter trading in precious stones and other costly wares, and thus adding to my wealth, though of this there was little need, since already it was great. It was here that for the first time I went veiled in the Eastern fashion, in order to hide my beauty from the eyes of men. Under cover of this trade I and Noot lived for 2 years or more while I studied the law and language of the Egyptians, learning to read their picture writing which the Greeks called hieroglyphs and mastering their history. Also I perfected myself in the Grecian tongue and read the works of their great writers as well as those of the Romans. Moreover, I learned other things, since at the beginning of the 2nd year Nectanebus, the pharaoh who had sought me in marriage, being now dead, and Egypt for a while in the hands of the usurper Zahir, who some say was his son born of a concubine, we travelled up the Nile disguised and came to the ancient city of Thebes. This we did slowly, stopping at every great town where we received the hospitality of the head priests of the various gods, Ammon, Ptah, and the rest, since to these priests Noot by secret signs revealed himself. Indeed, the news of our coming was passed on before us, so that always we found some waiting to welcome us who, once within the temple walls, were treated like the greatest, although we were garbed as humble travellers. All of these priests we found full of rage, both because the gods of the Greeks, and even of the Persians and Sidonians, were being set above their own, and still more for the reason that their revenues were seized and used to pay Grecian mercenaries, so that they who had been very rich were now poor, and the gods lacked their offerings, nor could their holy temples be repaired. Of all these things I took note, whose heart was set upon one thing only, to bring about the fall of the Egyptians and their allies that had slain my father whom I loved, as indeed I was fated to do. Therefore, by a word here and a word there, I blew the anger that smouldered in them to flame, hinting of rebellion and the setting up of a new dynasty in Egypt, of which at that time I thought to be the first, a priestess queen, Isis come to earth. Of this plan I hinted also through the mouth of Noot, nor was it ill received, since already those priests to whom he had told my history and the revelations that had come to him concerning me looked on me as something more than woman. Could a mortal maid, they asked, have so much beauty and so much learning? Was I not in truth a goddess clothed in woman's flesh? Only on the road I purposed to tread there was this stumbling block, that each of those high priests desired that he himself, or at least one who worshipped his god, were it Ammon or Osiris or Ptah or Khonsu, should be the pharaoh of that new dynasty, for they were jealous each of the other and could not agree together, as is common among rival priests.
We passed on to Thebes, where I saw the wonders of the mighty temples which stood there reared by 100 kings, which Holly tells me now are but ruins, though the great hall of columns among which I used to wander still stands in part. Also I crossed the Nile and visited the tombs of the pharaohs.
Standing beneath the moon in that desolate valley of dead kings, for the first time, I think, I came to know all the littleness of life and of the vanities of earth. Life, I saw, was but a dream. Its ambitions and its joys were naught but dust. Those kings and those queens, some of them had been very great in their day. The people worshipped them as gods, and when they stretched out their sceptres the world trembled. Then now what were they? But names, if so much as a name remained of them. I saw a great queen whose tomb some while before had been broken into by robbers, Persians or Greeks, I was told. They had unrolled her mummy and stripped her of her royal ornaments, and there she lay, she in whom had centred all the world's pomp, a little black and withered thing grinning at us from the dust like a dead ape, a sight so strange and unhuman that the priest who guided us, a coarse fellow, broke into laughter. I remembered that laugh and afterward paid him back for it, though he never knew whence his misfortune came. I, Ayesha, have many sins to my count, and at that time was full of faults, as perchance still I am today. Thus I was proud of my beauty and my genius, which were given to me above any other woman, passionate and revengeful too, and led on by ambitions. Yet this I swear by all the gods of all the heavens, that ever in my secret self I have set the spirit above the flesh, and desired to attain to another glory than that of earth. From the flesh came my sins, because it was begotten of other flesh, and the flesh is sin incarnate. Yet my soul sins not, because it comes from that which is sinless and, its tasks accomplished here, laden with knowledge and purified by suffering, to this holy fount at last it shall return again. At the least, such are my faith and hope. So it came about that there in the valley of dead kings I swore myself to the worship of God, since all the gods are one God, and to use the world as a ladder whereby I might climb nearer to his throne. Thus I swore with old Noot for witness, noting that he shook his wise head and smiled a little at the oath, for if I forgot Aphrodite and the flesh, he remembered them. Or perchance he to whom the future spoke already guessed something of my fate which it was not lawful that he should tell. Also at that time I knew nothing of that everlasting King of Fire, who dwells in majesty beneath the rocks of Kor, nor of his evil gifts. Least of all did I know that Noot himself was by inheritance and appointment the guardian of the fire. From Thebes we passed up Nile to Philae on the Isle of Elephantine, where Mother Isis had her holy sanctuary, and Nectanebus, the first of that name, he who had sought me as a wife and now was not long dead, had begun to build a temple of surpassing beauty to the goddess, which temple was completed in my time by his son, the second Nectanebus, he with whom I had to do and brought to nothingness. Here I abode a year, making final preparations utterly to vow myself to the goddess. I kept the fasts, I purified my heart, I passed the trials, and at length alone I seemed to die and descend into the gulf of death, and fled through the halls of death pursued by terrors, till I saw, or dreamed I saw, the goddess in her glory and fell swooning at her feet. More I may not say, even now that over 2,000 years have passed since that holy hour of fears and victory, save this one thing which indeed has come to pass. When I arose from that swoon, certain words were written on my mind, though whether the goddess whom I seemed to see or some spirit spoke them to me I do not know. These were the words: Far to the south in this land of Libya beyond the region of Punt is an ancient city, whence my worship came ere Egypt had a people. Thither, daughter of Isis, shalt thou bear it back, and there shalt thou blow upon it with thy breath and keep alive the holy spark that at last is doomed to die upon the earth amid those snows which as yet no southern foot has trod. There, daughter, in that fallen and deserted land, my prophet Noot shall welcome thee. There shall he guard the door of life which of mortal women thou alone shalt pass. There shalt thou stain thy hands with blood, and there in solitude amidst the tombs with tears from thy repentant eyes shalt thou wash thy sin away. Yet of the seed that thou sowest in the fire in the womb of the world, thou shalt reap the harvest upon the mountain tops amidst the snows. Such were the words branded upon my memory when I awoke from the swoon after the night of trial. Later I repeated them to Noot, my master, praying him to read their meaning, which either he could not or would not do. He said, however, that it was true that far to the south there stood a great city, now a ruin sparsely peopled, whence came the first forefathers of the Egyptians thousands of years before the pyramids were built. He said also that he knew the road to that city by sea and by land, though how he knew it he would not tell, nor would he interpret the rest of those dream words. Yet when I harassed him with questions, he said carelessly, as one who hazards a guess, that perchance the goddess meant that it would be my lot after its fall or corruption in Egypt, to bear back her worship to this its earlier home, and there establish a great nation of her servants. As to the door of life that I alone could pass, of which he was named the guardian, and the northern snows, he declared that he knew not what was meant by them, but doubtless these things would be made clear in their season. So he spoke somewhat lightly, like one who humours a frightened child, as though he would make me think that I had but dreamed a dream. This indeed I came to believe, as is the fashion of mankind concerning things that they cannot see or handle, however real those things may appear in the hour of their experience. For these in the end always we write down as dreams, such as haunt us by the thousand in our sleep. Yet now that 2,000 years have gone by, I know that this dream was true, for is there not a city called Kor, and was I not there doomed to find the door of life whereof Noot was guardian? And did I not sin there, and from generation to generation wash the shed blood from off my hands with tears of bitterest repentance, and afterward expiate that sin in loss and shame and agony? And lastly, do I not reap that harvest of tears upon the mountain tops amidst the northern snows whither the spirit bore me, still holding in those hands the embers of the worship of that reignant good who to us of the ancient world was known as the universal mother to whom I swore myself in Philae's temple? But enough of those things now. Let them be spoken of in their season. End of chapter 3.
We passed on to Thebes, where I saw the wonders of the mighty temples which stood there reared by 100 kings, which Holly tells me now are but ruins, though the great hall of columns among which I used to wander still stands in part. Also I crossed the Nile and visited the tombs of the pharaohs.
Chapter 4 of Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jennie Hughes. The Kiss of Fate. There came a man to Philae. Watching from a pylon top whither I had gone to pray alone, I saw him land upon the island, and from far off noted that he was a godlike man, clad in armour such as the Grecians used, over which was thrown a common cloak, hooded as though to disguise him, one who had the air of a warrior. At a distance from the temple gate he halted and looked upward as though something drew his glance to me standing high above him upon the pylon top. I could not see his face because of the shadow thrown by the great walls behind which the sun was sinking, but doubtless he could see me well enough, whose shape was outlined against the veil of golden light that must have touched me with its glory, though as that light was behind me my face also would be hidden from him. At least he stood a little while as though amazed, staring upward steadily, then bowed his head and passed into the temple, followed by men bearing burdens. Some pilgrim to the shrine, I thought to myself, then turned my mind to other matters, remembering that with men I had no more to do. Thus for the first time here in the body, all unknowing, I looked upon Kallikrates and he looked on me, but often afterward I have thought that there was a veiled lesson or a parable in the fashion of this meeting. For did I not stand far above him, clothed in the glory of heaven's gold, and did he not stand far beneath in the gloom of the shadows that lay upon the lowly earth, so that between us there was space unclimbable? And has it not been ever thus throughout the centuries? For am I not still upon the pylon top, clad in the splendour of the spirit, and is he not still far beneath me, wrapped with the shadows of the flesh? And since as yet the secret of the pylon stair is hidden from him, must I not descend to earth if we would meet, leaving the light and my pride of place that I may walk humbly with him in the shadow? And is it not often so between those that love, that one is set far above the other, though still this rope of love draws them together, uplifting the one or dragging down the other? The man passed into the temple, and that night I heard that he was a Grecian captain of high blood, one who though young had seen much service in the wars and done great deeds, Kallikrates by name, who had come to seek the counsel of the goddess, bringing precious gifts of gold and eastern silks, the spoil of battles in which he had fought. I asked why such a one sought the wisdom of Isis, and was told that it was because his heart was troubled. It seemed that he had been dwelling at Pharaoh's court as a captain of the Grecian guard, and that there he had quarrelled with and slain one who was as a brother to him, if indeed he were not his very brother. This ill deed, it was said, preyed upon his soul, and drove him into the arms of Mother Isis, seeking for pardon and that comfort which he could not find at the hand of any of the gods of the Greeks. Again I asked idly enough why this Kallikrates had killed his familiar friend or his brother, whichever it might be. The answer was, because of some highly placed maiden whom both of them loved, so that they fought from jealousy after the fashion of men. For this reason the life of Kallikrates was held to be forfeit according to the stern military law of the Grecian soldiers, and he must fly. Also the deed had tarnished that great lady's name. Also his heart was broken with remorse, and hither he came to pray Isis to mend it of her mercy, he who had forsaken the world. The tale moved me a little, but again I cast it from my mind, for are not such things common among men? Always the story is the same. 2 men and a woman, or 2 women and a man, and bloodshed and remorse, and memories which will not die, and the cry for pardon that is so hard to find. Yes, I cast it from my mind, saying lightly, oh, those evil-omened words, that doubtless his own blood in a day to come would pay for that which he had spilled. For some while, some months indeed, this Grecian Kallikrates vanished from my sight, and even from my thoughts, save when, from time to time, I heard of him as studying the mysteries among the priests, having, it was said, determined to renounce the world and be sworn to the service of the goddess. Noot told me that he was very earnest in this design, and made great progress in the faith, which pleased the priests, who desired above all things to convert those that served Grecian gods with whom the deities of Egypt, and above all Isis, were at war. Therefore they hastened his preparations so that as soon as might be he should be bound to the heavenly queen by bonds that could not be loosed. At length his fasts and instruction were completed, his trials had been passed, and the hour came when he must make his last confession to the goddess and swear the awful oaths to her very self. Now since Isis did not descend to earth to stand face to face with every neophyte, it was needful in this great ceremony that one filled with her spirit should take her place, and as may be guessed, that one was I, Ayesha the Arab. To speak truth, in all Egypt, because of my beauty, my learning, and the grace that was given to me, there was none so fitting to wear her mantle as myself. Indeed, afterwards this was acknowledged when, with a single voice, the colleges of her servants throughout the land, men and women together, promoted me to be her high priestess, and gave me, who aforetime among them was known by the title of Wisdom's daughter, the new name of Isis come to earth, or in shorter words, the Isis. For my own name of Asher I kept hid, lest it should be discovered that I was that chieftainess, the child of Yarab, who had defeated the army of Nectanebus. Therefore, at a certain hour of the night, draped in the holy robes, wearing on my brow the vulture cap and the bent symbol of the moon, holding in my hand the sistrum and the cross of life, I was conducted to the pillared sanctuary, and seated alone upon the throne of blackest marble, with the round symbol of the world for my footstool. Thus, having learned my part in the ancient hallowed words that I must say, I sat a while wondering in my heart whether Isis herself could be more glorious or more fair. So indeed did the priests and priestesses who saw me thus arrayed, and bent the knee to me as though I were the very goddess, which in truth many of the humbler of them half believed. Thus I sat in the moonlight that flowed from the unroofed hall beyond, while the carven gods watched me with their quiet eyes. At length I heard the sound of footsteps, whereon there came a priestess and flung over me the white veil of innocence sewn with golden stars that until the appointed moment must hide Isis from her worshipper. The priestess withdrew and, wrapped in the dark hooded robe that signified the stained flesh about to be cast away, which hid all of him so that his face could not be seen, came that tall neophyte led by two priests who held his right hand and his left. I noted those hands because they were so white against the blackness of the robe, and even by the moonlight saw that they were beautiful, long and thin and shapely, though the palm of one, the right, was somewhat broadened as though by long handling of the tools of war. The priests led him to the entrance of the shrine, and in hushed whispers bade him kneel upon a footstool and make his sacrifice and confession to the goddess, as he had been taught to do. Then they departed, leaving us alone. There followed silence, which at length I broke, whispering, "Who is this that comes to visit the mother in her earthly shrine, and what is his prayer to the Queen of heaven and earth?" Though I spoke so gently and so low, perhaps because of their very sweetness, my words seemed to frighten him. Or perhaps he believed that he stood in the very presence of the goddess. At least he answered in a voice that trembled, "O holy queen adored, in the world I was named Kallikrates the Comely, but the priests, O queen, have given me a new name, and it is Lover of Isis." "And what have you to say to Isis, O Lover of Isis?" "O Queen Eternal, I have to tell my sins and ask her pardon for them, I who have passed the trials and am accepted by her servants. If it is granted, then to her I must make the oath, binding myself eternally to love and serve her and no other in heaven or on earth." "Set out those sins, O Lover of Isis, that my majesty may judge of them, whether they can be forgiven or are beyond forgiveness," I answered in the words of the appointed ritual. Then he began and told a tale that made me redden behind my veil, for all of it had to do with women, and never before had I learned what wantons those Greeks could be. Also he told of men whom he had slain in war, one of them in the battle against my tribe, in which, strangely enough, it seemed he had fought as a lad, for this man was a great warrior. Of these killings, however, I took no account, because they had been of those who were the enemies of himself or of his cause. In stern silence I listened, noting that save for these matters of light love and fightings, the man seemed innocent enough, for in his story there was naught of baseness or of betrayal. Moreover, it seemed that he was one in whom the spirit had striven against the flesh, and who, however much his feet were tangled in the poisonous snares of earth, from time to time had set his eyes on heaven. At length he paused, and I asked of him, "Is the Black Count finished? Tell now the truth, and dare to hold nothing back from the goddess who notes all." "Nay, O Queen," he answered, "the worst is yet to come. I came to Egypt as a captain of the Grecian guard that watches the house of Pharaoh at Sais. With me came another man, my half-brother, for our father was the same, with whom I was brought up and loved as never I loved any other man, and who loved me. He was a glorious warrior, though some held that I was more handsome in my person. 'Tis Sidon by name, that in my Grecian tongue which I speak means the Avenger. Thus was he called because my father, whose firstborn he was, desired that he might grow up to work vengeance upon the Persians who slew his father, named like myself Kallikrates, the most beauteous Spartan that was ever born. Foully they slew him for the battle of Plataea while he was aiding the great Pausanias to make sacrifice to the gods. This Sidon, my brother, I killed with my own hand." What cause did you kill him? There was a royal maiden at that court, one fairer than any woman has been, is, or will be. Ask not her name, O mother, though doubtless it is known to you already. This lady both of us saw at the same time, and by the decree of Aphrodite both of us loved. As it chanced, it was I who won her favour, not my brother. We were spied upon, the tale was told. Trouble fell upon that royal maiden who, when she should be old enough, was sworn in marriage to a distant king. To save her name she made denial, as she must do. She swore that there was naught between her and me, and to prove it turned her face from me and toward my brother. I came upon them together in a garden. She had plucked a flower which she gave to him, and he kissed the hand that held the flower. She saw me and fled away. I, maddened with jealousy, smote my beloved brother in the face and forced him to fight with me. We fought. He guarded himself but ill, as though he cared nothing for the end of that fray. I cut him down. He lay before me dying, but ere he died he spoke. "This is a very evil business," he said. "Know, Kallikrates, my most beloved brother, that what you saw in the garden between that royal maid and myself was but a plot to save you both, since thereby I purpose to take unto my own head the weight of your transgression against the law of this land, because she prayed it, and it was my wish. This I have done, and for this reason I suffered you to slay me, though during that fight twice I could have pierced you, because you were blinded with rage and forgot your swordsmanship. Now it will be said that you found me pursuing this royal maiden, and rightly slew me according to your duty, and that it was I who loved her and not you, as has been commonly reported. Yet in truth I love her well, and am glad to die, because it was to you that her heart turned, and not to me. Also because thereby I saved both her and you. Yet, Kallikrates, my brother, the gods give me wisdom and foresight in this the hour of my death, and I say that you will do well to have done with this lady and all women, and to seek rest in the bosom of the gods, since, if you do not, great trouble will come upon you, and through this same curse of jealousy, such a death as mine shall be yours also. Now let us, who are the victims of fate, kiss each other on the brow as we used to do when we were children, playing together in the happy fields of Greece, from whom death was yet a long way off, forgiving each other all and hoping that we may once more meet in the region of the shades." So we embraced, and my brother Tisisthus gave up his spirit in my arms, and looking on him I wished that I were dead in his place. Then as I turned to go, the soldiers of our company found me, and seeing that I had slain my brother would have brought me to trial, not because we had fought together, but because he was my superior in rank, and therefore I, who, being under his command, drew sword on him, by the law of the Greeks must die. Yet before I could be put upon my trial, some of those who loved me and guessed the truth of the business thrust me out of our camp disguised, with all the treasure that I had won in war, bidding me hide myself a while till the matter was forgotten. O Queen, I did not desire to go, nay, I desired to stay and to pay the price of my sin, but they would not have it so. I think indeed that there were others behind, great ones of Egypt, moving in this matter. At least I was thrust forth, all being made easy for me, and all eyes growing blind. Again he paused, and I, Ayesha, clothed as the goddess, asked, "And what did you then, you who could slay your brother for the sake of woman?" "Then, divine one, I fled up Nile, where, because of the trouble that was in the land, Pharaoh's arm could not reach me, nor the arm of the commander of the Greeks. Tarrying not, and without speech with that high maiden who was the cause of my sin, I fled up Nile." "Why did you fly up Nile, and not back to your own people, O most sinful man?" "Because my heart is broken, Queen, and I desired to seek the mercy of Isis, whose law I had learned already, and to become her priest. I knew that those who bow themselves to her may look no more on woman, but thenceforth must live virgin to the death, and it was my will to look no more on woman, since woman had stained my hands with a brother's blood, and therefore I hated her." Now I, Ayesha, asked, "What gods did you worship before your heart was turned to Isis, Queen of Heaven?" "I worshipped the gods of Greece, and first among them Aphrodite, Lady of Love." "Who has paid you well for your service, making of you a murderer of one of your own blood, who before she blinded your eyes was more to you than any on the earth. Do you then renounce this wanton Aphrodite?" "Ay, Queen, I renounce her forever. Never more will I offer at her altars or look on woman in the way of love. If I may have pardon for my sins, here and now I vow myself to Isis as her faithful priest and servant. Here and now I blot the name of Aphrodite from my heart. Yea, I reject her gifts and tread down all her memories beneath my aspiring feet, that at last shall bear my soul to peace." Thus the man spoke in a quivering and earnest voice, and was silent. Yes, deep silence reigned in that holy place, whilst I, Ayesha, though it is true that as a woman I misdoubted me of such rash oaths, as the minister of the goddess prepared myself to grant pardon to this seeker in the hallowed immemorial words, and to open to his troubled heart the doors of purity and rest eternal. Then suddenly in that silence clearly I heard the sound of sylvan laughter, soft, sweet laughter that seemed to come from the skies above, and though it was so low, to fill the shrine and all the hall beyond. I looked about me, but could see naught. It would seem too that the Greek heard also, for he turned his head and looked behind him, then once more let it fall upon his hands. Whence came that sound? Could it be that she of Paphos? Nay, it was impossible, and not thus would I be turned from my office, I who was clothed with the robe, and for that hour wielded the might of Isis. Hearken, O man, in the world named Kallikrates, I said. On behalf of Isis, the All-Mother, goddess of virtue and of wisdom, speaking with her voice, hearing with her ears, and filled with her soul, I wash you clean of all your sins and accept you as her priest, promising to you light burdens on the earth and beyond the earth great rewards forever. First swear the oath that may not be broken, then draw near that I may kiss you on the brow, accepting you as the slave and lover of Isis from this day until the moon, her heavenly throne, shall crumble into nothingness. Having spoken thus, letting the words fall one by one, slowly as the tears of the penitent fell upon the ground, I uttered the oath, the form of which even now I must not write. It was a dreadful oath, covering all things and binding him who took it to Isis alone, an oath that if it were forgot wrought upon the traitor the age-long doom of death in this world and woe in the worlds to come, till by slow steps, with pierced heart and bleeding feet, the holy height from which he had fallen should be climbed again. At length it was finished, and he said faintly, I swear. With fear and trembling still I swear. Then I beckoned to him with the sistrum of which the little shaken bells made a faint compelling music that already he had learned to follow, and he came and kneeled before me. There I laid the cross of life upon his head and gave him blessing, laid it upon his lips and gave him wisdom, laid it upon his heart and gave him existence for thousands upon thousands of years. All these things I did in the name and with the strength of Isis the Mother. Came the last rite, the greeting of the mother to her child new-born in spirit, the rite of the kiss of welcome. At that moment supreme a light fell on me from above. Perchance it came from heaven, perchance it was an art of the watching priests, I do not know. At least it fell upon me, illumining my glittering robes and jewelled headdress with a soft splendour in the darkness of that shrine. At that moment, too, at a touch my veil fell down, so that the moonlight struck full upon my face, making it mystical and lovely in the frame of my flowing hair. The priest new ordained lifted his bent head that I might consecrate his brow with the kiss of welcome, and his hood fell back. The moonlight shone on his face also, his beautiful face like to that of a sculptured Grecian god, shapely, fine-featured, large-eyed, and crowned with little golden curls, for as yet he was unshorn. Yes, a face more beautiful than that which I had seen on any man, set above a warrior's tall and sinewy form. By Isis, I knew this face. It was that which had haunted me from childhood, that which often I had seen in a dream of halls beyond the earth, that of a man who in this dream had been sworn to me to complete my womanhood. Oh, I could not doubt it was the same, the very same, and looking on it the curse of Aphrodite fell upon me, and for the first time I knew the madness of our mortal flesh. Yea, my being was rent and shattered like a cedar beneath the lightning stroke. I was smitten through and through. I, the priestess of Isis, proud and pure, was as lost as any village maid within her lover's arms. The man, too. He saw me, and his aspect changed, the holy fervour went out of his eyes, and into them entered something more human, something more fateful. It was as though he too remembered, I know not what. With a mighty effort of the will, aware that the eyes of the goddess and perchance of her priests also were upon me, I conquered myself, and with beating heart and heaving breast bent down to touch his brow with the kiss of ceremony. Yet, I know not how, I know not if the fault were his or mine, or perchance of both of us. It was his lips I touched, not his brow. Just touched them and no more. It was nothing, or at any rate but a little thing, in one instant come and gone, and yet to me it was all. For in that touch I broke my holy vows, and he, new sworn to the worship of the goddess, broke his. Yes, in the very act of sacrifice. What drove us to it? I do not know. But once again I thought I heard that low, triumphant laughter, and it came into my mind that we were the sport of an indomitable power greater than ourselves, and all the oaths that mortals swear to gods or men. I waved my sceptre. The new-made priest arose, bowed, and withdrew, I wondering of whom he was the priest, of Isis or of Aphrodite. The singing of a distant choir broke out upon the silence. The hierophants came and led him away to be of their company till his death. The ceremony was ended. My attendants, arrayed as the goddesses Hathor and Noot, conducted me from the shrine. I was unrobed of my sacred panoplies, and once more from a goddess became a woman. And as a woman I sought my couch, and wept and wept. For had I not at the first temptation in my heart broken the law and betrayed the trust of her who, as I then believed, is and was and shall be? Her whose veil no mortal man had lifted, the mother of the sun and all its stars? End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista, Zaleski. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 5. The Summons. None knew my fault, yet I knew, and what is known to one soul is known to all souls, since one is all and all are one. Moreover, it was known to that which begets souls, that from which they come and to which they return again to come, as Plato the great philosopher, who died before my day, has taught us in his writings. Also, it was known to that accursed priest who was the cause and partner of my crime. I was overcome. I was eaten up with shame. I, who thought myself purer than the mountain snows, as indeed I was, and, in the flesh, to this hour have remained. Soon I could no longer bear my torment. To Noot I went, Noot the high priest, my counselor and master, and in a secret place, kneeling on my knees, there I told him all. He hearkened with a little smile upon his withered face, then answered, Daughter, in your honesty you do but reveal that which I knew. How I knew it matters not. And now take comfort, since the blame is not altogether yours, or even that of this new-made priest, whose foot was caught in the same snare. You worship Isis as I do. But what is Isis, whom we portray on earth as a woman glorious above all women? Is she not nature's self, the universal mother, the supreme in whom all gods and goddesses have a part? She wars on Aphrodite, it is true, yet does not that mean that in verity she wars upon herself? And are we not as Isis is, not one but many poured into a single mould? For do we not all war upon ourselves? Believe me, daughter, the human heart is a great battleground where the higher and lower parts of us fight with the spiritual spears and arrows, till one side or the other wins victory and hoists the banner of good or evil, of Isis or of Set. Only out of struggle comes perfectness. That which has never struggled is a dead creature from whom little may be hoped. The ore must be melted in the fire, and lo, the most of it is dross, refuse to be thrown away. Had it never known the fire, there could be no pure gold to adorn the brows of heaven, nor even copper and iron to shape the swords of men. Rejoice, then, that you have felt the hurt of fire. Master, I answered, Lord of wisdom, to whom alone Ayesha bows the knee, your words are true and comfortable, yet bethink you, and if it is permitted, interpret me this riddle. I dreamed a dream of the time before my earthly days. You know it well, for I have told it to you. I dreamed of a place in heaven, and of two goddesses matched against each other, and of a command that was laid upon me to bring woe upon those who had deserted the one and turned to the other. Now, if they were parts of a single whole, why should this command be laid upon me? Daughter, in your dream you were ordained to be a sword of vengeance, not because the Egyptians turned from one part of the holy unity to another part of that unity, but because they have become corrupt and faithless, worshipping no god save themselves, and following after that which is low, not that which is high. Such is my answer, yet of the truth or the falsehood of that dream I say nothing. Perchance it was but a dream. Perchance, master, yet in that dream, true or false, I saw a face, And lo, a few nights gone, I, draped as Isis in the shrine, I saw that face again and knew it. Knew also that with it my fate is intertwined. What of this? Daughter, who are we that we should read the mysteries of fate? We who do not know whence we come, nor whither we go, nor what we have been, nor why we are. It may be that you have some mission toward the spirit that is clothed in the flesh of yonder man. It may be that you are destined to uplift that spirit, and in so doing yourself to be trodden down. If so, I say that in the end you shall rise again and bear him upward with you. He paused, and I knelt silent, pondering the prophecy, for such I knew it well to be. Then again he spoke. You heard a laughter in the shrine, yet there was no laughter save that of the evil in your own heart, mocking and triumphant. Such laughter mayhap you will often hear, but while you can hear it and repent, be not dismayed. When the ears of the soul grow deaf, then utter loss is near. While they are open, hope remains. Those who still strive can never wholly fall. Fate rules us every one, yet within the circle of that fate, power is given to us to work out our redemption. I have finished. Ask me no more. What punishment, master? I asked. Daughter, this. For a while look no more upon that man. I say for a while, since with you I hold that his destiny and yours are intertwined. I have a command for you, that presently you accompany me hence, to lands beyond the seas. Now go rest, and in rest find forgetfulness. So I went, wondering yet comforted, though I knew well that Noot the Holy had not told me all, no, nor yet the half of what he knew. For often those to whom the gods give vision are forbid to speak it, lest, as in the old Hebrew parable, men should eat of the tree of knowledge and grow like to them. Or perchance they cannot speak it, since it comes to them in a tongue which may not be rendered in the words that the passer-by would understand. So indeed it is with me today. Thus it came about that soon I and my master, Noot, left Philae, and as before travelled the Nile disguised. Never since then have my eyes looked upon that island and its holy fane, which Holly, who has visited it, tells me is now a ruin, with stark hather-headed columns standing here and there amongst the tumbled stones. He says, moreover, that his people who rule the land today purpose to sink it beneath the Nile, that the lands may be enriched and multiplied. Herein I see an allegory. The temples of Isis are drowned, and the learning they held is lost, in order that more food may grow to feed the common and the ignorant. Yet to what end? Seeing that if there is more food, more men will come to eat it, all of them common and ignorant, while Isis and her wisdom are swallowed in the slime. Thus it has ever been in Egypt, and doubtless elsewhere, for such is nature's law. Food breeds multitudes, and where carrion is, there are flies, while in the deserts both are lacking. Yet I think that the deserts and the few that wander on them beneath the sun and stars are nearer far to God. Once more, disguised as merchants, I and Noot, my master, took ship and visited far lands to see their state and gather wisdom. We visited Rome, then breaking her shackles and rising to her greatness. They were a great people, these Romans that Noot out of his foresight told me would one day rule the world. Or perhaps it was I who told Noot, judging them by their qualities. I am not sure. At least I loved them not, because of their rude natures, their lack of art, and their love of power and gain. Therefore, when I had studied their language and their politics, I passed on. We came to Greece and tarried there a while, studying philosophies and other things. The Greeks I did love, because they were beautiful, and called forth beauty from all they touched. Also they were brave, who defied the Persian might, and had they but stood together might have queened it on the earth. But they would not, for ever state tore out the throat of state, so that in the end all were undone and overwhelmed by a multitude of commoner folk who held Greece before them, for such was their destiny. Moreover, they worshipped gods made like themselves, with all the faults of men grown greater and more vile, and told fables concerning them fit to please children, which I thought strange in a people that could produce such philosophers and poets. Yet those gods had come down to them from their fathers, and it is hard to shake off the yoke of gods until some greater god appears and breaks it with the hammer of war. Here in Greece it was that I posed to its most famous sculptor for a statue of Aphrodite, or rather it was as a mold of perfect womanhood that I posed, desiring that this sculptor, who pleased me, should have one flawless model to copy in his future work, for which he blessed me, naming that statue Beauty's Self. Yet when I visited him a while afterward, I found that he had changed this name to Aphrodite. I was angered who did not desire that my loveliness should be accredited to mine enemy and that of Isis whom I served, and asked him why this had been done. He answered humbly enough, because of a dream in which the Paphian had appeared to him and threatened him with blindness unless he gave her own name to so divine a face and form. Moreover, being in the thrall of superstition, he prayed me, even with tears, that thus it might remain, since otherwise he must break that statue, and, as he thought, be blinded as well. So, out of pity, I let him have his way, and even gave him my hand to kiss in token of forgiveness. Thus it comes about that Aphrodite, unashamed throughout the ages, has taken the tribute of 1,000,000 eyes, clothed in a borrowed loveliness. So be it, since what she has stolen is but a fraction of the truth. No sculptor, however great, can mold the perfect metaphorosan stone. From Greece, still disguised as a merchant and his daughter, we wandered to Jerusalem, feigning to trade in pearls and gems, since there I would study the religion of the Jews, whereof I had heard so much. The City of Peace it was called among the Egyptians of old times, or so they interpreted its name, but never found I one in which there was less of peace. Fierce-faced were those Jews, and quarrelsome, revengeful too, and ever waging war, public and private, upon one another. A peculiar people, as they name themselves, full of hate, particularly of the stranger within their gates. To trade with them was scarcely possible, because he who sold them wares was always left the loser, though for this I who sought their philosophy, not their gold, cared nothing. So I turned myself to the study of their faith, and found that God, as they interpreted him, was well nigh as fierce as were his worshippers. Yet this I will say, that he was one God, not many, and a true God also, since otherwise how could his prophets have written so gloriously concerning him? Moreover, it was their belief that he would come to earth, and lead them to the conquest of the world. This, Holly tells me, has chanced, though not in the shape they hoped, since the king who came would have led them but to the conquest of the evil that is in the hearts of men, and to the knowledge of a life to be, in which they had small faith. Therefore they are persecuted, and slew him as a malefactor after their cruel fashion, and what is now accepted by millions, so says Holly, they still reject. I preached to them, for my heart burned in me at the sight of their sacrifices. Yes, I preached to them against the shedding of blood, telling them of a higher philosophy of gentleness and mercy. For a while they listened, then took up stones and stoned me, so that had I and Noot not been protected by heaven, we should have been slain. After this affront I turned my back upon Jerusalem and its hook-nosed, fierce-eyed people, and went to Cyprus, where I debated with the lewd priests of Aphrodite at Paphos. Thence I got me back to Egypt, whence I had been absent many years. At Naucratis, priests of Isis who knew of our coming, how I cannot tell, perchance Noot had told them by messenger, or in a dream as he could do, met us and conducted us up the aisle to the temple of Isis at Memphis. Here we were received in state in the great hall of the temple, and lo, at the head of those who welcomed us was the Greek Kallikrates, now by his holiness and zeal risen high in the service of the goddess. When I saw him, beauteous as of old, my heart stood still and the blood rushed to my brow. Yet I gave no sign, treating him as a stranger on whom my eyes had never fallen until that hour. He, for his part, stared at me with a puzzled air, then shook his head as one does who sees a face that he believes he has met in a dream and is yet doubtful. For be it remembered, this man had looked on me but once, when, robed as Isis, I received him in the company of her priests at Philae, and then but for a moment in the light of the moon. Perchance he still thought that it was the goddess herself whom he saw thus, and not a mortal. At the least he did not know that I, the beauteous prophetess who came to Memphis after wandering through the world, was the same as she who had sat upon the throne of Isis at Philae, and whom by chance he had kissed upon the lips. Mayhap even he did not remember the kiss, or if he remembered, set it down as part of the ceremonial. Thus, if I knew him but too well, to him I was a stranger. I bethought me of flight, knowing in my heart that to me this man was as the fabled sword that hung above the head of Damocles, though what harm I had to fear from him I did not know. Again I sought the counsel of Noot, who smiled and answered, "Have I not told you, daughter, that perils must be faced, since those from whom we flee will be swift to overtake us? If destiny has brought you and this man together, be certain that it is for its own purposes. Surely you have learned your lesson and steeled your soul against all fleshly vanities." "Yes, my father," I answered proudly. "I have learned my lesson and steeled my soul. Moreover, your thought is my thought, nor will I turn my back on any man. Here I bide, defying woman's weakness and all the wiles of evil gods." "Well spoken," answered Noot, and blessed me in the ancient words. Yet as he did so, I noted that he sighed and shook his head. For many a moon, I know not how many, who, having all the time at my command, seemed to have lost its petty count, I remained there in the temple at Memphis, of which soon I became the prophetess and head of the priestesses. Ere long, the fame of my divinations spread far and wide, so that from all the land those who sought wisdom or knowledge of the future would come to consult me, bringing great gifts to the goddess, though not one gem or piece of gold did Noot or I keep for ourselves, who indeed had no need of such common dross. So I sat in a carven chair in the sanctuary, my diviner's bowl at my side, and uttered dark sayings like to those of the famous oracles of the Greeks at Delphi, many of which fulfilled themselves. For in truth, I think that there was a spirit in me, whether it came from the heavens or elsewhere I do not know, which enabled me to read much that was passing upon the earth, and even sometimes that which had not yet happened upon the earth. So the renown of the Lady Isis spread till I became a power in the land. Moreover, thus I learned many things, for those who consult an oracle, like those who seek the help of a physician, lay bare their souls, keeping no secret back. Now at this time Egypt and all the countries round seethed with war like a boiling pot on the flames. For years Egypt had beaten off the attacks of the Persians, but now the Pharaoh Nectanebes, the second of that name who sat upon the throne, the last native king who reigned upon the Nile, was threatened by Artaxerxes, that one of his accursed race who was named Ochus. This Persian Ochus had gathered a mighty force to subdue Egypt, hundreds of thousands of men, tens of thousands of horsemen, hundreds of triremes and of transport ships. The last act of the tragedy had been begun, of which the end was to be the crushing of Egypt, who never more should know a pharaoh of her own blood and choosing. Of all those things I learned through those who came to consult the oracle of Isis, and much did I talk of them with Noot. Now of myself, during these long years of quiet and preparation for great events, I will say that ever my spirit grew in purity and strength. I put the things of earth behind me, I grew nearer to the divine, and in the night time I communed with my soul, which seemed to have become a part of that which is above the world. The Greek, Kallikrates, I saw continually, but no word passed between us, save such as had to do with matters of our faith, and of the worship of Isis, in whose service he now stood high. Never did we interchange a touch or a look of love. He was apart from me, and I from him. And yet always in my heart I feared this man, this beautiful man, the warrior who had become a priest, for some prescience told me that he would bring disaster on my head, or I should bring it upon his, I knew not which. So there we sat in the sanctuary, Noot the wise and aged, who yet never seemed to change, Kallikrates the priest and I, and alone or together gave counsel to kings and captains, or uttered oracles. Clear seemed our sky and free from trouble, yet on the far horizon in my spirit I discerned the tempest clouds arising, the terrible clouds in which the lightnings played like the swords of destiny, that in a day to come were doomed to overwhelm and pierce us through. Nectanebes II, the pharaoh, came to his palace at Memphis to gather troops from Upper Egypt, and made great offerings to the gods, seeking their favor in the coming war. Now I saw him for the first time, a gray-haired, fat, heavy-jowled man, bald-headed, large-nosed, with great eyes like those of an ox. Such was Nectanebes, the magician, the consorter with familiar spirits, named the Destroyer, a title which the gods who hated him must have given him in irony, since himself he was doomed to be destroyed. But one good thing I can say of this Nectanebes, that he was a lover of the arts, and raised glorious buildings to the gods. Learning that I, the high priestess, had dwelt at Philae, he came to consult me as to the beautiful temple with the hather-headed columns, which he built there, and through my counsel it was made perfect, for I drew its plans, or at least those of its adornments. Holly tells me that even as a ruin, although small, there is no lovelier building in all Egypt. Now this Pharaoh thought me a Greek, and did not know that I was Arab and the daughter of him of Ozal in Yemen, whom his father, the first Nectanebes, had brought to his death, because once long ago I had been refused as a wife to himself, or to this son of his who now had succeeded him. Of these things doubtless he remembered little or nothing, since that was one of the smallest of Egypt's wars. But I remembered, and swore that in payment for my father's blood I would bring his accursed house to ruin. Always I received him veiled, since I did not desire he should look upon my beauty and inquire concerning my history. Therefore, as a prophetess had a right to do, I received the Pharaoh veiled. Often he came to visit me because he had learned that I was a mistress of magic, and he who practiced magic much hoped that I would teach him secrets he did not know, and show him how to lay spells upon his enemies. This indeed I did, but the secrets that I taught him were evil, and the spells were spears, that when he threw them would fall back upon his head. So the scene was set, and at length came the summons to begin the play with the watching world for audience. A writing sealed with Pharaoh's seal was brought to the temple of Isis, commanding Noot the high priest, and me, Ayesha, who was now named Oracle of Isis, and the Greek Kallikrates, chief of the ceremonies, whose office it was to assist me in my divinations, to attend the court of Pharaoh, and there declare to him the future of the war as it should be revealed to us by the great goddess whom we served. At first we refused to go, whereon there came another message which said that if we continued to refuse, we should be brought. The Pharaoh wished to offer no affront to Isis, the messenger declared, but the matter was urgent, as great things hung upon the revelations which we alone could make, and some of the kings and generals who were gathered in the temple as allies of Nectanebes, being worshippers of other gods, could not set foot in the holy shrine of Isis. Then, there being no help for it, we answered that we would come that very night at the rising of the moon. Hastily consulting together, we planned the words of an oracle, double-edged words that yet prophesied good to Nectanebes and encouraged him to war, for thus we believed we should most quickly bring about his downfall. Yet as those words were never spoken, I will not write them down. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kassandra. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. The Divination. Accompanied by the priests and priestesses of Isis, clad in their robes and chanting the holy song, I was borne veiled to the palace of the Pharaoh in a litter with its curtains drawn. On my right hand walked Noot the high priest, white-bearded, venerable, and on my left the Greek Kallikrates, master of the rites. Thus we came to the palace of which the outer courts were filled with Grecian soldiers of the guard, some of whom in past years Kallikrates had once commanded, though as a shaven priest of Isis disguised in his white robes they knew him no more. These men stared at us, ready to mock and yet afraid, as did Phoenicians, Sidonians, men of Cyprus, and others who were gathered in the courts as though awaiting some great event. In an outer hall, a captain of the guard bade our escort of priests and priestesses to await our return. But we three, that is I, Ayesha, Noot, and Kallikrates, were summoned to the small banqueting chamber where Nectanebes, with a few of the most highly placed of his guests, sat at their feast. Among these were the King of Sidon, 2 more kings from Cyprus, 3 Grecian generals, and some great nobles of Egypt, and others. Also, certain royal ladies were present, and among them one who instantly drew my eyes to her. She was younger than I, perchance there may have been 10 years between us. Tall, slender, and lovely in her dark fashion, with a strong, quiet face and large, brooding eyes, soft as a deer's and rather blue than black in color. Suddenly, as we entered, I, who note all, saw these eyes grow frightened like to those of one who sees some spirit returned from the halls of death. Saw also the rich-hued face turn pale, then grow red again as the blood flowed back to her. Saw the breast heave beneath the jeweled robes, so sharply that a flower fell from them, and the lips of coral part as though to utter some remembered name. wondering what had thus disturbed this beauteous royalty, since I, being veiled, it could not have been the vision of myself. I glanced round and perceived that Kallikrates, who was on my left but a little behind me, had become pale as a dead man, and stood like one frozen into stone. "Who is that royal woman?" I whispered to Noot through my veil, for royal I knew her to be by the urious circlet she wore upon her raven hair. "Pharaoh's daughter, Amanartis," he whispered back, "whom the Greeks call the maiden because she will take no man in marriage." Then I remembered a certain confession that once I had heard sitting on the throne of the goddess Isis at Philae, of how the penitent had loved a girl of the royal house of Egypt, and for her sake killed his own dear brother. Remembered also that this penitent was none other than the priest Kallikrates. Now I understood all, and though Kallikrates was not to me save a fellow servant of the goddess, I hated that Amanartis, and became aware that between her and me there was war unending, though how and why I knew not. Next I looked at a man clad in kingly robes who sat on Pharaoh's right. He was a large man of about 45 years of age, with dark handsome face and shifting eyes. One with a jovial aspect, which yet I felt to be but a mask covering a heart full of evil schemes. From his purple robe sewn with pearls and the style of his attire and headdress, I guessed that this must be Tennis the Phoenician, king of the city of Sidon that was reported to be the wealthiest in the world, which city, having revolted, had joined Egypt in its war against the Persians. Instantly I weighed that man in the balance of my mind, and wrote him down as an ambitious rogue, who was also a coward, and as I judged from the many charms he wore, full of superstition. The others I had no time to study, for at once the pharaoh began to speak. "Greeting, prophetess," he said, rising from his chair and bowing to us, or rather to me. "Greeting, high priest of Isis, queen of heaven, mistress of the world. Greeting also, priest, master of the rites of Isis. Pharaoh thanks you all for thus promptly answering to his summons, since this night Egypt needs your wisdom, more perchance than ever before in all the ages of its history. Be pleased, O Pharaoh, to set out that you desire of us, the servants of the eternal goddess," said Noot. "This, high priest, that you should declare the future to us. Hearken, as you know, the great war has begun. The mighty Tennis here, King of Sidon, my ally, by the help of the Greeks I sent him, has defeated the Persians, and against these Cyprus also is in revolt. But now Artaxerxes Ochus has seized the throne of Persia, having murdered all who stood between it and him with the help of Bagoas the eunuch, his counselor and general. He raised a countless host and is pouring down upon Sidon and upon Egypt. Therefore we would learn how the war shall go, and to what gods we must sacrifice to secure the victory." "O Pharaoh," answered Noot, "in bygone years, when your father sat upon the throne and I was the cherub, yes, the first magician of Egypt, he asked me such questions as these, and having prayed to my goddess, I answered him in the words that she commanded. None heard those words save your father himself, for he and I were alone together. Yet there was that in them which made him wroth, so that he sought to kill me. And to save my life I fled out of Egypt, going whither the goddess led me. Afterward I was called back to Egypt, where once more I am high priest of Isis, though the office of cherub is filled by another. How know I, Pharaoh, if I obey you as I obeyed your father, and again the goddess should utter prophecies which are not pleasing to the ears of kings, that once more my life may not be sought in payment?" "I swear, high priest," answered Nectanebes eagerly, "that whatever may be revealed by the goddess you shall take no harm. I swear it by the name and throne of the holy Isis, to whom I will make great gifts, and all this company are witnesses of the oath. If it be broken, may the curse of Isis and all of the gods of Egypt fall upon the head of me and mine. Draw nigh now, that I may touch you with my scepter, thereby forgiving all that you have said or shall say against me or my house, and restoring you to your office of cherub of Egypt, whereof my father who today is gathered in Osiris robbed you. So Noot drew near, and Pharaoh touched him with his scepter. A cedar wand surmounted with a little golden image of Horus, which he always carried because of his throne name, which signified Horus of Gold. Moreover, he recreated him, Kereb, and in token of it set upon his shoulders the gold chain from his own neck, and swore to him his place and power for life, and the gift of an alabaster coffin, wherein to lie after life was done. This sarcophagus, however, Noot refused, saying darkly that it was fated that he should sleep his last sleep far away from Egypt. Then he, Noot, drew back, and as he went I saw Pharaoh's daughter rise and whisper a while in her father's ear. He listened and nodded. Then he said, "Come hither, priest who is named Lover of Isis, and master of her rites. The royal lady of Egypt says to me that in bygone days, when she was scarce a woman, she thinks that before you were a priest you held some command among the Greeks of my guard, as from your stature and bearing I can well believe. She says also that if her memory serves her, you slew some man in a quarrel and for this reason fled away and sought refuge with Isis. If such things happened, I have forgotten them, nor do I ask concerning them. Let them lie. Yet, lest you should be afraid that old tales may be told against you or vengeance wrought upon you, come hither also and receive pardon for the past and protection and advancement for the future, and with these a gift from the Pharaoh." Now I marveled at this lady's foresight and cunning, which showed her how to take advantage of Pharaoh's mood, and safeguard one who once had loved her, all of which told me that she must be a wise woman as well as beauteous. Also, it told me that the worship of this man had been pleasing to her. Then Kallikrates drew near and was touched with the scepter. Moreover, Pharaoh spoke to him in like words that he had spoken to Noot, pardoning him all and promising him much. Moreover, in token of his favor, he gave him a gold cup of Grecian workmanship having 2 handles, that was chased about with the story of the loves of Aphrodite and Adonis, and bordered with a wreath of those anemones which were fabled to have sprung from his blood. This glorious flower-like cup, from which the guests when we entered were pledging themselves in wine of Cyprus, Pharaoh lifted from the board and sent to Kallikrates a great gift which made it clear to me how deeply he desired to propitiate the goddess in the persons of her servants. Lastly, the private scribe was commanded to write down these decrees that he had spoken, which he did forthwith, sealing them with Pharaoh's seal, and giving one copy to Noot, whilst keeping the other to be filed among the records. Thus Noot and Kallikrates were protected from all things, but to me, the prophetess, nothing was said, as I thought for 2 reasons. First, because I was known to Pharaoh, who, as I have told, had often consulted me upon matters of magic, and secondly, because as the voice of the goddess, I was wholly and above reward or punishment at the hands of man. Thus I thought, with how much truth shall be seen. The gifts were received, the papyrus had been hidden away in the robe of Noot, and there was silence in the chamber. To me, Ayesha, this heavy silence was full of omen, my soul made keen and fine with ceaseless contemplation of things that are above the earth. In that silence seemed to hear the breath of the watching gods of Egypt. To me it was as though they had gathered there to listen to the fate of this, their ancient home on earth. Yes, I felt them about me, or at the least I felt a spirit stirring. The company at the table drank no more wine and ceased from speech. They sat still staring in front of them, and notwithstanding the glitter of the ornaments that proclaimed their royalty or rule, to me they were as dead men in a tomb. Only the princess of Egypt, Amenartis, seemed to be alive and outside the circle of this tomb, for I noted that her splendid eyes sought the face, the perfect carven face of the priest Kallikrates, and that though he stood with folded arms and gaze fixed upon the ground, he knew it, for now and again covertly he glanced back at her. At length one of those guests could bear no more, and spoke. He was a close-lipped, war-worn Grecian general who afterward, I learned, was named Klenos of Kos, the commander of Pharaoh's mercenary forces. "By Zeus," he cried, "are we men or are we stones? Or are we shades in Hades? Let these diviners divine. and have done, for I would get me to my wine again. I, broke in Tennis, King of Sidon, bid them divine Pharaoh, since we have much to agree upon ere I sail at dawn. Then all the company cried, Divine! Divine! Save Amonartis only, who searched the face of Kallikrates with her eyes, as though she would learn what lay behind its cold and priestly mask. So be it, said Noot. But first I pray Pharaoh to bid all mean men depart. Pharaoh waved his scepter, and the butlers and attendants bowed and went. Then Noot motioned to Kallikrates, who therein shook the sistrum that he bore, and in his rich, low voice uttered a chant to the goddess, that which was used to summon her presence. He ended his chant, and Noot began to pray. Hear me, thy prophet, O thou who wast and art and shalt be, thou in whose bosom is locked all the wisdom of heaven and earth. He prayed, These kings and great ones desire knowledge. Declare it unto them according to thy will. They desire truth. Let them learn the truth, in such fashion as thou shalt decree. Then he was silent. None spoke, yet it seemed that a command came to the three of us. For suddenly Noot looked at the priest Kallikrates, a very strange look. Next the priest Kallikrates, rising from his knees, laid down in the sistrum, and taking the beautiful cup that Pharaoh had given him, went to the table and washed it with pure water from a silver ewer, then filled it to the brim from the ewer and brought it to me, Ayesha. Now I knew that I was commanded to gaze into that cup and to see what things I saw. So I set it on the ground in front of me, and kneeling, threw my veil over it and gazed into the water in the shallow golden cup. For a little while I saw nothing, till presently a face formed in the water, the face of the royal lady Amonartis, which stared up at me out of the cup. Yes, it stared hard and seemed to threaten me, for in its eyes were hate and vengeance. Then another face came and covered it, the face of Kallikrates the priest, and in its eyes were trouble and desire. Now I knew the goddess Isis, or perchance another, she of the Greeks, spoke to me of matters that had to do with myself and not with the fate of Egypt. In my heart I prayed to the Queen of Heaven to rid me of these visions, though to give me others I did not pray her, since it was my design to speak certain politic words which we had prepared. Yet other visions came unsought, for some spirit possessed me, a spirit of truth and destiny. They were many and all of them terrible. I saw battlefields, I saw men fall in thousands, I saw cities in flames, I saw that false-eyed King Tennis dead. I saw the general Klanos of Kos also dead, lying on a heap of Grecian slain. I saw the pharaoh Nectanebes flying up Nile upon a boat. I knew it was up Nile because the current rippled against the prow of his ship. I saw him seized by black savages and throttled with a rope till his tongue hung out, and the great round eyes started from his head. I saw the temples of Egypt burning, and a fierce-faced drunken king hacking at the statues of the gods with the Persian sword and butchering the priests upon the altar. Then I saw no more, but a voice called in my ears, Death to Egypt! Death and desolation! Death to her king! Death to her priests! Death to her gods! Finished! Finished! All is finished! I cast the bowl from me. It overset, but lo, there flowed from it not water but blood, or dark-hued wine, staining the white marble of the pavement. I stared at it. All stared at this god-sent horror. A trick! Cried the Princess Amonartis. She has colored the wine behind the shelter of her veil. The others too, especially the Greeks, took up the cry, echoing, A trick! A brazen trick! Only I noted that Pharaoh was silent. Pharaoh, who knew that Ayesha, named Isis come to earth, did not deal in tricks. Pharaoh who himself practiced magic and had seen such omens sent by Set Lo. Pharaoh looked afraid and spoke no word, only glared with his great eyes at the stain upon the marble. What answers did the goddess give to your prayer, prophetess? Asked Amonartis, sneering at me. This answer, royal lady of Egypt?" And I pointed to the marble. "The answer of blood." "Blood? Whose blood? That of the Persians?" "Nay, lady, that of many who sit at this feast and who ere long shall sit at the table of Osiris, and of thousands who cling to them. Yet, be comforted, lady, not your blood. I think that you have much mischief to work ere you sit also at the table of Osiris. Or mayhap at that of Set," I added, giving thrust for thrust. "Declare then their names, seeress." "Nay, I declare them not. Go seek them yourself, lady. Or let Pharaoh your father seek, for is he not a magician? Though what god gives him vision I do not know. You name me cheat, or rather you name the goddess cheat. Therefore the goddess is dumb, and her prophetess is dumb." I name you cheat," she cried, who in her heart was mad with fear. "And cheat you are. Now let this temple hag who hides her hideousness behind a silken screen unveil, that we may see her as she is, and let her be searched and the vase of dye be taken from her bosom or her robes." "Aye, let her be searched," shouted the guests who were also afraid. "No need to search, high lords," I said in a quavering voice, as though I too were overcome with fear. "I will obey the princess. I will unveil. Yet I beseech you all, make not a mock of me when you see me as I am. Once I was perchance as fair as that royal lady who commands, but years of abstinence and the sleepless search for wisdom mar the features and wither the frame. Moreover, time touches the locks such of them as remain to me, since these too grow thin with age. Yet I will unveil, and the vase of precious dye shall be the prize of him who first can snatch it from my bosom or my robe." "Aye," said one of them, it was the King Tennis. "And in payment of her trick, we will make her drink what remains of it to give color to her poor old carcass." "Aye," I answered, "and I will drink what remains of it, for I think the stuff is harmless. Oh, be not angry because a poor conjurer plays her tricks." Now Noot stared at me as though he were about to speak. Then his face changed, like to that of a man who of a sudden receives a command that others cannot hear. He let fall his eyes, remaining silent, and I, watching, knew that it was the will of the goddess, or at least Noot's will, that I should unveil. I glanced at the priest Kallikrates, but he stood still, looking like Apollo's self frozen into stone. During this play I had loosened the fastening of my veil and hood, and now of a sudden I cast them from me, revealing myself clad as Isis, that is in little, save a transparent clinging robe fastened about my middle. On my breast, hanging from a chain of pearls, were her holy symbols carved in gems and gold, and on my head her vulture cap, beneath which my tresses hung almost to my feet, having the golden feathers of the cap adorned with sapphires and with rubies, and the uraeus rising from it fashioned of glittering diamonds. I unveiled, and stood before them, my arms folded upon the jeweled girdle beneath my breast. "Behold, kings and lords," I said, "the temple hag stands before you in such poor shape as it has pleased the gods to fashion her. Now let him who can see it, come, take the vase that hides this unveiled trickster's dye." For a moment there was silence, while those brutal men devoured my white loveliness with their eyes, taking count of every beauty of my perfect face and form. Amanartis stared at me, and her ruddy cheeks went pale. Yes, even the coral faded from her rich lips. Then from between those lips there burst these words: "This is not a woman. This is the very goddess. Beware of her, ye men, for she is terrible." Nay, I answered humbly. "I am but a poor mortal, not even royal-like to yourself, lady, but a poor mortal with some wits and wisdom, though perchance Isis for a while to your sight has touched me with her splendor. Come, take the vase ere I veil myself again." Then those men went mad, all save Pharaoh, who sat brooding. "Goddess or woman," they cried, "give her to us, who henceforth can never look upon the beauty of another." King Tennis rose. his coarse face of fire and his shifting eyes fixed upon me greedily. "By Baal and Ashtoreth," he cried, "goddess or woman, never have I seen such an one as this prophetess of Isis. Hearken, Pharaoh. Before the feast we disputed together concerning a great sum of gold, and in the end it was confessed by you that it was due to me in aid of my cause of war, although, so you said, it could not be found in Egypt, save by raiding the rich treasury of Isis. Perchance the goddess learned of this design of yours, and by way of answering sent us an evil oracle. I know not, but this I do know, that she sent you also a means to pay the debt without cost to yourself, or the robbing of her sacred treasury. Give me this fair priest to comfort me with her wisdom and otherwise." Here the company laughed coarsely. "And I will talk no more of the matter of that gold." Pharaoh listened without raising his head, then looked on me with rolling eyes and answered, "Which would anger the goddess more, King Tennis, to lose her gold or her prophetess?" "The former, as I think, Pharaoh, seeing that gold is scarce and prophetesses, true or false, are many. Give her to me, I say." "I cannot, for my oath's sake, King Tennis. You swore an oath to yonder high priest, and to yonder man, who looks like a Grecian god clad in a priest's robe, and is called Master of the Rites. But to this lady you swore none." "I swore the oath to Isis, King Tennis, and if I break it, doubtless she will be avenged upon me. Go your way. The gold shall follow you to the last ounce, but the prophetess is not mine to give." Now Tennis stared at me again, and I, who hated him with all my soul, gave him back his stare with interest, though this did but seem to inflame him the more. Then he turned on Pharaoh furiously, and answered in a cold voice, "Hear me, Pharaoh. It is but a small matter, yet my mind is set upon this woman who knows the heart of gods, and can pour their wisdom into my ears. Therefore make your choice. In Sidon there are two factions, of almost equal strength. One of them says, make an alliance with Egypt and fight the Persian Ochus, whom already you have defeated once. The other says, make an alliance with Ochus, and as a reward, in a day to come sit on Pharaoh's throne. I have taken the first counsel, as you know. Yet it is not too late to change the counsel for a second which perchance would prove the wiser, if there be aught in yonder divination." And he pointed to the blood stain upon the marble floor. Then he went on, "Moreover, I have my captains about me at this board, and those that serve me wait without, with all my fleet. And therefore, should it be changed, I need not fear to tell you so, and to your face. So I say to you, that if you will not please me in this small matter, presently my ambassadors go forth to Susa with a message for the ear of Ochus, to which it would rejoice you to listen, seeing that without the strong aid of Sidon and her fleets Egypt cannot conquer in this war." Thus Tennis spoke and laid his hand upon the pommel of his short Phoenician sword. Now the face of Pharaoh, bearded thus in his own city and at his own board, grew red with rage, and saw that he was about to answer this outland king, defying him as many of the great monarchs who filled his throne before him would have done. But ere he could speak, his royal daughter Amenartis whispered in his ear, and although I could not hear her words, I read their purport in her face. They were, "Tennis speaks truth. Without Sidon you cannot stand against the Persians, and Egypt is lost. Let the woman go. Isis understanding will forgive, who otherwise must see the Persian holy fire burning on her altars." Pharaoh heard, and the anger written in his eyes was changed to trouble. Rolling them in his fashion, he looked on Noot and said to him as one who asks a question, "I swore an oath to you, Kereb, and to yonder priest, but to the prophetess I swore no oath, and perchance Egypt's fate hangs upon this business." The old high priest paused a while like a man who awaits a message. if so it seemed to come, for presently he answered in a quiet voice.
Pharaoh is right. Egypt's fate hangs upon this business. Also Pharaoh's fate. Also that of King Tennis, and many others. The only fate which is not touched, whether it be finished in this way or in that, is the fate of yonder seeress, who is named Isis, come to earth, since the goddess will protect her own. Settle the matter as you will, Pharaoh. Only settle it swiftly, because under our rule it is time that I and my company, who wait without, should return to the temple to make our nightly prayer and offerings to the goddess, the queen of all the earth, the queen of Pharaoh and of Egypt, the queen of the King of Sidon, and in the end the queen also of Artaxerxes Ochus, the Persian, as one day surely he shall learn.
Thus spoke Noot unconcernedly, and hearing him, I laughed, for now I was sure that I had nothing to fear from Tennis, or from any other man upon the earth. Therefore I laughed, which that company thought strange in one who was about to be borne away a slave, and bade Kallikrates give me my veil and hood, also the cloak that I had thrown off when I entered the banqueting hall. He obeyed, and while he was assisting me to cover up my beauty in the folds of that veil, I noted that alone among all the men here present, this beauty did not seem to stir him at all. Had he been clothing a marble or an ivory image of the goddess, as every day it was his duty to do at sunrise, anointing it with perfumes and garlanding it with flowers, he could not have been less moved. Or perhaps so truly had the priest in him overcome the man, that he had learned to cloak all the feelings of a man. Or perhaps it was because the royal almanartist watched his every movement with her eyes. I know not, but this I do know, that his calm angered me, and it came into my mind that were I not the head priestess of Isis, and sworn to her, there should be a different tale to tell. Yes, even in that moment of destiny this came into my mind, which shows that in my soul I had not forgotten the meeting of our lips in yonder shrine at Philae. At least I have often thought so, since I, who have had much time for thought.
Priestess, you are mine,
cried King Tennis in triumph.
Make ready to sail with me for Sidon within an hour.
Do you think that I am yours, King Tennis? I asked in a musing voice as I fastened the folds of my veil and arranged the hood. If so, I hold otherwise. I hold that I, Ayesha, a free-born lady of the ancient Arab blood, am not the slave of any Phoenician, who for a little while chances to be a king, but of her who is the queen of kings, Isis the mother. Nay, Tennis, I am more. I am Isis herself. Isis come to earth. It seems that go with you I must, since such is the will of the goddess. But Phoenician, take heed, should you dare to befoul me even with a touch. I tell you that I have strength at my command, and that ere long, Sidon shall lack a king and Set shall gain a subject. For your own sake, therefore, and for that of Sidon, think again, and let me be. Now the great jaws of Tennis fell, and he stared at me open-mouthed. Yet you shall go with me, he muttered thickly. And for the rest, Ashtoreth rules in Sidon, not Isis. For know that there are two queens of heaven. I, Tennis, a false queen and a true, and let the false beware of the true. Then I turned to Nectanebes and said, Is it still your command, O Pharaoh, that I accompany this ally of yours to Sidon? Bethink you ere you answer, since much hangs upon your words.
Yea, priestess, it must be so. I have spoken, and my decree is recorded. The fate of Egypt is more than that of any priestess, and doubtless King Tennis will treat you well, and if not, you say that you have strength to defend yourself against him.
Now, as I answered, I laughed lightly, and the sound of my laughter was like the tinkle of falling silver. So be it, Pharaoh. To me it is nothing. Indeed, I would see Sidon, the glorious city, while she still is Sidon, home of merchants, mistress of the seas. Still, ere I go, shall I tell you something, Pharaoh, of what was shown to me in yonder bowl before its water was turned to blood, by dye from that vase which none of you has found? If I remember right, for as you who practice magic know, Pharaoh, Such visions fade quickly like dreams at dawn. I say that if I remember right, it had to do with the fate of a great king. Have you ever seen a king, O Pharaoh, when in place of the chain of royalty, a collar of rope is set about his throat and drawn hard till the tongue is thrust from the royal mouth, and the royal eyes start from their sockets? Nay, then shall I draw his picture? Perchance in days to come you would know it again.
Witch! Accursed witch!
Shouted Pharaoh.
Take her, Tennis, and be gone, though sooner I would nurture a viper in my bosom.
And rising from the board he turned and fled away. Again I laughed as I answered, I must go, but it seems that Pharaoh has gone first. Royal Amonartis, watch the good god, your father, for I think that he is too superstitious, and that which men believe fulfills itself upon them. Then I went to Noot and spoke with him. Few words, for already the guards were advancing upon me.
Fear nothing, daughter, he said. You are safe.
I know that I am safe, master, yet be ready to come to my aid when I call, as my spirit tells me that call I shall. He bent his head, and the guards came up. As I went, I glanced at the priest Kallikrates, who, taking no note of me or of my fate, still stood staring at the royal Amonartis like a statue cut in stone, while she stared back at him. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rover 101. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. The Quelling of the Storm. They set me on board a great ship, on the prow of which were images of certain gods of the Phoenicians, called by the Greeks Pataki, not unlike to that which the Egyptians worshipped by the name of Bes, before which images burned fire. There was a royal cabin in the ship, which was given to me, and with it splendid robes and furnishings of gold for my table. At dawn we cast off from the quay of the white-walled city, while thousands of the worshippers of Isis, who learned that I was being taken from them, stood upon the quay and wailed, crying that the mouth of Isis was sent away to slavery, and that where her mouth went, there the goddess would follow, leaving vengeance to fall upon their heads. For that the head priestess of Isis should be given into the hands of barbarians and their foreign gods was such a crime as had not been known in Egypt. Therefore they wailed, prophesying evil, and I stood up at the stern alone in my white robes, veiled, and hearkened to them, for none dared to come near me. Yes, I hearkened and blessed them with my hands, whereat they knelt and wailed the more. When at last we had passed down the Nile and were upon the great sea, sailing swiftly for Sidon over quiet waters, I, Ayesha, having taken counsel of the goddess and of my woman's craft, sent for King Tennis, who was also on board the ship, and received him in his own cabin that had been given up to me. For my heart was black with rage against him, and against Nectavinus, Pharaoh of Egypt, who had betrayed me, and in my heart I swore that I would destroy them both. Yes, there I the captive sat, and received the captor king in his own cabin, purposing his doom, though how this was to be accomplished as yet I did not know. O king, I said, I, your slave who, when not a slave, was high priestess of Isis in Egypt and her Ceres, into whose breast the goddess poured her wisdom and her secrets, as indeed still she does, but to speak with you, and since I could not come to you among so many men, have prayed your majesty to come to me. What would you do with me, King Tennis, since it has pleased you to force Pharaoh to give me into your keeping? Is it an oracle that you desire concerning your fate, or that of your country in the war? If so, I will— Nay, priestess, he broke in hurriedly. Of your oracles I and others have had enough. They are bitter bread for daily food. Keep them, I pray you, to nurture your own soul. What would you of me then, King Tinis? That you have been at such pains to steal me away from Egypt, even threatening Pharaoh to break your solemn pact with him if he did not give me into your hands, me, a snared bird, who by chance was left out of his oath to the high priest, an Isis officer, the Greek. Lady Ayesha, blurted out Tinis, that I have learned to be by birth, daughter of Yarab, once ruler of Ozal, upon whom, with the Egyptians, I made war in the past, and brought to his death, because of you. Lady, tell me, you who are wise, what would any man of you who had beheld your beauty as I saw it some nights gone? Man, being man, that is, a ravening beast, fashioned like a god in shape but not in soul, would make me his prey. Tinis, such at least was the desire of the first Nectanides, whom you aided with the ships of Sidon to destroy my father, and of many since his time. Good. Well, I who am man and something more, being not a god indeed, but a great king, would make you my prey, as you say, for to tell the truth, having once looked on you, I seek no other woman in the whole world. Now I threw back my veil, and studied him with my eyes. So you would take me for your queen, Tinis? Indeed, I guessed as much. But what will your other queen, for doubtless you have one, say to this, O king? My queen, he said in an astonished voice. My queen? Surely, Tinis, you were scarcely there to proffer less than queenship to such a one as I. Maybe not. Well, let us say that I will make you my queen, since in Sidon it is not difficult to be rid of others of whom one may be weary. That is, it is not difficult to a king, who is also a high priest of Baal and of Soreth. Yes, yes, I am sure that I will make you my queen. I will offer it to you in writing if you desire. I do desire it, king. And that there may be no faults or traps in it, I myself will draw up the writing for you to sign. Only I doubt much whether I shall accept the offer if it is made. Why not, lady? Is it a small thing to be queen of Sidon? For Ayesha, daughter of Yarab, high priestess and prophetess of Isis, the wisest and most beauteous woman in the world, one who has never turned to look on men, it is a very small thing indeed, King Tinis. It is so small a thing that I will not deign to accept that proffered crown of yours unless— Unless what, lady? Unless it is made larger, king, so large and wide that she who wears it holds rule over all the earth. By Baal, Astoreth, and Moloch, all three of them. What mean you, woman? What I say, man, I mean that when you are monarch, not of Sidon only, but of Egypt, Cyprus, Persia, and all of the East, then, perchance, I will marry you, unless my fancy changes, as it may do, but certainly not before. Surely you are mad, he gasped. How can I gather all these diadems upon a single brow? It is impossible. Aye, for you it is impossible, King Tinis, but for me it is possible. I can gather them and set them on your brow and on my own, I who have within me all the wisdom of the earth and much of the strength of heaven. Understand that if I desire it, and you follow my counsel, I can crown you emperor of the world. No less. But the question is, do I desire it, and will you follow my counsel? Lady, I swear that you are mad, unless in truth you are a goddess as they say in Egypt. Perchance I am somewhat of a goddess, and being so, marvel whether for any reward that can be given I shall debase myself by taking such a one as you to husband, King Tinis. Now first, look on me well, and answer whether you do indeed desire me, and are ready to win me through toil and danger, or whether you will let me be. For now, Tinis, that though I seem to be your captive, you cannot snare me or do me violence. Lay but a finger on me against my will, and it shall be your death, since I have those who aid me, whom you cannot see. Now look, and answer. He looked, devouring me with his greedy eyes, then said, Of a truth I desire you more than anything on the earth, and since I may not do so otherwise, for I perceive that you are too strong for me, will take you at your own price. Yea, even if I must wait for years, still I will take you. Now tell me, most beauteous and most wise, what I must do, and swear to me that when I am king of all things, you will wed me. Aye, Tinis, I swear that when you are the king of all things, I will wed you, I answered gently, laughing in my heart as I remember that the first and last of all things, the greatest of all things, is death. Hearken, you shall bring me to Sidon, not as a captive, but as a strange goddess who has come to aid you and your people. And with honor shall you receive me in Sidon, causing your priests and priestesses to offer me worship and incense. And if so, what then? Then, when I have studied your people and your preparations for war, we will take counsel together, and I will show you how you may prevail. Tell me, Tinis, do you love Pharaoh Nectanebus? Nay, lady, I'd hate him, who asks too much and gives too little, as I hated his father before him. Still, we sleep in the same bed and prop up the same wall, and if one of us ceases to support the wall, the Persians will push it down on both. I understand. Yet even so it comes into my mind that perchance you would have been safer had you been pushing at the wall with the Persian Ocus and not holding it up with the Egyptian Nectanebus. He glanced at me with his shifting eyes and answered, I have had that thought, as you know well, but having rebelled against Ocus, defeated his satraps, and slain thousands of his soldiers, or rather those of his father, if I climbed the wall I might find spears waiting for me on the farther side. Lady, it is too late. Yes, King Tinis, perhaps it is too late. I will consider of the matter in your interest and my own. But first send me papyrus and writing tools that I may set down our pact. When you have approved and signed it, then I will consider of this and other matters and not before. For the while, farewell. He rose and went unwillingly enough, and when I was alone in the cabin I laughed in my heart. This fish had been easy to hook, but he was a large fish and strong, and I must beware lest he pull me into the deep sea where we both might drown together. Moreover, the man was hateful to me, more so even than that ox-eyed, heavily-jowled Pharaoh, and his presence seemed to poison the air that I breathed. Yet, if I enter into this pact with him, doubtless I must breathe it often, which vexed me who shrank from men and their desires, and above all from this man. Yet he had done me wrong and insult. He had helped the Egyptians to make war upon my people, and he had taken me as a slave, me, Ayesha, thinking to make of me his woman. And cost what it might, I will pay him back as I would pay back Nectanebus who sold me. The papyrus was brought to me by a slave, and on it I wrote such a contract as I think was never signed by a king before. It was brief and ran thus: Ayesha, daughter of Arab, high priestess of Isis, prophetess of Isis, known in heaven and among her servants as Isis come to earth, and child of wisdom, to Tinis, king of Sidon. When you, Tinis, are king not only of Sidon, but of Egypt, Cyprus, Persia, and the East, I can make you, if you obey me in all things. Then I, Ayesha, vow myself to you as your sole wife and queen. But if, ere this dignity is mine and yours, you dare even to touch my robe, then in the name of Isis and speaking with the voice of Isis, I, Ayesha, vow to you shame and death in the world. And after all torments of hell and the jaws of the devourer that await the judgment of Thoth on perjured souls beyond the sun, accepted and sealed by Ayesha, daughter of Yarab, and by Tinis, king of Sidon. Having copied this writing, I sent it to Tinis by the slave that he might study it. A while later he asked audience of me, and entering, said in a thick voice that only a madman will set his seal to such words. I looked at him, and answered that it was nothing to me whether he sealed or did not seal them. Indeed, that considering all, I should be better pleased if he let the bargain be. He stared at me, and rage took hold of him who was inflamed with wine. Who are you, he said, to dare talk thus to Tinis the king? You are but a woman clad in the robes of a priestess, who pretend to powers you have not. Why should I not take you and have done? Now I mocked him, answering, because I think you love to sit upon a throne, better than to lie in a grave, Tinis, even in a king's coffin. Still, as you desire to know more particularly, I will put your questions to the goddess, who is not far from me even on this ship. And tomorrow, when the sun is up, I will pass on her words to you, that is, if you live to look upon tomorrow's sun, King Tennis," I added, staring him in the eyes. These words seemed to sober him, for he turned pale and left the cabin, making a sign to avert the evil eye, but as I noted, taking the writing with him. Yet me he perplexed and afraid, for my heart was not so bold as my mouth. Now that night, whether by chance or by the will of heaven, a great tempest sprang up suddenly. The captain of the trireme, a Greek or a half-Greek of Naucratis, Philo by name, whom now upon this ship I met for the first time, came himself to warn me, and to make sure that all was fast in my cabin. He was a quick-brained man, very active on his body and pleasant-faced, with a brown pointed beard, who had seemed some 35 years upon the earth. I had made inquiries concerning him for a certain slave who attended me, and was told that although he pretended to timidity, this Philo was in truth a great warrior, and one of the best handlers of a bow upon the mouths of Nile, since that which he aimed at he always hit, even if it were a fowl in flight. Moreover, he was a very good seaman, and, it was said, faithful to those he served and a worshipper of the gods. "If so," I answered to the old slave, "how comes it that this Philo, instead of a humble captain, is not the first general or admiral among the Greeks, as a man of such qualities should be?" "Because, divine lady, of certain faults," answered the slave, "such faults as have made of me what I am instead of the Count of Nome upon the Nile as I should have been. This Philo has always thought more of the welfare of others than of his own, which is a very evil weakness. Also he has loved women too much, which is a worse." "Vile sins indeed," I said. "More particularly the second. The wise always think of themselves first, and the holy never love more than one woman, and her not too much, which perhaps is why the wise and the holy are so hateful and so dull. Bring this Philo to me. He is one whom I should wish to know." In the end Philo came, though whether because my message had reached him, or because of the advancing storm, I am not certain. At least he came, and as he bowed before me, made a certain secret sign whereby I knew that he was a worshipper of Isis, and one of high degree, though not of the highest, since when I tried him with that sign he could not answer. Still his rank in our great company was enough, and thenceforward we spoke to each other under the seal of the goddess, or as our phrase went in those days, within the shadow of her wings, as brother and sister might, or rather, as mother and son. That is, he did this after I had proved him further, and brought to his mind the fate of those who betrayed the goddess and her ministers upon earth. This Philo told me in few words that although the trireme was Egyptian and named Happy, after the god of Nile, for this voyage she was under charter to Tennis, and for the most part manned with Sidonians, also with low fellows from Cyprus and the coast ports. These, like the Phoenician guards of Tennis, of whom there were 50 on the vessel, worship other gods than those of Egypt, that is, such of them as worshipped any gods at all. Many of these men, Philo said warningly, murmured because a priestess of Isis was on board their ship, which they thought would anger the Phoenician gods of whom the images had been set upon the brow, as might lawfully be done when a vessel was hired by Tyre or Sidon. I answered laughing that as he and I knew, Isis could hold her own against Baal, Astarte, and all their company. Then, changing my mind, I asked him suddenly what he meant. "Only this, Holy One," he answered, "that if by chance the ship came into danger, and I like not the signs of the sky and the moaning of the black north winds with rocks not 2 leagues away upon our lee, that I say if this ship came into danger, as might chance this very night, for here gales grow suddenly, well, Holy One, you might be in danger also. In such cases, Holy One, sometimes the Phoenicians demand a sacrifice to the Gabiri, the great gods of the sea whom we do not worship." "Is it so?" I answered coldly. "Then tell them that those who demand sacrifices often furnish the victims. Have no fear, my brother in the goddess, for if trouble comes, call to me to help you." Then I stretched out to him the sistrum that was part of my ornaments of office in which I had been brought aboard that ship, and he kissed it with his lips and went about his business. Scarce had he gone when the black north wind began to blow. It blew fearfully, rising hour by hour and even minute by minute, till the gale was terrible. The rowers could no longer row, for the great seas broke their oars, of which the handles struck them, hurling them backwards from the benches. And the sail they tried to hoist upon the mast was torn away and went flapping down the wind like a wounded wool. Thus continually the Happy was driven in toward the coast of Syria, where, still some miles away, the moonlight, when it broke out between the clouds, showed the white surf of breakers foaming on the iron rocks of Carmel. Toward midnight the tall mast snapped in two like a rotten stick and went overboard, carrying with it certain men and crushing others. Then terror took hold of all the company upon the ship, so that they began to cry aloud who believed that black death was on them. Now one shouted, "We are bewitched. At this season there should be no gale. It is against nature." Another answered, "Little wonder we are bewitched, who carry with us a sorceress of Egypt, one who hates our gods, wherefore they are angry." This they said because they had heard the tale of the water turned to blood, also of the oracles I was wont to utter in the temple of Memphis. For in that city dwelt many Phoenicians who were great talkers and lovers of strange tales, though now, Holly tells me all their race is silent forever, and the only tales they hear are those of the Gehenna. Then arose another shout from many throats. "Sacrifice the witch to the gods of the sea! Throw her into the sea that they may take her, and we may live to look upon tomorrow's sun." Next, there was a rush towards the after part of the trireme, where I was in the cabin. In the waist of the ship appeared the captain, Philo, as I saw watching from between the curtains, and with him a number of the crew who were Egyptians and faithful to him, perhaps 6 in all, not more. In his hands Philo held a bow, and a drawn short sword was thrust through his belt. He shouted to the mob of madmen to stand back, but they would not, and led by one of the guards of Tennis, crept forward. Philo knelt, resting his back against a water cask, waiting till the ship steadied herself a little on the crest of a wave. Then he drew the bow and shot. Very well and straight did he shoot, for the arrow pierced that leader of the ward of Tennis from breast to back, so that he fell down dead. Seeing this, the others grew afraid and stayed where they were, clinging to the bulwarks of the ship, or whatever they could grasp with their hands. Tennis appeared among them. They shouted to him, and he shouted back to them, but what they said I could not hear, because of the howling of the wind. Philo crept into the cabin, and his face was very heavy. "Holy One," he said, "make ready to join Isis in the heavens. Fearing for his own life, that dog of a Sidonian king has consented to your sacrifice, and I am come to die with you." "The goddess thanks you, O great-hearted man, and I, her servant, thank you also," I said, smiling at him. "Yet have no fear, since my spirit tells me that neither I nor you shall die this night. Help me now, and let us go forth and talk with these hissing snakes of Sidon." "But what would you say to them, Holy One?" "The goddess will teach me what to say," I answered, who in truth did not know what I should say. All I knew was that some spirit moved me to go forth and to talk with them. So we went, I leaning above Philo, as it was hard to stand upon my feet, and came to the stump of the broken mast in the midst of the hollow ship, all the mob of the crew drawing back before me. Here with one arm I clung to the mast, and beckoned to them with the other, in which I held the sistrum of our worship. They drew near, Tennis among them, his face covered by a cloak. "Hearken," I cried. "I learn that you will offer me, the prophetess of Isis, as a sacrifice for your gods. Fools! Is it not Isis greater than your gods? O Queen of Heaven, send a sign to show that thou art greater than these foreign gods." So I spoke, and stared upward at the moon, for the wind had torn away my veil, and waited. A great billow came and struck the forepart of the ship, burying it deep in green water. As she rose, I saw 2 dark forms fly from her high-tossed prow, and a voice cried, "The guardian images have gone, and the sacred fire is quenched. "Aye," I answered. "They are gone where you shall go, every one of you, if you dare to touch me. Know that I do not fear for my own life, which cannot be taken from me, but for your lives I fear, and for Sidon, which presently shall lack a king, if you dare to touch me. Be silent now, and though you deserve it not, I will pray Isis to save you." Then, gaping on me standing there like one inspired, as indeed I think I was, they were struck to silence, and though the roaring gale and flying foam, I prayed to heaven to preserve that ship, and those she bore, from the grating rocks on which the surf beat not a mile away. A marvel happened, whether because the tempest had grown weary of its raging, or because that which hears the prayers of men had accepted my prayer for its own purposes. To this hour I know not. At least the marvel happened, and although the sea still beat and rushed, wave following wave, like white-maned, countless charging steeds, of a sudden the gale died down, and there was calm between sky and sea. It was pleased the great goddess to hearken to me and to save your lives, yes, even the lives of you, who would have murdered her priestess, I said in a quiet voice. Now get you to your oars, and row as you never rowed before, if you would hold the ship off yonder rocks. They gasped. They stared with open mouths. One said, "Thou art the goddess, thou art the very goddess. Pardon us, thy slaves, O Queen of Heaven." Then they rushed to the oars, and with toil and danger drew the Happy past the promontory of Carmel, where the water boiled upon the rocks, and out into the deep sea beyond. "What did I say to you, Philo?" I said, as he led me back to the cabin. He made no answer. Only lifting the hem of my garment, he pressed it to his brow. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. The King of Sidon. Next morning, the sun came up in a sky of perfect blue, and the Happy, driven forward by the oars, since her mast was gone, passed northward over a quiet sea. Not a league away upon our right, gleaming like gold, were the roofs of the glorious city of Tyre. Set like a queen upon her island throne, Tyre, that as yet did not dream of evil days, when her marble palaces should melt in flame, and her merchant princes and citizens lie butchered by the thousand in her streets. Tyre the wanton, the beauteous, the wealthy, who sucked riches from all the lands. Seeing our shattered state, a boat manned by red-capped seamen came out from the Egyptian harbour to learn if we needed help. But Philo shouted back to its officer that save for the loss of a mast and some men, we had taken no harm in the gale, and hoped ere night to be safe in Sidon. So the boat returned, and we rowed on. By midday we caught sight of the towers of Sidon, and within 3 more hours, the sea being calm, had dropped anchor in the southern harbour. Now after we left Tyre, Teens the king came to visit me in my cabin. At the sight of him, my gorge rose, for I remembered that this dog of a Sidonian had consented to the demand of the sailors that I should be hurled into the deep as a sacrifice to his gods. Yet I restrained my soul and received him smiling and unveiled. "Hail, King Teens," I said. "Isis has been very merciful to you in answer to my prayer. For know that never again did I think to look upon you living." "You are great, lady," he answered, staring at me with frightened yet devouring eyes. "I think that you are as great as that Isis whom you serve, if indeed you are not that Isis come to earth, as they name you in Egypt. Isis I know not, who worship Ashtoreth, she who is also styled Tanith and Baltis, and like your Isis, is an acknowledged queen of heaven. But you I know, and your power, for did you not cause the terrible tempest to seize last night, and save us all from death upon the rocks of Carmel? Aye, I did this, teens, having strength given to me, whence it matters not. It is strange to think, is it not? Here I bent forward and stared him in the eyes, that on board this ship there are men so cowardly and so evil, that they took counsel to cast me to the deep as a sacrifice to their gods, and that had they done so, though me had they known it, they could not harm. They themselves, every one of them, would have been that sacrifice. Now he writhed and turned colour beneath my glance, but answered, Is it so, lady? Name me those men, and they shall be slain. Aye, King Teens, without doubt they shall be slain, every one of them, since Isis does not forget a threat of murder against her priestess. Yet I name them not. Where is the need when already those names are written on the tablets of heaven? Let them be till fate finds them, since I would not have you in your rage stain your hands with their vile blood. But what would you with me, king? You know well, he answered thickly. I worship you. I am mad with love of you. When I saw you standing by the broken mast and making prayer, even then upon the edge of doom, my heart melted for you. I say that there is a raging fire in my breast that only you can quench. And he made as though he would fall upon his knees before me. I motioned to him to remain seated and answered, I remember, king, that you spoke in this same fashion before the storm, and that half in jest I wrote certain terms upon which I would become your queen, namely, when you could give me rule over all the earth. Wisely, perhaps, to these terms you would not set your seal. Indeed, you asked me why you should not take me to be your toy, and to that question an answer came to you last night, when the ship wallowed, waterlogged, and on her lee you saw the billows spouting on the rocks of Carmel. Also the goddess has told me more of what would chance to you should you dare to lift a hand against her priestess. I tell you that it is horrible, so horrible that I spare you, since if you heard it, you would tremble. What need of talk of such a crime, when such a judgment would follow hard upon its heels? So have done, teens, and learn that it is my pleasure to return to Egypt in this ship. Nay, nay, he cried, I cannot part with you. Sooner would I lose my crown. I tell you that if I lost sight of you and hope of you, I should go mad. Which, perchance, you may do yet, teens, I replied, laughing. If indeed you are not already mad after the fashion of tyrants, who for the first time are robbed of that which they desire. You have my commands, so have done. I would speak with Philo the captain, as to when he can be ready to sail for Nile. Hearken, lady, hearken, he said thickly. I have the writing here. I will sign it in your presence if you swear to abide by it. Is it so? Well, teens, I do not change my word. When you can crown me queen of Phoenicia, Egypt, Persia, and the rest as I can show you how to do, then I will take you for husband and reign as your sole wife. But until then, never shall you dare so much as to touch me. Now I am weary, who last night slept so ill. Do you wish to seal the writing? For if so, it shall be done before a witness, whose life and welfare henceforth shall be as sacred to you as my own. Aye, I will seal, he said. Then I clapped my hands, and the slave who waited without appeared. I bade him summon Philo, the captain of the ship, and to bring wax. Presently Philo came, and I told him what was needed of him. More, demanding the papyrus from teens. I read it to both of them, Philo listening with a stony stare of amazement. Then the wax was spread upon the papyrus, and teens sealed it with his seal, which was a cylinder of lapis lazuli, having images of gods upon it after the old Babylonian fashion. Also beneath my own he wrote his name in Phoenician letters, which I could not read. Then Philo as witness wrote his. For being half a Greek, he knew his art, and sealed it with his seal, a scarab cut in cornelian by no mean artist, doubtless a Grecian, which scarab he said he had taken many years before him from the finger of one whom he killed in battle. When I looked at what it left upon the wax, I laughed, for behold the device was that of a Diana, or perchance a nymph, shooting with an arrow a brute-faced fawn that had surprised her at the bath. To my mind, the face of that fawn or satyr was very like to the face of teens, and Philo thought it also, for I saw him glance from one to the other, and heard him mutter, an omen, beneath his breath, in the Egyptian tongue which teens did not understand. When the roll was signed, teens would have taken it, but I answered, Nay, on that day when its conditions are fulfilled it shall be yours, but till then it is mine. Still I promised to give him a copy of the writing, and with this he was, or feigned to be, content. When Philo had gone, teens asked me how he was to become a ruler of the world and thus to win me. I answered that I would tell him later in Sidon, after I had thought and prayed. But one thing he must swear, namely, to listen to no counsels save my own, since otherwise he might lose me, and with me all. He did so by his gods, being at that time so bemused that he would have sworn anything if thereby he might keep near to me. Moreover, he told me that it was his purpose to set me in a palace near his own, or perchance in a part of his own, that there he might visit me daily and learn my counsels. I bowed my head and said, the more often the better, so long as he came for counsel and no more. Then I dismissed him, and he went like any slave. When he had gone, once more I summoned Philo, and under the wings of the goddess, that is, under an oath of secrecy, to break which is death, I told him, my brother in Isis, the meaning of this play, namely, that I would be avenged upon teens, who had affronted me and the goddess, who also in his cowardice had proposed to sacrifice me in the deep, an offering to his false divinities. Moreover, I gave him that copy of the writing which I had made, and his charter being fulfilled, bade him get back to Egypt as soon as might be, and deliver it to Noot, the high priest of Isis, and with it all this story. There at Memphis I bade him bide, having a great ship, this one or another, ready manned with brave men, all of them followers of Isis, with whom Noot would furnish him also with the moneys needful to hire or buy that ship. There he was to wait till my word came. How it would come I did not know as yet. Perchance it would be by messenger, or perchance I should talk with the spirit of Noot, by means at the command of those initiated in the highest mysteries of the goddess. At least when my word came he must sail at once and come to me in Sidon. These things he swore to do. Moreover, I wrote a letter which afterward I gave to him to deliver to Noot. We cast anchor in the harbour, hoisting the royal standard of teens as best we could on a tall pole at the prow. At once gilded barges, on board of which were generals and priests, put off from the quay, and watching from my cabin, I saw teens talk earnestly with these notables, who from time to time glanced toward where I was hidden. Then a messenger came to pray me to be pleased to abide on board the ship till preparation had been made to receive me, a matter to which the king departed to attend. So I stayed there and spoke with Philo about many things, learning from him much concerning the Sidonians, their wealth, and their strength in war. 2 hours later a barge arrived, the royal barge, I think, for it was glorious with silks and gold, and the rowers wore blazoned uniforms. On board this barge was Teens himself, and with him, among others, priests who wore tall caps, also some priestesses. The king came and, bowing, led me to a carpeted ladder by which I descended into the barge. As I went down its steps, I said with a laugh, "If some had won their way last night, O king, I should have left this ship in a very different fashion. Well, I forgive them, poor fools and cowards, but whether the goddess whom I serve will forgive them is another matter," words at which I saw him wince. Before I went also, I stepped aside and again spoke to Philo, who stood near the head of the ladder, cap in hand. That speech was short, yet sufficient, being of but 2 words. Remember everything. To the death, child of wisdom, he answered. What says the mariner? Asked Teens suspiciously. Naught, O king. That is, he only prays me to intercede with the goddess, lest the fate of those who would have harmed me on this ship should overtake him also who is its captain. Again Teens winced, and again I smiled. We were rowed ashore, and there upon the quay waited a chariot drawn by milk-white horses, in which chariot I was seated, splendidly apparelled men leading the horses. In front of me went the king in another chariot, and behind followed an escort of guards. Thus we proceeded through the glorious streets of Sidon, and being moved thereto, I lifted my veil and stood up in the chariot, as though I would see these better. Already the fame of my coming had spread abroad, so that those streets and the flat roofs of the houses were crowded with thousands of people. These, when they saw my beauty, gasped with wonder, and cried in their own tongue, No woman, a goddess indeed! Yet I thought that I heard others answer, Aye, a false goddess sent to Sidon to be her ruin. True words indeed, though as I think inspired by hate and jealousy rather than from on high. We came to a great and noble square, the holy place it was called, round which stood statues of those whom the Sidonians worshipped, Baal, Ashtoreth, and the rest of their demons. Moreover, with its back to a temple stood a huge and hideous god of brass, who in front of him upon great hands, which seemed to be discoloured with fire, held a curved tray, whereof the inner edge rested on an opening in the belly of the figure. I asked of one who walked by the chariot, what was the name of this god? He answered, Dagon, whom some call Moloch, to whom the firstborn are sacrificed by fire. See, the priests are storing the hollow place beneath with wood. Soon doubtless there will be a great offering. Thenceforward I hated this people, for what could one born in Arabia and a servant of Isis, the holy and gentle, think of a race that offered sacrifice of those born of them to a demon? Yes, I looked on their faces, keen, handsome, and cruel, and hated them, one and all. We came to the door of the palace, where slaves ran forward, assisting me from the chariot. By it stood Teens, surrounded with glittering nobles and white-robed priests, who stared at me doubtfully. Be pleased to enter my house, lady, fearing nothing, for there you shall be well lodged and given of the best that Sidon has to offer, said Teens. I thank you, I answered, bowing and letting fall my veil. And I doubt it not, for what less than her best could Sidon give to the daughter of Isis, the queen of heaven? Yes, thus I answered proudly, I who played a great game and staked all upon a throw. Here we have another queen of heaven, and she is not named Isis, I heard one of the dark-browed priests mutter to a companion, thinking that I did not understand his words. They led me into a glorious dwelling, wherein were chambers more splendid than any that I had seen in my journeys through the eastern world. Gold and gems were everywhere, and on the walls hung priceless trappings dyed with the Tyrian purple of that costly sort to use which is the prerogative of kings. The very carpets on the floors shone like silk and were woven to things of beauty, while the lamps seemed to be hollowed from great gems. Who lodges in this place? I asked of a slave when I was alone. Who but the Queen Beltis, divine one? Answered the slave, bowing low before me. Where then is the Queen Beltis? I see her not. Nay, divine one, she visits her father at Jerusalem, whence she should return shortly. Indeed, the king has issued orders that other chambers should be prepared for her against her coming. Is it so? I replied indifferently. But within my heart I wondered what this queen would say when she came to find her place inhabited by a stranger and a rival. Then, to the sound of sweet music, I ate from services of gold and drank out of jewelled cups, and afterward, being weary who had rested little on that ship, and was tempest-tossed, laid me down to sleep in a soft and scented bed guarded by women and by eunuchs. Easy enough, thought I to myself, would it be for these to murder me, one unfriended and alone in a strange land. And because of this, for a little felt afraid, who at that time was but as other mortals are. On the ship I had feared nothing, for there was Philo, a brother of faith, and with him some others who could be trusted. But here I was but as a lamb, ringed round with wolves. Moreover, besides the wolves, there was a lion, the king brute teens, who sought to snare me, and whom I knew for a liar, not to be trusted, whatever he might swear. Yes, for a little while, perhaps for the first time in my life, and certainly for the last, that is, where my body was at stake, I felt somewhat afraid, so much so that I went to a window place to watch the rising of the moon, and to make my prayer to Isis, of whom it was the symbol, that she would be pleased to protect me in this city, whither by her will I had wandered. This window looked out upon that flame-lit square, which was called the Holy Place. There I noted that thousands of those of Sidon were gathered, some of them staring up at the palace to which it was known I had been taken, pointing and talking. The most of them, however, wandered round the great brazen statue, that hideous devil-faced thing whereof I have written, and when they could, caught one of the priests by the arm and put questions to him. Among these I noticed were many women, some of whom from their mien seemed to be noble, whose faces were strange to see. Defiant they were, yet in a way proud, as might be the faces of those about to do some great deed. Moreover, many of these women led or carried children, which little ones they showed to the priests, who smiled horribly and nodded approval, patting the children on the arm and even kissing them. One lady, after her son had received such a kiss, wailed aloud and clasping him to her breast, turned and fled away, whereon the priest cursed her and the other women shouted, "Shame!" then strove to cover up the misery that peeped out of their eyes, by singing some fierce song in honor of their gods. Studying this scene, presently the meaning of it came home to me. Those children were doomed to be sacrificed to the brazen Dagon, or Moloch, whereof I remembered having heard in Jerusalem as a devil to whom the firstborn were passed through the fire. Yes, and these the mothers had brought them there, that they might look upon the god and grow accustomed to the sight of him. Oh, it was horrible, and my heart chilled at the thought of such iniquity. What reward from heaven, I marvelled, for a people who practised such a faith? As I marvelled, an answer seemed to come to me. The sun had sunk, but there were heavy clouds in the sky above, upon which struck its departing rays. Thence they were reflected on to the city, and chiefly upon this holy place, as it was called, and the brazen image that sat there before the temple. Yes, from those clouds came red light, that filled the air and the city beneath and the holy place, as it were with a mist of blood. It was as though everything were dyed with blood, and in the midst, ringed round with torches, glowed Moloch, a god of blood. Then I knew that Sidon was doomed to be drowned in blood, that such was the decree of heaven, and that I, Ayesha, was the instrument appointed to loose this spear of death upon her beauteous, sinful breast. I shivered at the thought, I who love not cruelty, or to end the lives of men, though it was true that I would kill teens. Yet, what was I but the lightning in the hands of fate? And can the lightning choose where it will strike? Must it not fall whither it is drawn? To this end had I been sent to earth, namely, that I might bring woe upon false Egypt and the peoples who clung to her. Such was the burden of that dream, by which my sleep was haunted. Such, too, the command of heaven, which again and again Noot the prophet had whispered in my ear. I must destroy Egypt, or rather her apostate priests and rulers, and afterward, once more, build up the worship of Isis in some far land that should be revealed to me. Such was my mission, whereof it was decreed that I should fulfill the first part, and because of my sin leave the rest undone. Holly the learned tells me that the new faith he follows to which I will not listen who am weary of religions and their changeful march toward a changeless end, writes it down that free will is given to man, that he is able to choose this path and reject the other, that he is the master of his own soul, which he can guide here or there, as the horseman guides his steed or Philo steered his ship. And yet he read to me from the writings of one of the great apostles of that faith, a certain holy one named Paulus, words which declared that man is predestined ere he was born to eternal life or eternal death, to the glory of the light or the unfathomed dark. To me these doctrines seem to war one upon the other, though for aught I know both may be true, seeing that within the circle of the starry spheres and the vast soul of that which made them, there is room for a multitude of truths, whereof the shadows falling upon the gross earth take 1,000 shapes of error. Moreover, I hold that whatever is true, because it is, and that men do but tangle themselves in seeming differences that are only varying lights darting from the eternal eyes of truth. On all hearts shine those eyes, but none beholds them, as his brother does, for to each they burn as a separate torch of different coloured flame. Therefore, it is that men worship many gods, not knowing that these are the same God whose hands hold all things. Thus I sum up the matter, at least through the millions of the ages and the multitudes of lives, man may attain to freedom, if his face be set that way of his own desire. Yet in his little hour on the earth, that falsely he believes his all, looking from birth to death, and the blackness that bounds them both, he is not free, but a part of strengths that are greater than his own. Have I, Ayesha, been free? I who chose the holy path, and fell from it into nature's gulfs? Did I desire to fall? Did I not desire to climb that steep road to the heights of heaven, and sit enthroned upon the topmost snows of purity and peace? And yet another might hurled me thence, and now it is my fate to climb again, by slow and painful steps to climb eternally. But of these things I will speak in their season, telling what is the price those pay who seek to overlap the bounds that hem us in, and to match their pettiness against divine decrees. These in the midst of the red light that filled Sidon like a bowl with blood, and shone on me and all, on me the priestess, on the brazen Dagon towering up against me, on fantastic lamp-lit temples and palaces, on the great place about which they stood, and the fierce-faced multitude that wandered on its marble pavements. There in the window opening I knelt me down and prayed, lifting my face to the pure heavens above. To Isis did I pray, as an idolater prays to an image in a cave, because Isis was my symbol, or rather to that which is as far above Isis as Isis was above me. For I prayed to the soul of that universe, whereof my eyes could see a part in the arching skies. And of this soul, what was Isis but as one golden thread in a glittering garment that wraps the majesty of God? And what then was I, and what were those fierce-faced worshippers of Dagon? Oh, in that hour of dedication, for such I felt it to be, these truths came home to my heart as never they had done before, and this was the sum of them, that I and all I could see and know were but as impalpable grains of dust, not sufficient to cause the delicately hung balance wherein the willfulness of the world is poised against the decrees of the immortal law to vary by a hair's breadth. Still I prayed, and because that which is small yet ever contains that which is smaller, and the smaller finds a God in the small, as the small does in the great, from that prayer I won comfort. My prayer finished, I laid me down to rest in the golden bed of Beltis, the queen into whose place I had been thrust, bethinking me how many and near were the dangers by which I was surrounded. That brute king desired me for a prey, and here in his palace I lay in the hollow of his hand. He had the key to all my doors. The servants who stood about them were his creatures, whom at a nod he could send to death. I was a stranger in a strange land, utterly unfriended, for Philo was far off upon his ship. There was nothing between me and him, save the impalpable veil of fear, which I had woven between us by the strength of my spirit. I was a prize to be taken, unarmored, without javelin or arrow to protect me, with nothing save that veil of fear. If he chose to break through it, daring my curse and that of my goddess, he could do so. Then the curse would fall indeed, but it would be too late to save me, and I, the proud and pure, must pass hence defiled, as pass I would, still trusting to the goddess, or rather to the part of her which dwelt in me, or to that which was above us both. I laid me down and slept. At midnight I awoke. The light of the moon flowing through the window places flooded the splendid chamber, catching on the cornices of gold, the polished mirrors and the silver vessels. The door opened, and through it, wrapped in a dark cloak, came Teens. Though his face was hidden, I knew him by his heavy shape and shambling step. He crept toward me like a wolf upon a sleeping lamb. There I lay in the golden bed, illumined by the moon, and watched through the web of my outstretched hair, my hand upon the dagger that was buckled to my girdle. He drew near, he bent over me, breathing heavily, and his eyes devoured my beauty. Still I feigned sleep and watched him, while my fingers closed upon the handle of the dagger. He unbuckled his cloak, revealing his hook-nosed visage, and a draught of wind seemed to catch it, for it flapped and fell from his shoulders, though I felt no wind. He stooped as though to lift it, and it would seem came face to face with I know not what. Perchance it was the goddess invisible to me. Perchance it was some picture of his own death to come. I cannot say. At least his shifting eyes sank in till they seemed to vanish beneath the hairy brows, and his fat cheeks grew pallid, as though the blood were draining from them by a mortal wound. Words came hissing from his thick lips, and they were, "Horrible, horrible! She is indeed divine, for gods and ghosts protect her. Horrible! Death walks the air." Then he reeled from the room, dragging the cloak after him, and knowing that I had no more to fear, I returned, thanks to the guardian spirits, and slept sweetly. The danger that I dreaded had drawn near and passed, to return no more. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Dagon takes his sacrifice. The sun rose on Sidon and drove away the terrors of the dark. I too arose and was led to the bath by slaves. Then those slaves clothed me in the silks of Cyprus, over which I threw a new veil bordered with the purple of Tyre. More, they brought me gifts from the king, priceless jewels, pearls with rubies and sapphires set in gold. Those I laid aside, who would not wear his gems. Then in another chamber I ate as before of meats delicately served by bowing maidens. Scarce had I finished my meal of fish from the sea and fruit and snow-cooled water drunk from a crystal cup, when a eunuch came, saying, "The king Teens craved audience of me." "Let him enter," I answered. Presently he stood before me, making salutation, and asked me with feigned carelessness whether I had rested well. "Aye, great king," I answered, "well enough, save for a single, very vivid dream. I dreamed that Seth, the god of evil, rose out of the darkness of hell, wearing the shape of a man whose face I could not see, and that this fiend would have seized me and dragged me down into the pit of hell. I was afraid, and while I lay, as one in a net, there came to me a vision of the divine Isis, who said, 'Where is thy faith, daughter? If I saved thee on the ship, giving thee the lives of all her company, cannot I save thee now and always? Fiends shall not harm thee, nor men. Swords shall not pierce thee, nor fires burn. And if any would lay hands on thee, on them I give thee power, to call down my vengeance, and to cast them to the jaws of the devourer, who awaiting evildoers watches ever in the black depth of death. Then in my dreams the mother whispered into the ears of that fiend shaped like a man, and passing her hand before her eyes, showed him certain visions, though what these were I know not. At the least, they caused him to wail aloud with terror, also to my sight, to fall as from a precipice, and like some foul vulture pierced by an archer's shaft, go whirling down, down and down, into gulfs that had no bottom. It was a very evil dream, King Teens, and yet sweet, because it told me that though I should journey to the ends of the earth, still I shall not pass out of the shelter of the circling arms of Isis. Evil indeed, lady, he said hoarsely, biting his lips to still the quaver in his voice. Yet it ended well, so what of dreams? Very well, O king, for me. And as for dreams, I, who by gifts and training am skilled in their interpretation, hold that for the most part they are a shadow of the truth. I know that certainly no harm can come to me in your palace, over which one day I must rule, or in your city where I am a guest. Yet doubtless some peril of the spirit did threaten me last night, and by the help of heaven was brought to nothing. Doubtless, though of such matters I know nothing, who deal with the things of earth and not with those of heaven. But, lady, I came to tell you that this day there is a great sacrifice in the holy place yonder, and from these windows you will be able to watch it well. It is to propitiate our gods, that they may give us victory in the war against the Persians. Is it so, king? But where are the victims? I see no kine, or sheep, or doves, such as are offered in Rome and in Jerusalem, or even flowers and fruits, such as in Egypt we lay upon our gentler altars. Nay, lady, here we make more costly offerings, tithing our own blood. Yes, here Moloch claims the fruit of our bodies, taking them to his purifying fires, so that their innocent breath may rise as a sweet savour to the nostrils of the devouring and protecting gods. Do you perchance mean children, king? Aye, lady, children, many children, and among these today one of my own, the son of a certain Beltis, who is of my household. He is a child of promise, yet I grudge him not to the god, if thereby my people may be benefited. And does this Beltis not grudge him, king? I know not, he answered sullenly. She is a woman of the royal house of Israel, and is absent on a journey. Therefore I know not. And when she returns, the boy will have joined the gods, and it will be too late for her to make trouble concerning him, should she be so minded. Now horror took hold of me, Ayesha, and my soul sickened. King Teens, I said, bethink you of that mother's heart, and I pray you spare this child. How can I, lady? Must not the king bear that yoke which is laid upon the necks of his people? If I spare him, would not the mothers of Sidon, whose young have passed into the fire, spit at me and curse me? Aye, and tear me to pieces if they might. Nay, he must die with the rest. The priests have so decreed. On your head be it, king, I said, and choked in my loathing of him. Then a thought took me, and I cried to those who were gathered about the door of the chamber, captains of the guard, eunuchs, slaves, scribes, and a priest or two. Come hither, ye of Sidon, and hearken to the words of her who in Egypt is named Oracle of Isis. They came, drawn by wonder or perchance because my strength compelled them. Take note of my words and record them, I said, while they stared at me. Take note and forget it not, that I, the daughter of Isis, have made prayer to King Teens of Sidon, that he will spare the life of his son and the son of a lady named Beltis, and that he has refused my prayer. Ye have heard me. It is enough. Go." They went, looking at each other, the scribes, as I saw, writing down what I had said upon their tablets. Teens also stared at me curiously. "You are an Arab by birth, born of an Egyptian mother, and wholly Egyptian in your faith and mind, though the Arab courage still strikes through these qualities," he said. "Therefore I forgive you, who do not understand our customs. Yet know, lady, that those of Sidon, whom it pleases you to call as witnesses, will think you mad. Doubtless, deans, before all is done, those of Sidon will think many things of me, as you will also. But what will this lady Beltis think? I neither know nor care, who weary of Beltis and her moods," he answered, scowling. "Beauteous one, I sent you jewels. Why do you not wear them? The daughter of Isis wears no jewels, save those the goddess gives her, king. Yet yours shall go to enrich her shrines when I return to Egypt, and in her name I thank you for them, bounteous king." "Aye, when you return to Egypt. But how can you return if you bide here as my wife?" "If I bide here as your wife, then I shall bide as the Queen of Egypt, as is written in our bond. And from time to time the Queen of Egypt must visit her dominions, king, and give thanks to the goddess for her advancement. Do you understand?" "I understand that you are a very strange woman, so strange that I would I had never set eyes on you and your accursed beauty," he answered in a rage. "What? So soon?" I said, laughing. "That this should be so in the beginning makes me wonder what you will wish in the end. Why not take your eyes off me and have done, King Teens?" "Because I cannot, because I'm bewitched," he answered furiously, and rising left me, while I laughed and laughed. He departed, and I went to the window place to breathe air free from the poison of his presence. There I saw that the holy place beneath was already filled with tens of thousands of the Sidonians. I saw, moreover, that priests were engaged in lighting fire at the foot of the great brazen image of Dagon, which fire seemed to burn within the image, since smoke poured out far above from an opening in his head. Moreover, by degrees, the copper plates of which its vast and hideous bulk was built up grew red with heat, so that the upper part of it became one glowing furnace. White-robed priests, gathered in troops, began to offer prayers and celebrate rites, of which I did not know the meaning. They bowed themselves to the image. They gashed their arms with knives, and catching the blood that fell from them in shallow shells of the sea, cast it upon the fire. Orators made speeches. Prophets uttered prophecies. Bands of fair women appeared naked to the middle and having their breasts gilded, who danced wildly before the gods. Then suddenly there was a great silence, and from the mouth of some gateway that I could not see, because it lay almost beneath the balconies of the palace, appeared the king teens clad in gorgeous sacerdotal robes, those, I think, of the high priest of Baal. With him was a woman who led by the hand a little boy, who perhaps had seen 3 summers, dressed in white, with a garland of flowers about his neck. Teens bowed to the glowing image and cried in a loud voice, "People of Sidon, I, the king, make sacrifice of my son to Dagon, the great god, that Dagon may be propitiated and Sidon may conquer in this war. O Dagon, take my son, that his spirit may pass through the flames and be gathered to thy spirit, and that thine appetite may feed upon his blood." At these words, a great and joyous shout went up from the tens of thousands of people, and in the midst of the shout, Teens bent down and kissed his son, which was the only kindly human thing that I ever saw him do. The child, affrighted, clung to his robes, but the woman at his side snatched the boy away and ran with him, struggling, to a priest who stood by the foot of a little iron ladder of which the top rested against the outstretched giant hands of the glowing image. The priest took the child from the woman, holding him aloft that the multitude may see him and know him, for the very son of the king. Oh, never shall I forget the look upon that child's face, as he was thus held aloft in the hands of the brutal priest who stood upon the lower rungs of the ladder. He had ceased to scream, but his ruddy cheeks were blanched, his black eyes seemed to start from his head, and his little hands grasped emptily at the air or were lifted up to heaven, which indeed was near to him, as though in supplication for deliverance from the cruelty of man. The priest climbed the ladder, bearing the child, and I noted a kind of metal covering upon his breast and head, set there to shield him from the heat of the fiery idol. He reached the platform of the outstretched hands. The child's fingers clung to his garments, but he tore them free, and with a cry of triumph let fall the little boy into the hollow of the hot hands. Then, to drown the victim's cries, priests standing below began to play upon instruments of music. As they played, singing some hymn to the god, I saw the little arms tossed aloft above the edge of the hollow of the brazen hands. Then I saw those arms lift themselves feebly for the last time, and that poor, tortured, innocent babe rolled slowly into the red abyss beneath, while the savage multitude screamed its delight to heaven. This royal sacrifice was accomplished, yet it was but the first of many, for woman after woman brought her child, or sometimes it was a man who brought it, and babe after babe was thrown upon the red-hot hands and rolled thence into the flames beneath. All the while the priests played upon their instruments and sang their songs, while the shameless priestesses and others, those with the gilded breasts, danced lewdly, tossing up their white arms, and the thousands of the people of Sidon, filled with the lust of blood, roared aloud in their drunken joy. And the poor mothers, now that the deed was done, crept thence, laughing and crying both together, back to their desolated homes, there to stare at the cots emptied into the bosom of the god. At length I could bear no more of this scene of hell, and departing to my sleeping chamber, caused women to draw curtains over the window places, and having dismissed them, sat myself down and thought. A great rage filled me, Ayesha, who have ever loved children. Will a day come when I shall nurse one upon my breast, I wonder? And if so, in what star will it be born? And a mighty hate of those accursed Sidonians. All pity left my heart, even for the young who would grow up to be as were those who begat them. These sharks and tigers loved blood. Good, they should be filled with blood, their own blood. All of them were guilty. All were murderers. Hearken to their horrible rejoicings. Old men and maidens, young men and matrons, the toothless crone and the budding girl, the great lords and ladies, the toilers on the deep and the traders of the city, the bond and the free, from the king down to the meanest slave, all of them screamed with hideous rejoicing, as babe after babe was swallowed by the glowing gorge of the daemon they named a god. Therefore I vowed by Isis that all of them should pay the price of this innocent blood and go down to find their god in hell. Yes, I swore it by the mother and by my own outraged soul. The next day, Beltis came. The king Teens was in my outer chamber, fawning on me and watching me out of his crafty eyes, as I saw through the veil that I had let fall over my face, and my flesh crept at the sight of him. Trained though I was and wise though I was, who knew well that the hour had not come to strike? Scarce could I bear him near me, who longed to drive my dagger through his lying throat. Yet I sat still and listened to his flattery, and answered him with double-edged and mocking words of which he could not read the meaning. He told me that already the great sacrifice had borne good fruit, since tidings had come of a new victory over the vanguard of the Persians, in which 5,000 of the men of Orcus had perished. I answered that I doubted not it would bear yet better fruit, then asked him how many of his folk dwelt in Sidon. He answered, some 60,000. Then, O king, I said, I, who am filled with the spirit of the mother, make a prophecy to you. I prophesy that in reward of the piety of this people of yours, who do not grudge their own children to the gods will take 60,000 lives from among the wicked of the earth who worship fire, as I am told these Persians do. That is a good saying, lady, he said, rubbing his fat hands. Though it is true that some might say that we Sidonians also worship fire, or rather Moloch, whose belly is filled with flame, as we saw yesterday. Now while we were speaking, and this brute bemused was talking thus almost at hazard, for his mind was set on me only, I noted that those who attended him slipped from the place, taking with them the waiting women and closing the carven doors behind them, so that he and I were now alone. Guessing that this was done by order, I knew that I must prepare for some outburst of the man's passion, and took counsel with myself. What it was does not matter, because of that which followed. Already he had begun, for the words, "O most beauteous," had passed his lips, when the door burst open and through it came a noble-looking woman. She was tall, dark, and handsome, with swift, glancing, tragic eyes, as I knew at once a Jewess, since I had seen others like her in Jerusalem. She glanced at me, as though wondering what my veil hid, and advancing stood before Teens. He had not heard her come or seen her, his mind being full of other matters, and his back toward the door. At the sound of her feet he turned, and coming face to face with her, stepped backward 3 paces with a frightened face and uttering some Phoenician curse. "Have you returned so soon, Beltis?" he asked. "What has brought you here before the appointed time?" "My heart, O Teens, king and husband, yonder in Jerusalem a prophet of Jehovah, said words to me that caused me to return, and swiftly. Tell me, Teens, where is our son? On my path to this chamber, I passed through those where he should be and found him not. All I found was his nurse weeping, I, so choked with tears that she could not answer my question. Where is our son, Teens?" Now he cast his eyes about him, like one who finds himself in a snare, and answered thickly, "Alas, lady, the gods have taken our son." She gasped and clasped her hands upon her heart, saying, or rather moaning, "How did they take him, husband?" He looked through the window place at the hideous brazen image, dulled with heat and blackened by smoke. He looked at the lady with the white face and the terrible eyes. Then he strove to speak, but as it seemed could not, for the mumbled words choked each other in his throat. "Answer," she said coldly, but he could not, or would not answer. Then my spirit moving me, I played a part in this ineffable tragedy. Yes, I, Ayesha, threw back my veil, saying, "Queen, if it pleases you to listen, I will tell you how your son died." She looked at me wondering and asked like one who dreams, "Is this a woman or a goddess, or perchance a spirit? Speak on, woman or goddess or spirit." "Queen," I said, "look through the window place and tell me what you see." "I see the image of Dagon, the brazen image, towering to the housetops, blackened with fire, and staring at me with empty eyes, and beyond it the temple, and above it heaven. Queen, yesterday I looked from this window place, and saw that image of Dagon. Only then from those empty eyes came flame. Also I saw King Teens lead out a beauteous black-eyed boy of 3 summers or so, which boy he declared to be his son. This boy he gave to a woman, although the child clung wailing to his robe. The woman gave him to a priest. The priest climbed a ladder, look, there it stands, and laid him upon the red-hot hands of the idol, whence he rolled amidst the plaudits of the people into a womb of fire, to be perchance reborn in heaven. Beltis heard, and as she heard, her face seemed to freeze into a mask of ice. Then she stared at Teens and asked, almost in a whisper, "Are these things so, O dog of a Sidonian, that like a dog can devour your own flesh?" "The god claimed him," he mumbled, "and like others I must give when the god claims. That victory may crown our arms. Who can deny the god? Rejoice, O mother, that he has been pleased to accept that which was born of you." So he mumbled on as priests patter to their idols, till at length, in that cold silence, his voice died away. Then Beltis the queen began to hiss a curse at him, such a curse as, save once only, I have never heard come from the lips of a woman. In the name of Jehovah, God of the Jews, she cursed him, calling down woe and desolation upon his head, consigning him to a death in blood, and appointing Gehenna, as she named hell, as a resting place for his soul, where devils fashioned as children should tear him eternally with hooks of flame. Yes, she cursed him living and dead, but always in that low, whispering voice, that inhuman voice which did not seem to come from the throat of woman, such a voice as the gods or spirits use when from time to time they speak to their servants in the inmost sanctuaries. He cowered before her. Once even he sank to his knees, beholding his hands above his head, as though to ward off her words of evil omen. Then, as she would not cease, he sprang up shouting, "You also shall be a sacrifice, you worshipper of the God of the Jews. Dagon is greater than the God of the Jews. Be you a sacrifice to him, O sorceress of Israel." He drew the sword at his side and shook it. She did not stir. Only with her hands she tore upon the robes upon her breast, saying, "Smite on, dog of a Sidonian, and complete the circle of your crimes. Where the son went, there let the mother follow." Now, in madness, or in rage, or in terror, he lifted the sword, and was about to do the deed when I stepped between him and her. Losing the veil I wore, I threw it over her head, and turning said to Teens, "Now, king, touch her who is hid in the veil of Isis if you dare. Of Isis I think you have learned something on a certain ship when the breakers called for you off Carmel. Yes, of Isis and her prophetess. Know then that she who could save can also slay, and give you over to such dreams as came to you, Teens, at midnight by a bed in yonder room. Aye, she can slay, and swiftly. Strike then through the veil of Isis and learn whether her prophetess speaks truth." He looked at me. He looked at Beltis, standing still and ghost-like beneath the veil. Then he cast down the sword and fled. When he had gone, I went to the door and shot its bolt. I returned. I lifted the veil from about that queen. "Who and what are you," she asked, "that can brave Teens in his palace and save one whom he would slay, though for that I thank you not? So little do I thank you that—" And she stooped to grasp the sword. Moving swiftly as a swallow flies, I flitted between her and it. Before her fingers could touch it, I had snatched it away, who understood her purpose. "Be seated, lady, and listen," I said. She sank into a chair, and resting her head upon her hand, regarded me with a cold and curious look. "Queen," I went on, "I am one whom heaven has sent to this land to destroy Teens and the Sidonians. Then I welcome you, stranger. Speak on." So briefly I told her all my tale, and in proof of it read to her the writing in which I promised myself to Teens, when he could crown me queen of the world. "So you desire my place in this man?" "Aye," I answered, "as much or as little as life desires death. Study the conditions. Can he crown me queen of all the earth? And under them, until he does so, can he take me? Do you not understand that I would lead the fool on to his ruin?" She nodded her head. Then will you not help me? Aye, lady, but how? I will show you how. And bending forward, I whispered in her ear. It is good, she said, when I had finished. By Jehovah my king, and by the blood of my son, with you I stand or fall. And when all is done, take teens if you will. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Derek Trial. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 10. The Vengeance of Beltis. So it came about that this queen, whose name I learned was Elisheba among her own people, the Hebrews, Beltis being a title given to her in Sidon, and I dwelt together in the palace of Tennis. Leave me she dared not, nor would I suffer it, who knew that then certainly she would be murdered, while with me she was safe, because Tennis dared not touch one whom I sheltered, being afraid of me, one moreover, over whom I had placed the veil of Isis. For the rest, she was glad to stay with me, whom soon she learned to love, especially after she had heard how I pleaded for her son's life. I too was glad that she should do so, both because she was a companion to my loneliness and a protection, since Tennis could not persecute me with his passion in her presence, and because she had those who loved her in Sidon, certain Hebrews through whom we learned much. Yet we were in a strange case, the queen who reigned, and the queen to whom her place was promised, dwelling together like sisters, and both sworn to destroy him who was her husband, and who desired to be mine. For we made a pact together, she swearing by Jehovah, and I by Isis, that we would neither rest nor stay till we saw Tennis dead, and his Sidonians with him. Oh, if I hated him and these, she, the robbed mother, hated them worse, so deeply indeed, that if only she might come by vengeance, she cared nothing for her life. She was a fierce-natured woman, such as those of the Hebrews often are, and all her heart's love had been given to this boy, her only child, whom Tennis butchered at the bidding of the priests and because of his superstitions. From the beginning, this Beltis, or Elisheba, had hated the Sidonians and Tennis, to whom she was given in a marriage of policy by the rulers of Jerusalem, because of her beauty and her royal blood, and now to her they were but as wild beasts and snakes to be destroyed. Yet she was clever also, and played her part well, feigning sorrow for the wild words she spoke in the hour of her agony, and with it obedience to the wishes of the king. She even told him, in my presence, that when the time came, she would be willing that I should take her crown, and she but a second place, or if it pleased him better, that she would return to her own people. This, however, he did not desire, since he feared lest the disgrace of so great a lady should bring the wrath of Jerusalem upon him, or even cause the Hebrews to join his enemies. So well did she play that part indeed, making it appear that her spirit was crushed, and that she was one from whom there was nothing to fear, that soon Tennis came to believe that this was so, and in order to please me, he suffered her to dwell on there in peace. Now I have to tell of the war, and of the end of Sidon. First I should say, however, that before he sailed for Egypt, after the Happy had been fitted with a new mast of cedar, I caused Philo to be summoned to the palace by the help of those Jews who were the friends of Beltis. he was brought to my presence with 2 merchants, disguised as one of their company, and, while Beltis made pretense to chaffer with them for their costly goods, I spoke with him apart. I told him to get him to Memphis as quickly as he might, and there make all ready, as we had agreed, awaiting my message. How this would reach him, or Noot, or both of them, I did not know. It might be by writing, or by messenger, who would bear certain tokens, or it might be otherwise. At least when it came, he must sail at once, and arriving off the port of Sidon, every night after the setting of the sun and before its rising, must light a flare of green fire at his masthead, causing it to burn for the 4th part of an hour, so that I might be sure that the ship which signaled was his and no other. Then in this way or in that, I would find means to come aboard that vessel, and the rest was in the hands of the gods. These things he vowed to do, and departed safely with the merchants, nor did Tennis ever learn that Philo had visited the palace. Meanwhile, Tennis was making mighty preparations for the war. He dug a triple ditch about Sidon, and heightened its walls. He hired 10,000 Grecian mercenaries, and armed the citizens. By help of the Greeks, he drove the Persian vanguard out of Phoenicia, and for a while all went well for him and Egypt. At length came the news that the vast army of Augeas was rolling down on Sidon, together with 300 triremes and 500 transports, such an army as Phoenicia had never seen. One morning Tennis came to my chamber and told of the march of Augeas, Beltis withdrawing herself. He was in a very evil case, for he trembled and even forgot to say sweet words or to devour me with his eyes after his fashion. I asked him why his hand shook and his lips were pale, he who as a warrior king should be rejoicing at the prospect of battle. He answered because of a dream he had dreamed, in which he seemed to see himself defeated by the Persians and cast down living from the wall of the city. Then he added these words: "You, lady, promised to show me how to conquer the world. Do so, I pray you, for I say that my heart is afraid, and I know not how I shall stand against Augeas." Now I laughed at him and answered, "So at last you come to me for counsel, Tennis, who for days have been wondering for how long you would be content to take that of Mentor of Rhodes and of the King of Cyprus. Well, what would you learn?" "I would learn how I may defeat the Persians, lady, the Persians who pour upon us like a flood through a broken wall." "I do not know, Tennis. To me it seems impossible. I think that dream of yours is coming true, Tennis. That is," and I ceased. "What then must I do, lady? What is your meaning?" "I mean that you are mad to fight Augeas." "But I am fighting Augeas. Those who have been enemies may become friends, King Tennis. Have I not told you that you would be safer as the ally of Augeas than as his foe? What is Egypt to you, that you should destroy yourself to save Nectanebus?" "Egypt may be little, lady, but Sidon is much. The Sidonians are pledged to this war, and the hand of Augeas might be heavy on them." Again I laughed and answered, "Which is dearer to a man, his own life or those of others? Fight and die if you will, O king, or make peace, and perchance let others die, if you will, O king. They say that Achis is generous, and knows how to reward those who serve him. Do you mean that I should make a pact with him, and betray my people? He asked hoarsely. Aye, my words may be so read. Hearken. You have great ambitions. You would win the world, and me. My wisdom tells me that only thus can you win the world, and me. Continue this war, and very soon you will lose me, and all that you will command of earth shall be such small part of it as hides your bones. Now make your choice, and trouble me no more, who in truth find little joy in timid hearts that fear to take hold of opportunity. Therefore, follow your counsel or my own. I care not which, who would be gone back to Egypt to seek a higher destiny than that of consort to a conquered slave. Whatever I may lose, you cannot lose, he said slowly. Also, your mind is mine. This Persian is too strong for me, and on Egypt I cannot lean too hard, lest it break beneath me. These Sidonians also are rebellious and murmur against me. I think that they would kill me if they dared, who now call me child murderer, because I gave my son in sacrifice to please the priests. Mayhap, king, I answered carelessly, since mobs are fickle. I repeat that the wise man, and he who would be great, does not think of others, but of himself. I will consult with my general, Mentor the Greek, for he is far-sighted, he said, and left me. The poison works, I thought to myself as I watched him go. Then I called Beltis and told her all that had passed between her lord and me. She listened and asked, Why do you lead Tennis down this road, Ayesha? Because of the pit at the end of it, I answered. Have not your spies told us that this Achis is implacable? He will make a pact with Tennis, then he will destroy him. Such at least is the counsel that comes to me from heaven, which he has angered, as I think. Then I pray that Tennis may follow it, Ayesha, so long as it hurls him down to hell, and the Sidonians with him. As it chanced he did, for it was of a sort that his false heart loved. The rest may be told in few words. Tennis sent his minister, Thessalian, another crafty fellow, to make a treaty with Achis. These were the terms of this treaty, that he, Tennis, should surrender Sidon, and in payment receive the royalty of Egypt after it had been conquered, and of all Phoenicia also, and with it that of Cyprus. Achis swore these gifts to him and continued his advance. When he reached a certain spot, he halted. Then Tennis, as he had undertaken to do, led out 100 of the chief citizens of Sidon to a council of the states of Phoenicia, or so he said. Howbeit, presently they found themselves in the camp of Achis, who butchered them to the last man, all save Tennis himself, who returned to Sidon with a tale of ambush from which he had escaped. Then it was I saw that the end drew near, and in a ship which not Tennis, but the captains of the Sidonians sent to Nectanebes at Memphis to pray for more aid. I caused a faithful Jew to sail, one sworn to the service of Beltis, who carried with him, hidden in the hollow sole of his sandal, a letter addressed to Noot and to Philo, praying that Philo would sail at once and do all those things that had been agreed upon between us. Also, night by night, I sent out my spirit, or rather my thought, to seek the spirit of Noot, as he had taught me to do, and it seemed to me the answers came from Noot, telling me that he read my thought and would do those things which I desired. The chief men of the Sidonians held a council in the great hall of the palace. Hidden behind curtains in a gallery of the hall, Beltis and I saw and heard all that passed at this council, over which Tennis presided as king. Bitter was the talk of those lords, for doubts were abroad. They thought it very strange that Tennis alone should have escaped from that ambush. Yet, like the liar that he was, he cozened them with false tales, showing them also that the gods of the Sidonians had preserved his life, that he in his turn might preserve theirs. Yes, he said this, and other things, he, the knave and traitor, who already plotted to destroy them all. At this council, the Sidonians took a desperate road. Day by day, many were escaping from the city by sea and otherwise. Already, nigh a third of the people had gone, and among them some thousands of the best soldiers, so that the captains saw that soon the great city would be left with few to defend her. Therefore, they came to this resolve, to burn all their ships, so that no more could flee upon them, and to set watches at the gates and round the walls with orders to slay any who might attempt flight by land. Fearing for his life, Tennis consented to these deeds, swearing that he desired but one thing, to conquer or to die with the citizens of Sidon. So it came about that soon the darkness was made as light as day by the flames which sprang from over 100 vessels of war, besides a multitude of smaller ships, while the Sidonians, watching them burn from the roofs of their houses, beat their breasts and moaned. For now they knew they were cut off and must conquer or perish. The ships of Aucas watched the port of Sidon, though somewhat carelessly, because it was known to him that its harbors were empty, and the vast army of Aucas rolled down in countless hosts upon its walls. Hour by hour spies came in with terrible reports, causing the hearts of the Sidonians to melt with fear. For now they understood that all hope of victory was gone, and that they were doomed, though as yet they did not know that it was their king who had betrayed them. Another council was held, at which Beltis and I watched as before, and there it was agreed that the city should throw itself upon the mercy of Aucas. Tennis affected to protest, and at last to allow himself to be overruled, as I, to whom he came day by day for guidance, put it into his black heart to do. Heralds were sent to the camp of Aucas, offering to surrender upon honorable terms, and while they were absent, bloody sacrifices of children and others were made to Dagon and his company in the holy place before the temple, till its pavements ran red with blood. For thus these cruel folk hoped to propitiate heaven and to win mercy from Aucas. The heralds returned, bearing the word of Aucas. He said that if 500 of their chief citizens came out unarmed and made submission to him, he would grant their prayer and spare Sidon, but if they did not, that he would pull it stone from stone and slaughter all who lived within its walls. Also, one of the Persian ambassadors who accompanied them brought a secret letter for Tennis. This letter Tennis, who by now did nothing without my counsel, read to me. It was brief. This was its substance. If he would put Sidon into his hands, Aucas swore to Tennis, by his most solemn Persian oaths, advancement greater than he had ever dreamed, and to mentor the Rhodian and the general of the Grecian and Egyptian mercenaries, he swore a vast sum in gold and one of the first commands in the Persian army. If Tennis would not do this, then Ochus proposed to make peace with Sidon for a while, but afterward to destroy it. To Tennis himself, however, he promised death at the hands of the Sidonians themselves, to whom all his treachery should be revealed. Lastly, an answer was demanded without delay. "What shall I say to Ochus, lady?" asked Tennis of me. "I know not," I answered. "Honor would seem to demand that you should lay down your life and save Sidon and her citizens, if only for a while. Yet, O king, what is honor? How will honor help you when you have been torn to pieces by the maddened mob upon yonder holy place, and your spirit has gone to Baal, or wherever the spirits of those sacrificed to Moloch may go? Will this empty honor give you that great advancement of which the Persian speaks, which doubtless will carry with it the rule of Phoenicia and of Egypt, and perchance also that of the East? For Ochus, being mortal, Tennis, once you have brought him to his death, as I can show you how to do, who is fitter than yourself to fill his throne? Lastly, will death with honor bring me, whom you desire, to your side, King Tennis? I have spoken, now judge." And lifting my veil, I sat and smiled at him. "It is not safe," he said. "All hangs on Mentor and the Greeks. Unless they join in the plot, the Sidonians will fight to the last with their aid, and when they discover my traffic with Ochus, they will slay me. And if I fly to Ochus and the Sidonians fight, then, mayhap, he will slay me, as one who has helped him nothing. But if Mentor joins us, then we can open the gates to the Persians, and ourselves go out safe to reap our reward." "There speaks a great man," I said, "one who is foresighted, one not tied by petty scruples. There speaks such a one as I would take to be my lord. Aye, there speaks a man fit to rule the world, to whom the great advancement the Persian promises is but the first rung in the ladder of glorious triumph, that ladder which reaches to the very stars. Already these Sidonians hate you, Tennis. I saw them mutter when you passed among them yesterday. Aye, and one laid his hand upon his dagger, but another checked him, having a look in his eyes that seemed to say, 'Not yet.' If once they learn the truth, Tennis, perchance soon, you also will lie on the altar of sacrifice, and be cast living into the fiery jaws of Dagon, where your son went before you, Tennis. Why do you not send for Mentor and search his mind?" So Mentor was sent for, and meanwhile I gave Tennis my hand to kiss. Yes, I even suffered this, that I might fix him the more firmly on my hook. Mentor came. He was a burly Greek, a great soldier with a keen brain behind his laughing eyes, one who loved gold and wine and women, and for these and high place and generalship was ready to sell his sword to whoever bid the most. Tennis set out the manner to him very craftily, and showed him the writing of Ochus. He listened, then asked, "And what does this veiled daughter of Isis think? I remember hearing in Egypt, where she was held the first of oracles, and named Child of Wisdom, that her prophecies never fail to fulfill themselves." "The daughter of Isis thinks that, among the Persians, Mentor will grow tall, but that here, among the Sidonians, he will be felled, like a forest tree, and go to feed a mighty fire, such a fire as consumed the fleets of Sidon a while ago." Thus I answered, and when Mentor heard my words, he laughed and said that he was of the same mind, which without doubt was true. For afterwards I learned that already he had been in treaty with Ayesha. So he and Tennis struck hands upon their bargain, the most infamous, perhaps, that was ever made by men, since it gave to slaughter 40,000 or more who trusted to them. Thus was signed the doom of an accursed people, that doom which I was destined to bring upon their heads, and thus was Tennis sent down the road to hell. Only Mentor prospered greatly for a while in the service of the Persians, and what was the end of him I do not know. After all, he was but one of many who flit from master to master as advantage leads them. Doubtless, long ago, the world has forgotten him, his Grecian cunning, his generalship, and his treachery. The 500 went out to the Persian camp to plead with Ayesha, bearing palm branches in their hands. Yea, they went with light hearts, for Tennis had told them that certainly their prayer would be granted, and that he knew this from the lips of Ayesha himself, led by the priesthoods of the various gods. Oh, how it rejoiced me to see those vile and cruel priests in that company. They went, but not one of them returned again, for Ayesha received them with mockeries and reviling, and to make sport for himself and his soldiers, told them to run back to Sidon. Then he loosed his horsemen on them, and slew them with swords and javelins, and set their heads on stakes around the walls. When the Sidonians knew and saw, they went mad with rage and terror. They gathered themselves by thousands in the holy place, and had it not been for Mentor and his Greeks, would have stormed the palace. For now they were sure that Tennis had betrayed them. Indeed, Beltis had made the truth of his treachery known through the Hebrews who served her. Also they clamored that I, Ayesha, should be led forth and sacrificed, saying that it was the presence of a priestess of Isis in the city, which had caused their gods to desert them. For a little while I was afraid, who remembered what had chanced upon the ship Hapi, when Tennis would have suffered me to be thrown to the deep to satisfy the superstitions of the sailors. Therefore, thinking it best to be bold, I sent for Tennis and said to him, "If by evil chance I should be slain, O king, then know that I have it from the goddess whom I serve, that you, with whose lot mine is intertwined, will die within an hour. I, Tennis, am the bright star of your fortunes, and if I set, farewell to them and you." "I know it," he answered, "as I know that without you I can never rise to be king of the world. Therefore I will defend you to the last. Also, beauteous one, I desire you for my wife. Yet," he added, "some might think that this star of your wisdom has hitherto led my feet into dark and evil places." And he looked at me doubtfully. "Fear nothing," I answered. "'Tis ever darkest before the dawn, and out of evil arises good. Great glory awaits you, Tennis, or rather great glory awaits both of us. History will embalm your name, Tennis, but to myself I thought that it was the Persians who would embalm his body, unless indeed they cast it to the dogs. Now, every evening after sundown, it was my custom to walk upon the flat roof of the palace and look out over the ocean, which also, for reasons of my own, rising early, I did before the dawn. That night, while I walked, I put up my prayers to heaven, for though I played so bold a game, its odds seemed to be gathering against me. Doubtless, as it deserved, this hateful Sidon would fall. But when its walls were crashing down, With what should I protect my head? I did not know. Yet it is true that never did I lose faith. Always I knew that I was the instrument of that strength which directs the fate of men and nations, that what I did was because I was driven and commanded so to do, for reasons that were dark to me. Moreover, that I was not an instrument to be broken and thrown aside. Nay, however straight the path, and however great the perils that beset it, I was sure that I should walk it with safety, because it was fated that I should do so, though whither it would lead me I could not tell in those days, when I was but as other women are. Still, I put up my prayer to heaven, and scanned the horizon with my eyes. Lo, far away, beyond the lights of the watching triremes of Achis, so far that it seemed almost set upon the surface of the sea, burned a faint green fire. For the fourth part of an hour it burned, and went out. Then I knew that my words had reached Egypt, whether in the writing or by the swift path of the Spirit, and that Noot or Philo had come to save me. Before the dawn once more, I climbed to the roof of the palace, and behold, far away again, the green fire burned upon the bosom of the deep, telling me that out yonder the great trireme waited for my coming. Ay, but how was I to come? Tennis, the viol, and Mentor, the venal, played their parts well. They opened the gates of the outmost wall, which the Greeks held, and let in the Persians, whom these Greeks greeted as brothers, having at times served under them in the past. The Sidonians saw, and knew that the dice had fallen against them, knew too that they were loaded dice. They gathered in the holy place, and raved for the blood of Tennis, who cowered behind a curtain, and hearkened to them. Beltis and I, playing our parts, came to comfort him. Be brave, I said gently. The road to the kingship of the world is steep and difficult. Yet, when the peak is gained, how glorious, O conqueror, will be the prospect spread out before your eyes. It is steep and difficult indeed, he muttered, wiping his brow with the fringe of his broidered robe. Had he but seen the look which Beltis cast upon him, standing behind him with folded arms and humble air, perchance he would have thought it steeper still. Let us talk, I said, for the end draws near. What is your plan? How will you and we, your queens, escape from this city? All is prepared, he answered. At the king's wharf, to which a covered way runs from the palace, in the house where the royal boats are moored, is my own barge, that being less secured, escaped burning with the ships. In this barge, which is manned with Greeks, to whom a great reward is promised, and who wait in the boathouse day and night, we will row from the harbor for a hidden bay, 3 leagues down the coast, where we will land and be escorted thence to the encampment of the great king. Yet perchance it may be wiser that I should be with Mentor to welcome Achis when he enters to take peaceful possession of the city. If so, daughter of Isis, you will do well to leave it by yourself, or with the lady Beltis, if she wishes to accompany you, and to meet me in the camp of Achis. Perhaps that would be better, I answered, since it might not be thought seemly that the great King Tennis should slip away to his ally by night. Nay, let him rather march out as a monarch should. Only then we must have authority to act as occasion may direct. Ay, lady, take this ring, and slipping the royal signet from his finger, he gave it to me. It will be obeyed by all who see it. Moreover, I will issue certain orders. So long as we meet again at last, we whose fates are intertwined, it matters not by what separate roads we travel. It matters not at all, my Lord Tennis, I answered as swiftly I hid away the signet. It was just then, at the hour of sunset, that Mentor entered the chamber. No longer was he gay and light-hearted. Indeed, his brows were bent, and his eyes full of trouble. By Zeus, he said, a dreadful thing has happened. In their despair, these Sidonians of yours, King Tennis, have taken counsel together. They have determined that rather than fall into the hands of Achis, they will burn the city, and with it themselves and their wives and children. Yes, uttering the curse of all the gods upon you. Thus they have determined. Look, the fires begin. We went to the window places, and gazing from them saw desperate men rushing to and fro with lighted torches of cedar wood in their hands, while other men drove mobs of screaming women and children into the houses, yes, and into the temples, and shut the doors upon them. Here and there, too, from the roofs of these houses rose wisps of smoke that soon were mingled with flame. East and west, and north and south, through the great city of Sidon, arose that smoke and flame. Everywhere also, mobs of the people, whose courage failed them, and who did not desire to die thus, were rushing towards the gates and into the camp of the Greeks. In this fashion I believe that from 10,000 to 20,000 of the inhabitants of Sidon escaped, though afterwards Achis the Cruel slew many of them and enslaved the rest. I looked, I saw, and my heart melted within me. Hateful as were these insolent, blood-stained folk, I grieved that I should have had any hand in bringing their reward upon them. After all, they were brave, and would have fought to the end, who now made expiation by a great self-sacrifice, which was also brave. Oh, if I could, I would have lifted that doom from off them. Then I remembered that it was not I who did these things, but fate, which made of me its instrument. Remembered also that only thus could I escape the foul hands of Tennis. I turned to look upon that traitor. He trembled, and trembling tried to seem brave. He laughed, and in the midst of his laughter burst into tears. Behold the fate of those who would have slain their king. Truly the gods are just, he said. Now let us fly to the great Achis and receive from him his royal welcome and reward. Truly the gods are just. He turned about, seeking for Mentor, but Mentor had gone. There remained in that chamber only Beltis the queen, he and I, Ayesha. Beltis glided to the door and made it fast. Then she came to Tennis, and before he guessed her purpose, snatched the gold-hilted sword from his belt. She stood before him with fierce white face and blazing eyes. Truly, the gods are just, she repeated in a low, terrible voice. Fool, do you not know what welcome Achis will give you yonder, and what rewards? Hearken, that false Greek Mentor told me of these but now, or pitying my lot, he offered me his love, and to take me to safety. After I had refused him, he went his way, while you stared from the window place. What words are these, woman? Gasped Tennis. Achis is my ally. Achis will greet me well who have served him well. Let us be going. Achis will greet you thus, O Tennis. I have it from the mouth of Mentor, who has it from Achis himself. Slowly he will cause you, a king, to be beaten to death with rods, which is the fate the Persians give to slaves and traitors. Then he will stuff your body with spices and tie it to the masthead of his ship, that when presently he sails for Egypt, it may be a warning to Nectanebes, the Pharaoh, whom also you have betrayed." "It is a lie! It is a lie!" shouted Tennis. "Daughter of Isis, tell this madwoman that it is a lie." I stood still, answering nothing, and Beltis went on. "Tennis, fate is upon you. Will you meet it less bravely than the meanest of the thousands of this people whom you have given to doom? Take my last counsel, and leap from yonder window, that you who have lived a coward and a traitor may at least die a man." He gnashed his teeth, he stared about him, he even went to the window place and looked out as though he would brave the deed. "I dare not," he muttered, "I dare not. The gods are just. They will save me who sacrificed my son to them." Then he knelt down in the window place and began to pray to Moloch, whose brazen image showed redly in the gathering gloom. "Take your sword, Tennis, if you dare not leap, and make an end," said the cold voice of the fierce-faced Hebrew lady who stood behind him, whilst I, Ayesha, watched all this play as a spirit might that is afar from the affairs of earth, wondering how it would end. But Tennis only answered, "Nay, sharp steel is worse than steep air. I would live, not die. The gods are just, the gods are just." Then he went on praying to Moloch. Queen Beltis grasped the blade of the short sword with both her hands, and with all her strength drove it down between the broad shoulders of Tennis. "I, dog of a Sidonian," she cried, "the gods are very just, or at the least my God is just, and here, child slayer, is the justice." Tennis screamed aloud, then struggled to his feet and stood striking at the air, the short sword still fixed in his back, a dreadful sight to behold. "Would you murder me, Jewess?" he babbled, and staggered after her, still beating at the air with his clenched fist. "Nay," she answered, ever retreating before him, "I would but give you your due, or some of it. Go, garner the rest in Gehenna's deep, O butcher of children, and traitor blacker than the world has ever seen. Die, hound, die, lurking jackal, who would have mumbled the bones of greatness left by the full-fed Persian lion. Die, slaughterer of the son that sprang from us, and go meet his spirit in the world below, telling him that Elisheba, his mother, a woman of the royal house of Israel, the queen whom you had rejected, sent you thither. Die while the city, the great city of the seas, burns with the fires that your treachery has lighted, and the cries of its tortured citizens ring in your ears. Pass with them to Gehenna, and there strike your account, having their fire-shriveled souls for witnesses, and Moloch and Baal and Ashtoreth for judges and for company. Die, dog, die, and while your brain darkens, remember to the last that it was Elisheba, the robbed mother, who gave you to drink of the cup of death." So she reviled, ever flitting before him, while he staggered slowly after her round the great chamber. At length he could no more, and fell at my feet, grasping my robe. "Daughter of Isis," he babbled, "whom I desired, and would have made my queen, save me. Is this the great advancement that you swore to me?" "Aye, mighty Tennis," I answered, "since death is the greatest of all advancements, and death be king of Phoenicia, of Egypt, and of the East, since surely there you will stand above all thrones, powers, and dominions. In death all things will be yours, O traitor Tennis, who would have done violence to the daughter of Isis, everything save Ayesha's self, who here bids you farewell, vile Tennis." Then, wailing and moaning, he died, and thus robbed Achis of his vengeance upon a tool of which he had no further need. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Derek Trial. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 11. The Escape from Sidon. All was over and done. Within that royal chamber was silence, though without the flames roared, and the cries of the Sidonians went up to heaven. I, Ayesha, and Beltis the queen faced each other in the gloom, and between us lay the body of Tennis, on whose white, distorted face flickered the light of the fires that burnt without. "What now, queen?" I said. "Death, I think," she answered in a quiet voice, for all her rage seemed to have left her. "Why cheat his jaws of their richest morsel?" "I have still work to do. My hour has not yet come, queen." I forgot. Follow me, daughter of Isis. Beltis does not forsake those who have served her. Look your last upon this carrion that hoped to call you wife, and follow me." As we passed from that chamber, I glanced through the window and saw that although darkness now had fallen, the holy place beneath was bright as noon with the flames of the burning temple, and that in them the vast graven image of Moloch glowed, as it had done upon the day of sacrifice, when the child of Beltis was swallowed in its red-hot jaws. There it sat, hideous, grinning, as though in unholy triumph over this greatest of all sacrifices. Then suddenly a pinnacle from the temple fell upon it, grinding it to powder. This was the end of Moloch, since, although Sidon, as I have learned, was rebuilt in the after years, never more was sacrifice made to that devil within its walls. This at least I, Ayesha, brought to pass, the end of the worship of Moloch at Sidon. We passed through my sleeping chamber, and as we went, I seized the cabinet of priceless gems that Tennis, from time to time, had heaped upon me, since these were sworn to Isis, and no goddess loves to be robbed of her offerings. At the back of the chamber was a passage, leading to a door by which a lighted lamp had been set in readiness. At this door stood a man, whom I knew for one of the Jewish servants sworn to the service of Beltis. "You are late, royal lady," he exclaimed, "so late that I was about to flee, for look, the palace burns beneath us," and he pointed to little wreaths of smoke that forced themselves up between the boards of the flooring of the bedchamber that we had passed. "Late, but not too late," she answered. "The king detained us and has gone another way. You have his orders, and here is his ring," and she pointed to the royal signet upon my hand. "Obey it and lead on." The man held up the lantern and glanced at the ring. Then he bowed and beckoned to us to follow him. We went down passages, long passages, with many turnings, and at length came to another door which he opened with a key. Passing it, we found ourselves in a vaulted place, beneath which was water, where floated the royal barge, the same in which I had been rowed to the shore of Sidon. Oarsmen sat waiting within this barge, and guarding it were 2 Grecian soldiers, who commanded us to halt. "This boat," awaits King Tennis, said one of them, and none else may enter it. I am the queen, answered Beltis. With whom I hear the king has quarrelled, broke in the Greek with a sneer. Queen or no, lady, you cannot enter that boat without the king, or an order under his signet. Then I held up my hand, saying, Here is the signet itself, let us pass. He stared at it by the light of the lamp, then said something to the other Greek, and very doubtfully they obeyed. It was certain that these guards, standing in that vaulted place, did not know what was passing in the city. Moreover, I think it had come into their minds to rob us, or worse. At the least, this is sure, that unless we could have killed those two Greeks, without the signet, never should we have won to the boat. We went on 12 paces or so, and reached the barge, which was manned with sailors, who wore the uniform of the king's bodyguard, men who knew the queen, and saluted her by raising their oars. Beltis motioned first to me, and afterwards to the Jew, who had been our guide from the palace, to enter the barge. Then, suddenly, she said to the steersman, who commanded the sailors, Go now, whither this lady shall direct you, and know that if harm comes to her, your lives shall pay the price of it, for she is no woman, but a goddess whom death obeys. Now I stared at her and asked, Do you not come also, Queen Beltis? Nay, she answered, I choose another road to safety. Fear not for me. I will tell you all when we meet again. For a while farewell, child of wisdom and my friend. May the gods, with whom you commune, be your shield upon earth, and receive you when you leave the earth, you who strove to save a certain one, and cast your mantle over Beltis, when a sword that now is set in another's heart was at her own. Give way, sailors, she cried, and if you would look once more upon the sun, obey. Then with her own hands she thrust at the stern of the boat, causing it to move into the channel. Next moment Beltis had shrunk back into the darkness and was gone. Now I would have returned to seek for her, but the Jew at my side called out, Give way, and question not the word of the queen, who doubtless has work elsewhere. Be swift, doom is behind you. For a moment they hesitated, then bent them to their oars, while I wondered what might be the meaning of the part that Beltis played. Did she perchance plan some trap for me? I did not know, but this I knew, that behind was the burning city, whereas in front lay the open sea. Whatever its perils, I would face the sea, trusting to destiny to be my guide. As for Beltis, doubtless she took some other road to freedom. Mayhap, after all, she would shelter with Mentor, or Achis had promised her deliverance in payment for the blood of Tennis. So I sat silent, and presently the channel took a turn. The swinging water gates that hid its mouth were thrust open with an oar by a man who stood at the barge's prow, and we passed into the southern harbor. Yes, out of the darkness, we passed into a blaze of light, and out of the silence into a hideous tumult of sound. For all around us the city burned furiously, and from it rose one horrible wail of woe. The rowers saw and understood, who until now had known nothing in the silence of the secret harbor cave. They hung upon the oars. Then they brought round the barge's prow, seeking to return into the cave, but could not, because those doors had swung to behind them, and, having locked themselves by some device, could only be opened from within. Nor indeed could I tell where these were, since they seemed to form part of the harbor wall. The helmsman looked back and from side to side at the hell of fire which raged behind and around him. He looked at the jutting pier upon our right and noted that already its timbers were ablaze. Then he looked in front and cried, "Now I see why the Queen left us. Well, there is but one chance. Onward to the open sea." "Aye," I echoed, "onward to the open sea. Here you must die. There I will lead you to safety. I swear it by the Queen of Heaven." "'Tis well to talk," said one, "but how shall we gain the sea? Look, the Persians are barring the harbor mouth and slaying those who strive to escape." It was true. Many of the miserable inhabitants of Sidon had found boats of this sort or of that, or even were swimming upon logs or barrels. For these the Persians, or those in their pay, waited at the mouth of the harbor, and with mocking words and laughter butchered them as they came. Yes, from their smaller ships they slew them with spears and arrows, or by throwing stones that drove out the bottoms of the boats. "Keep in the shadow of the jetty," I said, "where the wind-driven smoke hangs thick and near, which the triremes dare not come, because of the rocks whereon it is built, and row, row fast." They heard and obeyed. On we went, beneath an arching canopy of smoke, laced with bursts of flame from the kindling timbers, till at length we reached the head of the jetty, on which stood a wooden tower, where a light burned at night to be a guide to mariners entering the harbor. Here we waited a while, clinging to one of the piers, for although the wind was rising, in this sheltered place the sea remained calm. Rowing across the head of the jetty was a Persian trireme, and until she had gone by, we dared not attempt the sea. At length she passed, leisurely, and our chance came. At a muttered word, the oarsmen gave way with all their strength, and we shot clear of the mole into the open deep. As we did so, I looked back, and perceived behind and above me a sight that after more than 2,000 years still haunts me in my sleep. Upon the end of this timber-crusted mole, as I have said, there was a wooden tower, from which in times of peace a beacon burned. Now this tower was blazing, like the pier way behind it, and no beacon shone there. Only where it should be stood a woman, on whose face the strong light beat, since the wind swept away the smoke and revealed her like a statue on a column that rises above mist. I looked at this shape and this face and saw that they were those of Beltis, the Queen of Sidon. How she had come there I do not know, but I think that she had run along the burning mole before it was too late, being well acquainted with the path, and had climbed the stairway of the tower, that from its crest she might look her last upon Sidon and on life. There at least she stood, royal-looking, silent, with her arms crossed upon her breast, while the purple cloak that marked her rank floated behind her like a banner on the breeze. She saw the barge that bore us shoot out of the gloom and reek into the deep sea. I know that she saw it, because she stretched out her arm as though to bless it. Then she turned and lifted her hands toward the burning city as though to curse it. Lastly, once more, she folded her arms upon her breast and stood motionless, her white face raised to the heavens. Thus she remained while one might count 100, till suddenly the timbers of the tower, gnawed through by the flames, fell in, and she vanished in a roaring gulf of fire. Such was the end of that great and ill-fated woman, the royal Beltis, Queen of Sidon, whom, mayhap in expiation of sin done in another star, the gods gave to the arms of, perchance, the vilest man that ever lived upon the earth. Greatly she died, a sacrifice, as her son had been a sacrifice, but not before she had wrought a fitting vengeance upon the murderer of her child and the betrayer of his people. Moloch, god of fire, took her as he took them all, and now she was beyond the reach of Moloch, Moloch who was but molten metal, an offering to himself. In the great flame of the fallen tower, the trireme that bore the banner of Auchus saw our boat escaping out to sea, and put about to pursue it. "Row on," I cried, "row into the darkness," and knowing that their lives hung on the issue, since, as we had already seen, the Persians spared none whom they overtook in the boats, but drove the triremes over them, shooting any who swam with arrows. Those sailors rowed sturdily. Yet our progress was but slow, and that of the three-banked ship behind us fast. Moreover, the fires of burning Sidon lit up the sea for miles. Could we reach the darkness before we were overtaken? We came to its edge, with the great trireme not 100 paces from our stern, so near indeed that the soldiers on board of her began to shoot at us, though in the gathering gloom, and because of the rolling platform on which they stood, their shafts went wide. She was right upon us. Her hull had vanished in the shadows, but the light from the fires still gleamed upon her gilded masthead, while her great oars beat the sea with a sound like thunder. "Put about," I cried, "or she will sink us." Very skillfully the steersman obeyed, so that we doubled like a hunted hare, and the Persian shot past us. Then once more we turned, and rowed on into the night. When it wrapped us round, the sailors, exhausted, rested on their oars. Again we heard the thunder of the great slave-manned sweeps, and again the brazen prow of the tall ship, cruel, enormous, hung almost over us. Only by an ell or two did the broad blades of the oars miss us, the eddies that they made causing our little craft to rock dangerously. But this time that huge sea-hound was blinded by the darkness, and not seeing us, nor hearing anything, for we sat silent as the grave, she rushed upon her way, and for a time we saw her no more. All was quiet upon the breast of ocean. Far off burned Sidon like a gigantic beacon fire, but there came to us no whisper of her agony. Yes, all was quiet, save for the sighing of the night wind that, to my strange fancy, seemed like to such a sound as might be made by the rush of 10,000 spirits passing from the cruel earth upward to the peace above. Slowly the wearied oarsmen drove the boat still further out to sea. Then their captain said, "Whither away, lady? It is in my mind to change our course and run for the coast northward, where perchance there are no Persians." "Nay," I answered, "we stay where we are. I search for a ship." "Mayhap we shall find one," he said with a hoarse laugh, "a ship of the fleet of Auchus." They began to dispute as to what course they should take. "Obey me," I said, "or obey me not, as you will. Only then I, who have the counsel of the gods, tell you that, save I only, by sunrise tomorrow, every one of you will be dead." They whispered together, for my words frightened them. At length the captain spoke, saying, "The great Queen Beltis, who is gone, told us that this woman is a goddess, and that what she commanded, that we must do. Let us remember the words of the great Queen Beltis, who is dead and doubtless watches us from the sky." So this danger passed also, and all that night we floated, keeping the boat's stern to burning Sidon, while the most of the oarsmen slept in their places. So weary were they that not even the horror behind them, and the loss of their kinsfolk, or even their own fears, could hold them back from sleep. But I, Ayesha, did not sleep. Nay, I watched and thought, if Philo had fled away, or if his ship had been sunk, what then? Then all was finished. Nay, not so, since it could not be that I should die with but half my task accomplished. I was friendless among strange men, yet in my breast there dwelt the greatest of friends, that spirit whose name is Fate. I threw out my soul to my master, Noot the seer, and lo, it seemed to me that his soul answered, saying, "Fear nothing, daughter of Isis, for the wings of Isis shadow thee." It drew nearer to the dawn. I knew it by the stars which I was wont to watch, and by the smell of the air. I rose in my seat and stared into the darkness. Behold, not 4 furlongs from our prow, suddenly there sprang into life a fire of green flame. "Awake," I cried, "and row on swiftly, for if you would live, you must reach the ship upon which yonder fire burns before the breaking of dawn." They obeyed, wondering, who knew not what this fire might mean. We sped forward, and as the first light gleamed, saw, almost above us, the bulk of the great trireme named Hapi. "Hail her," I cried, and the captain did so. One appeared by her bulwark rail, holding a lantern. Its light shone upon his face, and I saw that it was that of Philo the Greek. "Ye are saved," I said quietly, "for yonder is the vessel that awaits me." "Of a truth, this is a goddess," muttered the captain of the barge. Now Philo saw us in the growing light, and cried to us to come swiftly, pointing to something which he could discover, but we could not. We were alongside. Eager hands dragged us from the boat. We were aboard, I still carrying the casket of jewels, though at the time I did not know I held it fast. Philo bowed the knee to me, as to one divine, at which our oarsmen stared. Then he shouted a command, and again pointed behind us. Lo there, scarce 2 bow-shots away, was the great Persian ship which we had escaped in the gloom of the night. Our oars struck the water. We leapt forward like an unleashed hound, and after us came the trireme, like a lion springing on the hound. Trireme have I called her. Nay, as we saw now, she was a quinquereme, one of the new 5-banked ships built by Auchus, a mighty monster. For a little while she hesitated, as though wondering whether to attack or let us be. Then as the light strengthened, the eyes of her watchmen caught sight of our abandoned boat, and by its gilding and emblems knew it for the royal barge of Tennis. A great shout arose, a shout of, "The king escapes! The king and Queen Beltis escape! After them!" Then the quinquereme leaped forward in pursuit. Because of her bulk she was slow in gathering speed, and we who had the start of her drew away quickly, especially after a shift of wind, which seemed to miss the holy fire, for so Philo, who knew her, said the Persian was named, filled our great sail. Seeing this, and hoping that our danger was past, I went to that same cabin, which had been mine when, as the captive of Tennis, I sailed upon this ship, which seemed to be just as I had left it. This I did without speech to Philo, save a word to commend to his care the Jew and those others who had been my companions upon the barge. For now that all was over, it seemed to me as though I must rest or die. Moreover, I was foul with travel and needed food. This indeed I found ready upon a table, which caused me to wonder, though dully, which I did even more when I saw clean women's garments, such as I was accustomed to use, spread out upon the cabin couch. So I cleansed and clothed myself and ate a little, drinking some wine, which I did rarely. Then lay down upon the couch, and for a space, an hour perhaps, slept as though I were dead. I woke, I knew not why, who could have slumbered on for hours, yet feeling as though the most of my weariness had rolled off me. The place was very dim, for the curtained door was shut, and at first I could see nothing. Presently, however, I became aware that I was not alone in the cabin, for as my eyes grew accustomed to such light as reached it, I discovered the shape of a man, an old, white-bearded man, kneeling at its far end as though in prayer, and wondered whether I dreamed, for what could such a one be doing there? Soon indeed I was sure that I dreamt, since this shape was that of the high priest Noot, my master, whom I supposed to be far away in Egypt. Or perchance Noot was dead, and this was his spirit that visited me in my sleep. Spirit or dream or man, words came from the lips of that vision, spoken in the very voice of Noot, such words as these: O Mother Isis, and thou without a name, whom Isis and all the gods serve and obey, I thank ye that ye have been pleased to bring this maiden in safety through her appointed tasks, throwing over her the shield of a strength divine. I thank ye that ye have led her back to me, her father in the spirit, that defilement has not touched her, that fire has not burned her, that water has not drowned her, and that the foemen's spears have not pierced her heart. I pray ye, O Mother Isis, and O thou without a name, in the hollow of whose hand lie the world and all that live thereon, that as has been the beginning, so may be the end, and that this chosen woman may return safe to whence she came, there to accomplish those tasks that she was created to fulfill. Thus that voice prayed on, the holy, well-remembered voice, till at length I brought its supplications to an end, saying, Tell me, Noot my father, why do you still fear in this hour of deliverance? He rose, he came to me, and drawing aside a curtain on a little window place, scanned me with kind and gentle eyes. Then he took my outstretched hand, kissed it, and answered, Alas, there is still much to fear, O my daughter, but of that you shall learn presently. First tell me the story of what has chanced to you since we parted. Briefly, omitting much, I told him that tale. It is as my spirit showed me, he said, when I had finished. Heaven has not deceived its servant. Your messenger reached us, O daughter, but had he died upon the road, it would have mattered little, since long ere he had set foot in Egypt, my soul had heard your soul, and made all things ready. Yet last night, when Sidon burned, I confess that my faith failed me, and this soul of mine shook with fear. Indeed, an hour after sunset, I thought that your ghost passed me, crying that all was done. Perchance it was the ghost of Beltis that passed, but of these things we will talk afterwards. I see fear in your eyes. Of what are you afraid? Rise and look through that window place, daughter. I did so, and behold, but a little distance away, the great Queen named the Holy Fire, sped upon our track, so fast that her 5 banks of oars lashed the sea to foam. "Father Divine," said a voice without, a voice that I seemed to know, "I have words to say." "Enter and speak," answered Noot. The door was open, and a curtain drawn, admitting a rush of sunlight. Lo, there before me stood a warrior clad in such armor as the Greeks wear, and thus attired, the most beautiful and glorious-looking man that ever my eyes beheld. It was Kallikrates, Kallikrates himself, only now, in the place of the priest's robe, his great form was clad in bronze. In place of a chaplet, a helm was on his head, and in place of the sistrum, his hand gripped a sword hilt. Yes, it was Kallikrates, he whose lips in past days had met mine in the holy shrine, but as he had been before he had vowed himself to Isis because of a certain crime. For now again he was a man, and a captain of men, not one who with bent brows and humble mien from hour to hour mutters prayers to an unseen divinity. Oh, I will tell the truth. When I saw him thus, I liked him well. Yes, though for long he had been nothing to me save a fellow servant of the goddess. Once more I was thrilled with a cup of that same wine which I had seemed to drink when our lips met far away in Egypt. Once again that fire, which I had stamped to ashes beneath my feet, sprang to life and scorched my heart. Mayhap it was his beauty, as great perhaps as that of any man who ever lived, or mayhap it was the light of battle that shone in his grey eyes, which thus stirred the woman in me. At least I who had sickened at the sight of Tennis and all other men, I who had given myself to higher things and, rejecting the flesh, followed the spirit only, was stirred like any common maid who finds her lover at the moonrise. Moreover, Noot, who could read hearts, and above all my heart, noted it, for I saw him smile and heard him sigh. Perchance Kallikrates also noted something, for the color came to his brow. I saw it redden beneath the plumed helm of bronze, and he dropped those bold and beautiful eyes. More, he sank upon his knee, saluting me with the secret sign, and saying, "Pardon, child of wisdom, high priestess of the Queen of Heaven, that once again, if only for a little while, I have put on the harness which I used to wear. It is done to save you, child of wisdom. It is done by command." I said, "Noot, it is the command of her we serve, that this priest should lift sword on behalf of her, and us her slaves." I bowed my head, but answered naught. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. The Sea Battle. The great Persian ship was on us. Strive as we would, we could not escape her. She raced upon our beam, not a spear's cast away. I stood upon the high poop of the Happy and saw it all, for the old Arab blood was on fire in me, as it had been when I charged in the battle where my father fell, and I would play no woman's part. Moreover, my spirit told me that I had not escaped from the hands of Tennis, and out of the burning hell of Sidon to die there upon the sea. Standing thus upon the poop by the side of Philo the cunning captain, I noted this strange thing, that no arrow was shot and no spear thrown from the Persian's decks. She raced alongside of us, that was all. I looked at Philo, a question in my eyes,
and he answered the question briefly between his set lips. "They think the king and queen are aboard and would take us living. Hark, they shout to us to surrender." Again I looked at him, wondering what he would do. He issued an order, and presently our speed slackened so that we fell a little behind the Persian. He issued another order, and we leapt forward again under a changed helm. Now I saw that he was minded to ram the holy fire. The Persian saw it also and sheered off. We ran alongside of her, shipping our oars as we came on that side which was nearest to her. But the Persian had no time to ship hers. Our sharp prow caught her 5-fold line of sweeps, smashing the most of them as though they were but twigs, and casting the rowers in a broken, tumbled heap within her deep hold. "That was worthy of Philo," I said. But he, ever a humble man, as are all masters of their trade, shook his head and answered, "Nay, lady, I missed my mark, and now we must pay for it. Ah, I thought so." As he spoke, from sundry places on the holy fire, grapnels flew out which caught in the rails, ropes, and rowing benches of the Happy, binding the two ships together. "They were about to board us," said Philo. "Now, lady, pray to Mother Isis to give us aid." Then he blew 2 blasts upon his whistle. Instantly rose up upon our deck a band of men, nigh 100 of them perhaps, clad in armour and captained by the Greek Kallikrates. Also behind these I saw the crew of the royal barge, armed with such weapons as they could find, and the sailors of the Happy. The Persians thrust out boards or ladders from one ship to the other, across which their boarders, most of them Greeks, came on in swarms. The fighting began, and it was very fierce. Our men cut down many of the foe and drowned others by casting off the boards and ladders, so that those on them fell into the sea. Still a great number of them won on board of us, and oh, fierce was that fray. Always in the thickest of it I saw Kallikrates towering a head above the others, and who now would have dreamed that he was a priest of Isis? For he smote, and man after man went down before him, while as his sword rose and fell, he shouted out some old Greek battle cry, such as once his fathers used. On a space of deck ringed round with dead and dying, he came face to face with the captain of the boarders, a great and burly man, also, as I think, a Greek. They fought terribly, whilst others paused to watch that fray which Homer might have sung. Kallikrates was down, and my heart stood still. Nay, he was up again, but his bronze sword had broken on the foeman's mail. That foeman had an axe. He swung it up to make an end. Kallikrates, rushing beneath it, seized him in his arms, and they wrestled there upon the slippery deck. The ship lurched. Together they staggered to the bulwarks. The foeman loosened one arm and drew a dagger. With it he smote Kallikrates again and again. Kallikrates bent, and with his freed hand seized the man beneath the knee. By a mighty effort he lifted him to the bulwark's edge, and there they clung a while. Then Kallikrates, with that same freed hand, smote the other on the brow. Thrice he smote, and his blows were as those of a hammer falling on an anvil. The grip of the captain of the boarders loosened, and his head hung back. Once more Kallikrates smote, and behold, his foe rolled down and was crushed to powder between the swelling sides of the 2 great ships as they ground one against the other, while the servants of Isis cheered and the sullen Persian hordes gave back. I caught sight of Philo thrusting his way along the bulwarks. He held an axe in his hand, but he was not fighting. Nay, he avoided those who fought. Once, indeed, he stood still and gave an order, noting, as I had done, that of a sudden the wind had begun to blow. Certain sailors who heard this order ran to the mast, and I saw the great sail rising slowly. Meanwhile, Philo slipped along those bulwarks, taking cover beneath them like a jackal beneath a wall. But whenever he came to one of the grapnels, he stopped and smote with his axe, severing the rope that held it. 3 of them did he sever thus, so that the prows of the vessel swung apart. Now the great sail was up and filled. The Happy forged ahead, dragging round the stern of the holy fire by those grapnels that remained. The Persians understood and grew frightened. Those who were still alive upon our decks rushed to the planks and ladders, but few gained them, for Kallikrates and the men of Isis were on their heels. They were cut down, they fell from the sliding planks and ladders, or they leapt into the sea, and for the most part drowned there. Very soon not one of them was left upon our deck. The grapnels were torn away, or the ropes broke. We were free. Yet the Persian was not beaten, for she was full of men of whom those who had been killed were but a tithe. She, too, hoisted her sail and thrust out fresh sweeps to continue the pursuit. Her captain, standing on her prow, roared out, "Dogs of Egyptians, I'll hang you yet!" Philo heard and took up his bow. Now we were sweeping across the bow of the holy fire. Mayhap it was 100 paces away. Philo aimed a shot. So truly did he shoot that his arrow struck the Persian captain beneath his helm, and down he went. His fall seemed to bewilder the crew of the holy fire. They hung upon their oars, shouting at each other, as though they knew not what to do. Then their sail began to rise, and I saw that they were putting about. Philo at my side laughed, a hard little laugh. "Mother Isis is good to us," he said. "See, the hunter has become the hunted." Then he gave orders, and we came round so that our great sail, taken aback, flapped against the mast. "Down with the sail and row," he shouted. "Row as never ye rowed before." Those at the sweeps obeyed. Oh, it was splendid to see them bending their broad backs and tugging at the oars, till these also bent like bows in the water. Here was no slave work, for they were servants of Isis and free men, every one of them. Philo rushed to the steering gear, and with the aid of another man took charge of it himself. We leapt forward like a panther on its prey. The holy fire saw and strove to escape. Too late, for presently the sharp prow of the Happy crashed into her side with such a shock that all who stood upon the deck were thrown down, I among them. I struggled to my feet again and heard Philo screaming, "Back, water, back, lest she take us with her!" We backed. Slowly the prow appeared again from where it was buried 3 paces deep in the foeman's flank. The holy fire reeled over. The water rushed in through the gap. Crippled and helpless she wallowed. She began to sink. From her swarming decks went up a yell of terror and dismay. Still the water rushed in with an ever-gathering flood, and still she sank and sank. Men threw up their arms, praying for mercy. Men sprang into the sea. Then suddenly the holy fire reared her glittering prow into the air, and stern foremost vanished into the deep. It was finished. The Persians swam about us or clung to the wreckage, praying to be taken aboard. But we rowed on, coming to the wind again. I know not how it is in the world today, but then, in time of war, there was little mercy. Egypt alone was merciful because age had mellowed her, and because of her gentle worship of her gentle gods. But now Egypt was fighting for her life against the Persian. So we rowed on, and those barbarians were abandoned to drown, and in the world below seek the warmth of the fire they worshipped. Philo left the helm and came to where I stood. I noted that he was white and shaken, and called to one to bring him wine. He drank of it thankfully, not forgetting first to pour a libation at my feet, or rather at those of the goddess to whom I was so near. "Bravely done," I said. "You understand your trade, Philo." "Not so ill, lady, though it might have been better. Had I been at the helm, we should have rammed that swarking hulk before the boarding and saved some lives. Well, Set has her now, and Orcus lacks his finest ship. It might have been far otherwise, I said. Aye, lady. Had I commanded the holy fire, it would have been otherwise. For she had 2 oars and 3 men to our 1, but her captain was wanting in seacraft, and when my arrow found him, there was none to take his place. They should have swept us with their boarders, but that tall Greek captain called Kallikrates, who they tell me was once a priest, handled his soldiers well. He is a gallant man, and I grieve that we are like to lose him. Why? I asked. Oh, because in his fight with a fellow whom he flung over the bulwarks, he took a knife thrust in the vitals, which they think will be mortal. They are bearing him to my cabin. And he pointed to Kallikrates being carried forward by 4 men, a sight that stirred my heart. Then Philo was summoned away, for it seemed that when the Harpy rammed, she sprang a leak, and the carpenters called Philo to consult with them as to how it might be stopped. When they had gone, I followed after Kallikrates, and found him laid in Philo's cabin. They had taken off his armour, and the leech, an Egyptian, was cleaning a cut in his thigh, whence the blood ran down his ivory skin. Is it mortal? I asked. I know not, lady, answered the leech. I cannot tell the depth of the thrust. Pray Isis for him, for he has lost much blood. Now I, who was skilled in medicine and in the treatment of wounds, which I had learned from a great master in my youth among the Arabs, helped that physician as best I might, staunching the blood flow and stitching up the cut with silk before we bandaged it. Moreover, taking from my hand a charmed and ancient amulet that gave health and had the power, so it was said, to cause the sick or wounded to recover, I set it on the finger of Kallikrates, that it might cure him. This amulet was a ring of brown stone, on which were graven certain hieroglyphics that meant, Royal Son of the Sun. He who gave it to me told me that it had been worn by that greatest of all healers and magicians, Kamos, the eldest son of the mighty Ramesses. Once only did I see this ring again, as shall be told. Then of it I lost sight and knowledge till, after more than 2,000 years, I beheld it on the hand of Holly in the caves of Kor. As I worked thus, the pain of the needle awoke Kallikrates from his swoon. He opened his eyes, looked up, and saw me, then muttered in Greek so low that only I, who was bending over him, heard his words. They were, I thank thee, beloved. I thank thee and the gods who have granted that, like my forefathers, I should die no priest, but a soldier and a man. Yea, I thank thee, O royal and beautiful Amenartus. Then he swooned again, and I left him quickly, having learned that it was of the Egyptian he dreamed, and doubtless that it was for the sake of this same Egyptian that he had changed his sacred robe for mail. Yes, the Egyptian Amenartus, for whom he had mistaken me, Ayesha, in the wanderings of his weakness. Well, why not? What had I to do with him or any man? Yet of a sudden I grew weary of the world, and almost wished that the holy fire had rammed the happy, and not the happy the holy fire. Yonder behind us, 1,000 men were now at peace beneath the sea. Being overwrought with all that I had endured and seen, almost I could have wished that I too was at peace beneath the sea, sleeping for ever, or perchance to wake again nursed in the holy arms of Isis. In the cabin sat my master, the prophet Noot, staring through the open doorway at the infinite blue of heaven above, as I knew that he had done during all that fearsome fight. He smiled when he saw me and asked, "Whence come you, daughter, and why do your eyes shine like stars?" "I come from the sight of the death of men, my father, and my eyes shine with the light of battle," With other lights also, I think, daughter. O Ayesha, beauty is yours, wisdom is yours, and you are filled with spirit like a cup with wine. But what of the cup? What of the cup? I fear me that those fair feet of yours have far to travel before they reach their home. What is their home, father? Do you not know it after these many years of learning? Hearken, I will tell you. Your home is God, not this God or that God called by 100 names, but the God beyond the gods. Doubtless you will love and you will hate, as you have loved and hated, and doubtless you are destined to draw up what you love and to come to peace with what you hate. Yet know that above all mortal loves there is another love, in which they must be both lost and found. God is the end of man, O Ayesha, God, or death. All sin, all stumble on the path, but only those who continue on that path, or who, having lost it with tears and broken hearts, seek it again, and, like the Sisyphus of fable, thrust before them their frozen load of fleshy error, till at length it melts in the light that shines above. Only those, I say, attain to the eternal peace. So solemnly did he speak, uttering the slow words one by one, and so deep and holy was the lesson that they hid, that I, Ayesha, grew afraid. What have you seen, and what do you know, my father? I asked humbly. Daughter, I have seen you yonder in Sidon, rejoicing in vengeance for vengeance' sake. I, glad when the vile hound who would have gripped you gasped out his life before your eyes. You did not slay him, Ayesha, but it was your counsel that gave cunning to the thought that planned, and strength to the arm that dealt the blow. It was so fated, O my father, and otherwise. Yes, it was so fated. Yet you should not have rejoiced in the hour of your triumph. Nay, you should have sorrowed as the gods sorrow when they fulfill the decrees of destiny. Again I have seen you burning with the flame of battle, your heart filled with songs of victory, when Philo's skill and the Grecian courage of Kallikrates sent those mad brutes of Persians to their account. And lastly, unless I dream, what did you but now in Philo's cabin, daughter? I tended a wounded man, my father, as I have the skill to do. Also I gave him an amulet, which it is said has virtue to heal the sick. Aye, that was right and kind, and the just reward of courage. Did he thank you, daughter? I thought that in the quiet I heard thanks come from his lips. Nay, I answered sullenly. His mind wandered, and he thanked another woman who was not there. Again Noot smiled a little and answered, Was it so? Then let her name be. Yet remember that from such wanderings of a mind distraught oft-times springs the truth, like water from a shattered rock. O daughter, daughter, if this man forgets his vows, must you do the same? For him there is excuse who is a soldier. Can we doubt it who have looked upon his deeds today? He became a priest for love's sake and the shed blood which it brought. But for you there is none, at least none upon the earth, he added hastily. I pray you, therefore, let this man be, for if you do not, my gift of wisdom tells me that you will bring much trouble on your head and his. Why will you seek after vanity? Is it because in the pride of your beauty you cannot bear that another should be preferred before you, and that a fruit which is not lawful for you to pluck should fall into some other woman's lap? I say to you, daughter, that this beauty is your curse, because to it you demand obedience night and day, although of it you should think nothing, remembering its end. You are too proud, you are too puffed up. Look upon the stars and learn to be humble, lest you should be humbled by that which is stronger." "I am still a woman, father, a woman whose mission it is to love and to bear babes." "Then learn to love that which is above, and let the babes you bear be those of wisdom and good works. Is it your part to suckle sinners like any hedge-side troll, you to whom the heavens stretch out their hands? Is it for you in whose breast springs the tree of life, to root it up and in its place to sow the seed of a woman's common arts, that by their aid you may snatch her lover from a rival? Because he sins, if sin he does, should you cease from being holy? Where is your greatness? Where are your purity and pride? I pray to you, beloved daughter of my spirit, swear to me by heaven which we serve, that with this man you will have no more to do. Twice you have sinned, once in the sanctuary yonder at Philae, when his kiss met yours, and now again, not an hour upon this ship, when your heart was torn with jealous rage, because the name of another woman escaped from lips that you thought were about to shape your own. Twice have you sinned, and twice has the goddess turned her head and shut her eyes. But if for a third time you should walk into this pit dug of your own hands, then know that escape will be hard indeed. I tell you," here his face and his low voice hardened, "I tell you that from age to age shall you strive unceasingly to wash the stain of blood from off those hands, and that all your breath shall become a sigh, and your every heartbeat shall be an agony. Swear then, swear!" I looked at his eyes and saw that they were alight and unearthly, yes, that some spirit shining from within caused them to glow like alabaster lamps. I looked at the thin hand which he stretched out towards me and saw that it trembled in his passion. I looked and was moved to obey. Yet ere I did so, I asked, "Were you ever young, my father? Did you ever suffer from this eternal curse which nature lays on men and women, because she would not die? Did you ever take the bribe of sweet madness with which she baits her hook? Or, as once I think you told me in bygone years, were you always holy and apart?" He covered his eyes with those thin hands, then answered, "I was young. I suffered from that curse. Whatever I may have said to you in the past, when you were but a child, I gorged that bait, not once but many times, and I have paid the price. Because I have paid it to my ruin, I pray you whom I love not to empty your heart of its purest virgin gold and fill the void with pain and penitence. Easy it is to fall, daughter, but hard, very hard, to rise again. Will you not swear?" "Aye," I answered. "I swear by Isis and by your spirit, O purified." "You swear," he said, whispering, "but will you keep the oath? I wonder, I wonder greatly. Will you keep that oath, O high-hearted woman whose blood runs with so red and strong a seam?" Then, bending forward, he kissed me on the brow, and rising, left me. Kallikrates did not die. Under the care of that cunning leech, or of something above the leech, death was cheated of him, since it seemed that the knife thrust had not reached his vitals, or at least had not pierced them beyond repair. Still he was sick for a long while, for his whole body was drained of blood, so that had he been older or less vigorous, Osiris would have taken him. Or perchance not in vain had I set upon his finger that scarab talisman once charmed by Kemuas. I visited him no more, and thus it was not until we were passing up the Nile and drew near to Memphis that I saw him again. Then, very pale and wasted, yet to my fancy more pleasing than he had been, since now his face had grown spiritual, and his eyes were those of one that had looked close into those of death. He was carried in a bed onto the deck. There I spoke with him, thanking him in the name of our goddess for the great deeds that he had done. He smiled, and his white face took a little tinge of red as he answered, I fear me, O mouth of Isis, that it was not of the goddess that I thought in that fray, but rather of the joy of battle which I, a priest, had never hoped to feel again. Nay, nor was it for the goddess that I smote as best I could, since in the extremities of war the gates of heaven, which are then in truth so near, seem very far away, but rather that after all which you had passed, you, with the rest of us, might not fall into the hands of the heathen fire-worshippers. Now I smiled back, for the words, if false, were courteous, and replied that doubtless also he, who was still young, desired to go on living. Nay, he answered earnestly, I think that I desire to die rather than to live, and to pass hence as often my forefathers have done, sword in hand and helm on head. Life is no boon to a shaven priest, lady, one who by his vows is cut off from all its joys. What is a man's joy in life? I asked. Look at yourself in a mirror, lady, and you will learn, he answered. And there was that in his voice which caused me to wonder whether it was possible after all that the wrong name had come from his lips in the wanderings of his mind. For then I did not know that a man may love two women, and at the same time, one with his spirit and the other with his flesh, since through all things runs this war between the spirit and the flesh. The spirit of Kallikrates was always mine, having been given to me from the beginning. But with his flesh it was otherwise, and perchance while he is in the flesh it will so remain. Before we reached Memphis, a signal was made for us to anchor. Then a barge flying the standard of Pharaoh came off to us from the shore. On board of it was Nectanebes himself, and with him his daughter, the princess of Egypt, the lady Armanatus. Also certain councillors and Grecian captains in his service. The Pharaoh and the others came aboard to learn tidings of what had chanced at Sidon, and were received by Philo and by Noot. Presently they demanded to be led to me, and I met them on the deck outside my cabin, noting that the eyes of Nectanebes were troubled, and that his fat cheeks had fallen in. So you are returned to us, Oracle of Isis, he said in a hesitating voice, scanning my form, for my face he could not see because it was veiled. I am returned, O Pharaoh, I answered, bowing before his majesty. It has pleased her whom I serve to deliver me out of the hands of King Tennis of Sidon, to whom Pharaoh offered me as a gift. I remember. It was at that feast when the water in the cup you held turned to blood. Well, if all I hear is true, there has been blood enough out yonder. Yes, Pharaoh, the Sidonian seas run red with it. Tennis, Egypt's ally, surrendered the city to Ochus the Persian, thinking to find great advancement, which he won by death, whereon the Sidonians burned themselves in their houses with their wives and children. So it comes about that all Phoenicia is in the hands of Ochus, who advances upon Egypt with a mighty host. The gods have deserted me, moaned Nectanebes, waving his arms. Aye, Pharaoh, I answered in a cold voice, for the gods are very jealous and seldom forgive those who forsake them and betray their servants into the hands of enemies that hate them. He understood and answered in a low, babbling voice. Be not angry with me, Oracle of Isis, for what else could I do? That Sidonian dog, whom may Set devour eternally, was mad for you. Always I mistrusted him, and I was sure that if I refused you to him, he would make his peace with Ochus and bite me in the back, as indeed he threatened at the feast. Also I knew well that Mother Isis would protect you from all the harm at his hands, which it seems that she has done. Now when I heard these words, rage filled me, and I answered, Aye, Pharaoh, Mother Isis has done this and more. Have you heard how your poison worked? Nay, then I will tell you, having sacrificed her only son to Dagon, Tenes would have put away Beltis, his queen, to give her to me. Mad with hate, Beltis led him into the arms of the Persian, and afterwards, when his treachery was accomplished, slew him with her own hand. For I saw the deed. And now, Pharaoh, Sidon has fallen, and with it all Phoenicia. And soon, Pharaoh, Egypt will follow Sidon. I, the oracle, tell you that because you were pleased to throw the high priestess of Isis into the arms of Tenes, as though she were some singing woman of whom you had wearied, these things have come about. Therefore, too soon there will be no longer a Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Persian will take the land of Nile and defile the altars of its gods. He heard. He trembled. He had naught to say. But there was another who heard also. As I had noted, the Princess Amynatus, when she came on to the ship, went straight to where Kallikrates lay upon a couch, beneath an awning on the deck, and there talked with him earnestly. What they said I could not hear, for they spoke together beneath their breath. But their faces I could see, and watching them I grew sure that the Greek had made no error of a mind distraught, when he spoke this royal lady's name as I tended his wounds. For those faces were the faces of lovers who met after long separation and the passing of great dangers. Leaving Kallikrates, this Amynatus had returned to her father, and stood at his side, listening to our talk. Now she broke in fiercely. Surely, priestess, you were ever a bird of evil omen, croaking of disaster. You fly to Sidon, and lo, Sidon burns, yet you escape with wings unscorched. Now you flit back to Egypt, and again wail of woe like a night owl of the desert. How is it, O Isis come to earth, as it pleases you to call yourself, that you alone escape from Sidon and return here to curdle the blood of men with prophecies, such as those you uttered at the feast, when by a trick you turned the water into blood? Have you perchance made friends with Ochus? Ask it of Philo, the captain of this ship, lady, I answered in a quiet voice. Or stay, ask it of yonder priest, which perchance will please you better, the Grecian who in the world was named Kallikrates. Ask them how I showed friendship to Ochus, by so working through the strength of Isis, and their skill and valour, that the Persian's finest ship of war, with a multitude of his sailors and fighting men, lies today at the bottom of the deep. Perchance because a captain was skilled, and a certain priest or soldier was brave, that ship is sunk with all she bore, but not, I think, through you or your prayers, O oracle. I say to you, Pharaoh my father, that if I held your sceptre, I would send this Isis come to earth to seek Isis in heaven, ere she bring more sorrows on us and Egypt. Nay, nay, muttered Nectanebus, rolling his big eyes. Speak not so madly, daughter, lest the mother should hear and once more smite me. Hearken, last night I, who have skill, consulted my spirit, the demon who obeys me. He came, he spoke. I heard him with my ears. Yes, he spoke of this prophetess. He said that she drew near to Memphis on a ship. He said that she was great, almost a goddess, that she must be cherished, that to you and me she would be a shelter from the storm, that in her is the power of one who sits above. O oracle, O Isis come to earth, O wisdom's daughter, forgive the wild words of this royal child of mine, who is distraught with fear, and know that to the last, Pharaoh is your friend and your protector. As mayhap if this demon of yours speaks truth, before all is done I shall be the protector of Pharaoh and of the princess of Egypt, whom it pleases to revile me, I replied. Then bowing to him, I turned and sought my cabin. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. The Shame of Pharaoh. When Pharaoh and his daughter had gone, though I did not see them go, I bade farewell to Philo, thanking him much, and, in reward for all he had done, calling down on him the blessing of the goddess, which he received upon his bended knees. Moreover, when he had risen from them, he swore himself to my service, saying that while he lived, he would come even from the ends of the earth to do my will. Also he showed me how I might call him by certain secret ways. So we bade farewell for a while, nor did I let him go empty-handed, since from those jewels that Tennes had heaped upon me, which almost by accident I had preserved in my flight, I took certain of great value and gave them to him as a gift from the goddess. Thus we parted, though, as both of us were sure, not for the last time. So soon as our coming was known, the priests and priestesses of Isis flocked to the quay in solemn procession to receive Noot, their high priest, and me, their high priestess, which they did with sacred ceremony and holy chants. By them we were escorted through the streets of Memphis to the temple of Isis, accompanied by many of the crew of the Happi that were of our brotherhood. Among them I missed one. "Where is the priest Kallikrates?" I asked of Noot. He smiled and answered, "I think that he has been taken to the palace of Pharaoh to be nursed until he recovers from his wounds. Perchance for a while he is minded, or it is decreed that he should continue to play a warrior's part. Yet fear not, daughter. Those upon whose brow Isis has laid her hands, in life or death, must return to her at last. They are hawks upon a string which, though it stretches, cannot be broken." "Aye," I answered, "in life or death," and asked no more of this Kallikrates. In the midst of the rejoicings of the city at our safe return, we came to the temple and made sacrifice. There it was that I set the jewels of Tennes, all save those that I had given to Philo, upon the alabaster statue of the goddess in her inmost shrine, that only I and Noot might enter. And there too, by signs and wonders, she signified to me her acceptance of the offering. For here, while we stood alone before the effigy of the goddess in that holy place, a trance fell upon Noot, and in his trance he spoke to me with the voice of Isis, and out of her infinite heart. This was the divine message that came to me through the lips of Noot. "Daughter, I, thy mother, know of all that thou hast passed, and of all that thou must pass. Though the barbarian come, and the gods of Egypt are thrown down, and ruin smites the land, and thou seemest to be left alone, abide thou here till my word bids thee to depart. By myself, and that of which under the name of Isis I am a minister, I swear that no harm shall befall thee, or that place where thou art, or those of my servants who remain with thee. Therefore await my commands with patience, doing such things as I inspire thee to do, that thou mayest bring the vengeance of the gods upon those dogs who desecrate their shrines." Thus spoke Noot in his trance, not knowing what he had said until I told him afterward. He listened earnestly and bade me obey. "Even if I be taken from you for a while, as it comes to me will happen, perchance I learned it in my swoon, daughter, and you are left unfriended and alone, still I pray you to obey. If so, think not that I am dead, who do but return to my own place and land, but wait until my message comes. Then obey that also, though I know not what it will be." Thus he spoke solemnly, and I bowed my head and hid his words within my heart. The war began, Egypt's last war for life. Nectanebus, the pharaoh, inspired by his evil demon, thrust aside his captains and declared himself general-in-chief of his armies. he who had scarce the wit or the courage to command the guard of a harem. At first that demon served him well, since at Barathra, as the gulfs are named, which make the Cirbonian bog, the Persians were trapped and lost many thousands of their men who sank through the sand into the marshes, and there were drowned or speared. But their numbers were uncountable, and the rest came on. Pelusium was besieged, and for a while held its own against the giant Nicostratus of Argos, a man as strong as Hercules, who, like Hercules, clothed himself in a lion's skin, and for a weapon bore a great club. The Grecian captain Cleinias of Kos, he who had been present at the feast when I was given over to Tennis, and whom in my vision at that feast I had seen dead, lying upon a heap of slain, attacked Nicostratus, and after a mighty fight was defeated, Cleinias and 5,000 men of those who were with him being slain. Thus was my vision fulfilled. Then his demon departed from Nectanebus, taking his heart with him, for of a sudden Pharaoh ceased to be a man, and, becoming a coward, fled back to Memphis, leaving his fleet, his cities, and their garrisons to their fate. Rumour ran fast. It told of the fall of city after city. Some stormed, some bribed to surrender. It told that Ochus had sworn to burn Memphis, and after it Thebes, also to seize Nectanebus and roast him living upon the altar in the great temple of Ptah here at Memphis, or otherwise to make him fight with the bull Apis, after the beast had been driven mad by fiery darts. It told that the Egyptians, enraged at the desertion of their armies by Pharaoh, would themselves seize him and give him up to Ochus as a peace offering. Crowds gathered and rushed through the streets of Memphis, calling imprecations on his name, or clustered like bees around the altars of the gods, praying for help in their despair, yes, round the neglected altars of the gods of Egypt. Then of a sudden came Amenartas, flying to the temple of Isis for sanctuary, since it was reported that Ochus had said that the shrines of Isis he would spare alone, because she was the mother of all things, and her throne was in the moon, and her husband was Osiris Ra, who was the father of fire which he worshipped. Also because a certain priestess of the goddess had done him great service in the war, words that caused me to wonder. So this royal princess came and put on the veil of a novice, that it might protect her should Ochus take the city. But though this veil changed her face and form to the eyes of men, her heart it did not change. A little later came Kallikrates from the war in the Delta, where I learned he had done great things, fighting bravely. Indeed, he told me himself that he had fought the giant Nicostratus in single combat and wounded him, though the matter was not pressed to an end, since others rushed up and separated them. He said that he was a very terrible man, and that when that huge club of his wavered above him, for the first time in his life he felt afraid. Notwithstanding, he ran in beneath the club and stabbed Nicostratus in the shoulder. Thus it happened that, all being lost in war, and his service at an end, Kallikrates the captain once more became Kallikrates the priest, and again put on the robes of Isis. Therefore in that temple, serving together before its altars, were Amenartas, princess of Egypt, and Kallikrates, priest of Isis. Often I, Ayesha, seated in my chair of state as first of that holy company, save the aged Noot alone, watched them from beneath my veil, while they anointed the statue of the goddess, or joined in the sacred chants and hymns of praise. As I watched, I noted this, that always they drew near together as though some strength compelled them, that always their glances thrown from the corners of their eyes met and turned away and met again, and that always, if occasion served, the robe of the one brushed the robe of the other, or the hand of the one touched the hand of the other. These things I noted in silence, wondering what judgment the goddess would call down upon this beauteous pair, who dared thus to violate her sanctuary with their earthly passion. Oh, much I wondered, though little did I guess what it would be, and by whose hands it was destined to fall upon them. Lastly came Nectanebus himself, his great eyes full of terror and his fat frame wasted with woe and sleeplessness. He sought audience of me. "O prophetess," he said, "all is lost. Ocus Artaxerxes has his foot upon my neck. I fly seeking shelter beneath the wings of Isis, seeking shelter from you, O Isis come to earth. Help me, daughter divine, for my demon has deserted me, or if he comes at all, it is but to gibber and to mock." "Strange words from Pharaoh," I answered in a voice of scorn. "Very strange words from Pharaoh, who gave this same prophetess to be the woman of a vile, Baal-serving king. From Pharaoh, who has deserted his army, his country, and his gods, and now seeks only to save his treasure and his life." "Reproach me not," he moaned. "Fate has been too strong for me, as perchance one day it may be too strong for you also. At first all went well. In the bygone years I conquered the Persian. I built temples to the gods. Then of a sudden fortune hid her face, and now... "Aye, O fallen Pharaoh," I answered. "And why did fortune hide her face? I will tell it to whom it has been revealed. It was because, although you built temples to the gods, you were false to the gods. In secret, following the counsel of that demon of yours, you made bloody sacrifice to devils, to Baal, to Ashtoreth, and to Aphrodite of the Greeks. Nay, do not start and deny, for I know all. Lastly, to crown your crimes, you gave me, the high prophetess of Isis, to the base, red-handed Tennis, one who offered his own son to idols. What has chanced to Tennis who took me? And say, what shall chance to him who sold me, O Nectanebus no more a pharaoh? Now I thought that surely he would kill me, and cared not if he did, for my heart was sore. Oh, because of many things my heart was sore. But like a beaten cur, he only cowered at my feet, praying me to pardon him, praying me to cease from beating him with my tongue, praying me to counsel him. I listened, and pity took hold of me, who was ever tender-minded, though a lover of justice and a hater of traitors. "Hearken," I said at last. "If Ocus finds you here, O fallen Pharaoh, first he will make a mock of you, and then he will torture you to death. I have heard what he will do. He will bring you to his judgment seat, and lay you bound upon your back, and grind his sandals upon your face. Then he will force you to sacrifice to the fire that he worships, and one by one to spit upon the effigies of the gods of Egypt. Lastly, either he will cause the holy bull Apis to gore you to death, or he will bind you upon the altar in the temple of Ptah, and there slowly with torments bring you to your end." Now when Nectanebus heard these things, he wept, and I thought that he would swoon away. "Hearken," I said again, "I will show you a road whereby, although defeated and disgraced, you may yet win glory that shall be told of from age to age. Summon the people while there is yet time. Go to the temple of Ammon, king of the gods of Egypt. Stand before the shrine of Ammon, and make confession of your sins in the ears of all. Then, there in the sight of all, slay yourself, praying Ammon and all the gods to accept your life as an offering, and to spare Egypt and the people upon whose head you, the hated of the gods, have brought all these woes. So can you cause the Persian and the world to marvel and say that, though accursed, still you were great, and so perchance you shall turn away the wrath of heaven from apostate Egypt." A flash of pride shone in his eyes that had been empty of light and filled with tears. He lifted his head stiffly as though still it felt the weight of the great earrings of state, the golden uraeus, and the double crown. For a moment he looked as once he had done at Sais, reviewing his triumphant army after his first victory over the Persians, and drinking in the incense of its shouts. Yes, he looked as great Thotmes and the proud Ramesses might have done in their day, a pharaoh, the king of all the world he knew. "It would be well to die thus," he murmured. "It would be very well, and then, perhaps, the gods I have betrayed would forgive me, the old, old gods to whom 30 dynasties of recorded kings have bowed the knee, and those who went before them for unnumbered generations. Yes, then perhaps that great company of pharaohs would not turn their backs on me, or spit at me when I join them at the table of Osiris. But, prophetess—" Here his face fell in again, and his crab-like eyes projected and rolled, while his voice sank to a whisper. "Prophetess, I dare not." "Why, Nectanebus?" Because years ago I struck a bargain with a certain power of the underworld, a demon, if you will, at least some spirit of evil that comes I know not whence, and dwells I know not where, which became manifest to me. It promised me glory and success, if I would sacrifice to it. Nay, I will not tell what I sacrificed. But once I had a son. Yes, like Tennis, I had a son. Here I, Ayesha, shivered, then motioned to him to speak on. This was the bargain, that though to please the people I might build temples to the gods, by certain means I must defile them in their shrines. Aye, and I did defile them, and when the priest dressed me, the pharaoh, in the trappings of those gods according to custom, by thought and word and deed I blasphemed them. Yet one divinity remained outside the pact, because my demon warned me that she was too strong for him, and must not be offended. And he paused. "Was she perchance named Isis?" I asked. "Aye, prophetess, she was named Isis, and therefore I never polluted her shrine, and therefore to her alone in my heart I offered prayer. So all went well, and I gathered great armies and vast wealth. I hired Greeks by thousands to fight for me. I made alliances with many kings, and was sure that again I should defeat the Persians, and be the master of the world. Then came the evil hour of that accursed feast at which you, the mouth of Isis, were summoned to prophecy, and, moved by some madness, you unveiled your beauty before Tennis, and I, forgetting whose minister you were, gave you to Tennis, thereby outraging Isis in your person. Did I not warn you, Nectanebus? And did not the holy Noot warn you? Aye, you warned me, but in my need I took the risk, or I forgot. From that moment all went ill, and ruin, like a giant before whom none may stand, has hunted me by night and day. Yes, Nectanebus, and Isis is the name of that giant. I made error upon error, he went on. I trusted to Tennis, and Tennis betrayed me. My demon counselled me to thrust aside the Grecian generals and take command of the armies, and at first there was victory, then came defeat. It might have been retrieved, but of a sudden my courage failed me. It fell like a temple of which the foundations have been washed out by hidden waters. It crashed down in a moment, its proud pylons, its tall columns, its massive, honourable walls, blazoned with the records of glorious deeds, fell to a shapeless heap hidden in the dust of shame. I am undone. I am what you see, a loathsome worm, a wounded worm, wriggling in the black slime of despair. I who was Pharaoh. Again pity touched me, Ayesha, and I answered. There still remains the road that I have pointed out. While we live, however black our record, repentance is always possible, since otherwise there would be no hope for man the sinner. Moreover, repentance, if it be true, brings amendment in its train, and this God-born pair struggling upward, hand in hand, over cruel rocks, through swamps and streams, through brakes and briars, blinded with tears and the gross darkness of despair, at length see the sweet shape of forgiveness shining before them like a holy dawn such as never gleams upon this world. Hearken, therefore, to one who speaks not with her own voice, or out of the foolishness of her own weak flesh, but as she is commanded of a spirit that is within her. Go to the temple of Ammon, and there, in the presence of the people, make confession of your sins, and fall a sacrifice upon your sword. Self-murder is a sin, but occasions come when to live on is a greater sin, since it is better to die for others than to cherish breath that poisons them. To die! There you speak it, prophetess. I say again that I dare not die. When I die, I pass to the demon. This was the pact, that for my life he should give me success and glory, and that in return after death I should surrender him my soul. Is it so? I answered. Well, the bargain is ancient, as old as the world, I think. One also that every human being in his degree seals or refuses to seal, in this way or in that. Still my counsel holds. This demon of yours has broken his oath. For where now are the success and glory, Nectanebus? Therefore he cannot claim the fulfillment of your own. Nay, prophetess, he answered in a wailing voice, he has not broken it. From the first he told me that I must work no harm to Isis the mother, since the Queen of Heaven was more powerful than all the denizens of hell, and that if once it were spoken, her word of strength would pierce and shrivel him like a red-hot sword, and cutting his web of spells would bring his oaths to nothingness, and me with them. And now the web is cut, and I, the painted insect that it meshed, fall from it to where the hell-born spider sits in his hole. Prophetess, I have seen him with these eyes. I have seen his orbs of fire. I have seen his snout and fangs like to those of a crocodile. I have seen his great hairy arms and the searching talons stretched out to grip me. And I tell you that I dare not die to be cast into the jaws of the devourer and burn eternally in his belly of flames. Show me how to save my life, so that I may continue to look upon the sun. Oh, because you are a tender woman and charitable, though I have sinned against you, show me how to save my life. Now, hearing this creature plead with me thus, this coward who at the last did not dare go face the indignant gods like a man, saying, as a great soul should, I have deeply erred, O ye gods, I repent, pardon me of your nobility, or slay my soul and make an end. My pity left me, and its place was filled with scorn and loathing. Those who would live when the Persian dogs are on their heels must fly fast and far, Nectanebus. They must fly like the deer of the desert, on whom the hunters close. The road up Nile is empty, Nectanebus, and yet there are no Persians there. As you would not die, take it and live. I, he said as the thought went home, why not? I have still a vast treasure. For many years I have hoarded against misfortune, for who can put all his trust in any demon? With it I can buy friends in the south. With it I may found another empire among the Ethiopians or those of Punt. Why should I not fly, prophetess? I know not, I answered, save that death is always fast and untiring, and in the end wears down the swiftest runner. This I said darkly, for at that moment there came into my mind a vision that once I had seen of a certain servile slave, aforetime a pharaoh, that same royal slave who grovelled before me. Yea, a vision of him throttling in a rope, while black men mocked him. Yet of that I said nothing, only added, "If it should please you to go south, Nectanebus, would it please you also to take with you that royal and beautiful lady, Amenartas, your daughter, aforetime princess of Egypt?" "Nay," he answered sharply, "since hour by hour she scourges me with her tongue because I am fallen. Let her abide here under the veil of Isis. Yet why do you ask this, prophetess?" "Because of Isis. Because, as I think, this lady of the royal blood makes play with a certain priest who is sworn to Isis, and the goddess does not love that her vowed servitors should desert her for the sake of mortal woman." "What priest?" he asked dully. "A Greek who is named Kallikrates." "I know him, prophetess, a very beauteous man, like to their own Apollo, a brave one too, who did good service yonder in the marshes, fighting the giant general whom he wounded. Also I remember that in the past he was a captain of my guard before he became a priest, and that there was trouble concerning him. Though what trouble I forget, save that Amenartas pleaded for him. Well, if he has offended you, there are still those who do my will. Send for him, and if it pleases you, he shall be killed. I give you his life. Yes, his blood shall flow at your feet. Indeed, I will command it at once, since you tell me he has shamed the goddess, or angered you, her priestess." And he opened his hands to clap them, summoning the messengers of death. I thrust my arm between so that they struck not upon each other, but upon my soft flesh, making no sound. "Nay," I said, "this warrior priest is a good servant of the Queen Isis, one, moreover, who fought for me, her prophetess, upon the seas. He shall not die for so small a matter. Yet I pray you, Nectanebus, take with you the royal princess Amenartas when you fly south with your treasure." "Aye," he answered wearily. "As it is your desire, I'll take her if she will come, though if so, there will be small rest for me." Then he went, bowing to me humbly, and this was my farewell to Nectanebus, the last pharaoh of Egypt. I watched him go and wondered whether I had done well in forbidding him to kill Kallikrates. It came to my mind that the death of this man would save me much trouble. Why should he not die as others did who had sinned against the goddess? An answer rose within me. It was that he had sinned not only against the goddess, but also against me, and this by preferring another woman before me. Was I then so feeble that I could not hold my own against another woman should I choose to do so? Nay, yet my trouble was that I did not choose. Now I saw the truth. My rebellious flesh desired that which my spirit rejected. My spirit was far from this man, yet my flesh would have him near. Aye, my flesh said, "Let him be slain, rather than another should take him." While my spirit answered, "What has he to do with one whose soul is set upon things above? Let him go his way, and go you yours. Above all, be not stained with his blood." So I let him go, not knowing that it was written in the books of fate that I must be stained with his blood, steeped in it to the eyes. Aye, I saved him from the sword of Nectanebus and let him go, determining to think of him no more. Yet as it chanced, fate played me an evil trick in this matter. On the morrow, or the next day, I sat in the gloom of the outer sanctuary, praying to the goddess to ease me of my sore heart, for alas, strive as I would to hide it, that heart was sore. There came a white-robed priest, Kallikrates himself, but changed indeed from that glorious Grecian warrior who had beat back the borders on the Harpy, or who had fought in single combat with the giant Nicostratus. for now the little golden curls were shaved from his head, and he was pale with the thin diet of the fruits of the earth, and pure water which alone might pass the lips of those who were sworn to Isis. Enough, indeed, for me who touched no other food, or such a one as the aged Noot, but not for a great-framed man, bred to the trade of arms. Moreover, his face was troubled, as though with some struggle of the soul. He passed me unseen, and, going to the statue of the goddess, knelt down before it and prayed earnestly, perhaps for help and blessing. Rising at length, once more he passed me, and I saw that his grey eyes were full of tears, and longed to comfort him. Also I saw that still he carried on his hand that ring talisman which I had set there upon the ship Happy, that it might perchance defend him from the evil influences which desire and compass the death of men. He went out across the pillared court towards the cloister at its end. From this cloister appeared a woman, the dark and beauteous Amanartas herself. This was easy to see, since, I know not why, she had put off the veil of Isis, and was gloriously attired in the robes of a princess. Scanty enough I thought them, for they had left bare much of her loveliness, while on her dark and abundant hair shone a golden circlet from which rose the royal uraeus, and on her arms and bosom sparkled jewels and necklaces. They meet by plan, thought I to myself. But it was not so, for seeing her, Kallikrates started and turned to fly. Also he covered his eyes with his hand, as though to hide her beauty from him. She lifted her face like one who pleads, yes, and when he would not hearken, caught him by the hand and drew him into the shadow of the cloister. There they remained a long while, for at this hour the place was deserted by all. At length they appeared again on the edge of the shadow, and I saw that her arms were about him, and that her head rested on his breast. They separated. She vanished into the shadows and went her way, while he walked to and fro across the court, muttering to himself like a man who knows not what he does. I came from my place and met him, saying, "Surely you are troubled, priest. Can it be that the goddess refuses your prayers? Or is it perchance that you weary of them, and would still play the part of a warrior of warriors as you did on the galley Happy, or but the other day yonder in the northern marshes? If so, it is too late, priest, for Egypt is fallen and all is lost. That is, unless, like Mentor and many of your race, you would sell your sword to Ocus Artaxerxes." "Aye, prophetess," he answered, "Egypt is lost, which, being a Greek, should not trouble me overmuch. And I too am lost, I, the driven of an evil fate." "Speak on it if it pleases you, or be silent if it pleases you, O priest. What the prophetess hears, she tells only to the mother." Then I turned and went back into the shadow of the shrine, where I leaned against a pillar. I remember that on it was sculptured the scene of Thoth weighing hearts before Osiris. Here I waited, wondering whether he would follow me or go his ways. For a while he stood hesitating, but at length he followed me. "Prophetess," he said hoarsely, "I speak under the veil of Isis, knowing that such confessions cannot be revealed. Yet it is hard to speak, since the matter has to do with woman, aye, and with yourself, most holy prophetess." "In Isis I have no self," I answered. "Prophetess, in bygone years, as I think you know, I learned to love a royal maiden, one set far above me, and it seems that she loved me. That passion brought a brother's blood upon my hands, as you also know. I fled to the goddess, seeking peace and forgiveness, for in me I think there are two selves, the self of my body and the self of my soul. As in most that breathe beneath the sun," I answered, sighing. "I was bred a soldier, one who came from a race of soldiers, men of high blood and good to look upon, as once I was, though in this garb few would guess it. I have seen you wearing war harness and can guess, I answered, smiling a little. That soldier self, prophetess, was as are others of the breed. I drank and I revelled. I bowed the knee to Aphrodite, loving women and for an hour being loved. I fought not without honour. Then, seeking advancement with my brother, I entered the service of Pharaoh, and of that story doubtless you know the rest. I bowed my head, and he went on. I came to Philae. I made confession. I took the first vows. At night and alone I was led to the sanctuary, there to see the vision of the goddess. I saw that vision glowing in the darkened shrine, and oh, it was glorious. Here I started and watched him narrowly, wondering how much he knew or guessed. Something took hold of me, prophetess, for now I beheld her whom all my soul adored, her with whom it would be united. It was as though a memory came to me from afar, a memory and a promise. That power which took hold of me caused me to bend my head, as though to kiss the vision, and thereby pledge my soul to the divine. The vision also bent its head, and our lips met, and lo, hers were like to those of mortal woman, yet sweeter far. The mother is mistress of all shapes, priest, yet think not that she forgets the pledge that thus it pleased her to accept. From that moment you were sworn to her, and doubtless in a day to come, in this form or in that, she will claim you, should you remain true to her, O priest. The years passed, he went on, and true I remained. Fate brought me here to Memphis, and in this temple I saw you, holy prophetess, and learned to worship you from afar, not with the body, but with the spirit, since to me you were and are what the vulgar call you, Isis come to earth. And the sight of you ever put me in mind, as it does today, of that divine vision whose lips met mine in the shrine at Philae. Perchance you never knew it, but thus with my spirit I worshipped you. Now I, Ayesha, remained silent, leaning against the pillar, for weakness took hold of me, who felt as though I were about to fall. Yet, and let the vengeful gods write this to my honour, yet I made him no sign that I was she who had played the part of Isis in the sanctuary. It is well, I said presently, and doubtless at the appointed hour the goddess will thank you. But what then is your trouble, priest? To love a goddess with the spirit is no crime. Ay, prophetess. But what if he who loves the goddess with his spirit and is sworn to her alone forever in a vow of perpetual chastity should love a woman with his flesh and thus betray both heaven and his own soul? Then, priest, I answered, speaking very low, I fear that he is one whose hope of forgiveness is but small. Yet for those who repent and deny, there is pardon. Only they must deny. They must deny while there is still time. Easy to say and hard to do, he answered, at least for him who has to deal with one that will not be denied, with one who holds his heart in the hollow of her hand and crushes it, with one whose eyes are like star beacons to which the wanderer must fly, with one whose breath is as roses and whose lips are as honey, with one who can drive the desires of man as a racer drives his chariot, with one to whom oaths also have been sworn, such oaths as the youth swears to the maid in the first madness of the flesh, decreed by those who made it. Goddesses are far away, but woman is near. Moreover, among men there is a law which even a prophetess may understand, which says that oaths vowed with the lips may not be broken to benefit the vower's soul. These are ancient arguments, I answered. From age to age they echo from the roofs of the temples of Aphrodite and of Ashtoreth, but Isis knows them not. The flesh is given to mankind, that its wearers may learn to scorn and trample it. The spirit is given to mankind, that its holders may learn to rise upon its wings. Woe to those who choose the flesh and reject the spirit. Repentance is still possible, and after it comes amendment, and after amendment, forgiveness. He brooded a while, then said, Prophetess, I repent who above all things desire at the end, that end which again and again I have sought in battle, wherever it has passed me by, to be united with the goddess, shaped like the divine one whom I saw in the shrine at Philae. Yes, with her and with no other. But how can I amend who am a lion in a net woven of woman's hair? Now I searched him with my eyes, and learned that, although so sore beset, this man spoke nothing but the truth. Then I answered, The wise bird flies the snare which it sees spread in its sights. Tomorrow at the dawn, Noot the holy sails north to meet certain ambassadors of the Persians, and if he can make terms, to ransom the temples of Isis from the rage of Bagoas. Will you go with him, breathing no word of his purpose or of yours? If so, perchance thus at last you shall find that goddess whose lips met yours at Philae, here or otherwhere. He thought a while, then muttered, It is hard, very hard, yet I will go. I who would satisfy my soul, and not my flesh. As he spoke, a tall priestess flitted past us, passing from shadow into shadow. But thinking that she was one of those whose duty it was to watch the inner shrine at this hour, I took no note of her. Nor did Kallikrates, lost in his own thoughts, so much as see her. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 14. The Beguiling of Bagoas. That night, Noot my master came to bid farewell to me. I go north as I have been commanded. As to how the command came, let that be, hoping thereby to preserve the temples of our worship, and those who serve in them. I know not if I shall return, or when, and therefore, daughter of my spirit, it grieves me to part from you in these troublous times. Yet the command said that you must not accompany me, but bide here. For your comfort, learn 2 things. First, that no harm shall come to you, as I have told you before. And secondly, though that hour be far away, even in the flesh we shall meet again. Wait then till my word comes to you. I bowed my head in obedience and asked whether he was unattended. Nay, daughter, he answered. I take with me certain of our fellowship, and among them that Greek Kallikrates, who has asked leave to accompany me. Being a man of war, as you have seen, he may perchance prove of service upon such a mission. How he learned that I was going, I cannot say, he added, looking at me curiously. I told him. Ask no more, master. There is little need, I think, he answered, smiling. It may please you to learn, he added bitterly, that the traitor who was Pharaoh flies up Nile tomorrow, ere the dawn. Already they laid his ship with the chests of Egypt's treasure, many of them that should have gone to pay his soldiers and strengthen his allies. May the counting of them comfort him in his honourable exile among the Ethiopians. Yet, my master, I think that he will need to count quickly, unless it pleased the gods to send a false vision to me when I prophesied in the palace yonder, ere this shameless Nectanebus gave the daughter of Isis to Tennis the Sidonian. If so, Ayesha, the gods sent a false vision to me also. How will he face them, I wonder, with the blood of Egypt on his hands, and with what voice will he tell them of their desecrated shrines? I know not, master, yet it was written that because of her apostasies and sins, Egypt must fall. Can the gods, then, be wroth with their own instrument? Noot pondered a while, shaking his head, then answered, Go ask that question of the Sphinx, who sits yonder in the sand by the pyramids of the ancient kings, brooding, as the legend says, over the secrets of earth and heaven. Or, he added slowly, when your own days are done, Ayesha, ask it of your soul. Perchance then some god will make clear the riddle of the world below, but here on earth it cannot be answered, since he who could read it would know all things and be himself a god. Sin must come, and to sin sinners are necessary. But to what sin is necessary, I do not know, unless it be that from it good is born at last. At least the sinner can plead that he is but an arrow on the bow of destiny, and that the arrow must fly where the shooter aims, even though it drinks innocent blood, widows women, and makes children fatherless. Mayhap, my master, it will be answered to this arrow that it fashioned itself to deal out death, that it grew the wood, and forged the barb, and bound upon its shaft the feathers of desire, which wood, had it chosen otherwise, here or elsewhere might have flourished, a tree bearing fruits, or as seasoned wood shaped itself to be a staff to lean upon, or a rod of justice in the hands of kings. You are wise, Ayesha, nor have I instructed you in vain, he replied with a gentle smile. Yet I repeat, when for the last time you watch the sun sink and your soul prepares to follow it over the edge of the world, then again propound to it this riddle, and hear the answer of that invisible sphinx which broods in the heaven above, on the earth below, and in the breast of every child it bears. Thus he spoke and waved his hand, making an end of that debate. Nor have I ever forgotten it, or his words, and now when sometimes I feel or hope soon I, even I, the half-mortal, may see the sun sink for the last time, once more, as Noot commanded, I ask this riddle of the Sphinx that broods within my instructed spirit, and wait its answer. For alas, and alas, how am I better than Nectanebus? He betrayed the gods. Have I not betrayed the gods, who were nearer to me than ever they came to his coarse and gluttonous soul? He shed blood to satisfy his rage and lust. Have I not shed blood? And shall I not perchance shed more of it before all is done, when my unconquerable appetites are on me, and there is a dear prize that I would win? He fled with the treasures of Egypt to waste them in the desert sand. Have I not fled with the treasures that were given me, with the jewelled crowns of my wisdom, with the golden talents of my heaped-up learning, with the alabaster vessel of my beauty, with the perfumes of my power and my eloquence, that, drilled, ordered, and massed together, and added to the greatest gift of all, my length of undying days, might have reformed the world and led it into peace? Have I, Ayesha, not fled with all these countless splendours clasped upon my breast, and buried them in the wilderness, as did Nectanebus with Egypt's wealth, before the barbarians slew him? Have I not done these things because of a great desire, and because, robbed of that desire, the world I should have guided was gall to my tongue and gravel to my teeth? Yet was I to blame? Was not that blind man I loved to blame, who could not see with his dark and fleshy eyes the glory that lay within his grasp, and thus stirred my soul to madness? Was not the woman to blame also who darkened those eyes of his by arts the evil gods had given her? Oh, I know not. Perchance they too can put up a tale before the judgment seat, which I shall find it hard to answer, for they too are as they were made, or as they made themselves, shaping their own arrows from the wood of circumstance that grew I know not where. and now my desire has drawn near to me again. It gleams, a glittering fruit upon the tree of life, and I stretch out my hand to pluck it. Yes, I stand on tiptoe and almost reach it with my fingertips. Yet what if it prove a corruption? What if it crumbled into dust, rotted by the great sun of my spirit, withered at the fingering of my undying hand? Oh, my lord hunts upon the mountain after the fashion of men, and Athene, once named Amenartas, sits in her dark beauty in the city of the plains, and, as aforetime, plots my ruin and her fleshy theft. Who knows the end? But there within my soul broods the Sphinx, smiling its immortal smile, and to it, soon or late, I must put that question, to which Noot, the holy and half-divine, could give no answer, or would not, if he could. "What of the royal princess Amenartas?" I asked. "Know, master, that I grow weary of this woman." "Ay, daughter, these temple courts are wide, but not wide enough for both of you. Take comfort, she sails tomorrow." "North?" I asked. "Nay, south with her father Nectanebus. Or so she tells me, saying that his fortune shall be her own, and that together they will reign or fall." "It is well," I answered. Then we talked of humble matters that had to do with the shrine of the goddess, and of the hiding away of her treasures, lest the Persians should take them. When all was finished, Noot rose, blessed me, calling on the powers above to protect me, and went his way, in the ship Hapi, which he had purchased to bring it to my aid at Sidon. Nor did I guess that for years I should see him no more. Yet I think he knew it well. Like a mighty river in its flood, the Persian hosts poured down on Memphis. As such a torrent sweeps away the village and the humble homestead, drowns the cattle, twists out the palm trees by their roots, covers the corn with slime, floods cities, palaces, and temples, chokes the breath from their inhabitants, and strews the kind earth with the corpses of those that tilled it, so did Ochus and his barbarians to Egypt. Rapine and massacre, flames of fire and misery marked their path. Men were butchered by the thousand. The aged and women who were no longer fair were driven into the desert to starve. Yes, it was the sport of those Persians to drive them like game to where there was no water, and then watch them die of thirst beneath the burning sun. Only the young women were spared to be concubines or slaves, and the flower of the children to be put to vile purposes. The cities and the temples were pillaged, their citizens tortured to drag from them the secret of the hiding places of treasure. The priests were forced to sacrifice to the god of fire and to spit upon their own or die. The priestesses were burned or defiled, or both. So pitiful was the case of Egypt that although I knew that by her sins and faithlessness she had brought these woes upon herself, I, who by my work at Sidon had become one of the appointed ministers of her destruction, my heart wept for her, and I prayed the avenging gods to hold their hands. Also I prayed them to give Ochus to drink of his own cup, and to make of me the butler who mixed his wine. Nor did I pray in vain. Thus the red Ochus came at length to Memphis, the white-walled city, the ancient, the holy, and filled its streets with horror, till they were spread thick with dead, and one wail of woe went up to heaven. Yet he did not burn the place, perchance because our prayers availed and the gods relented, perchance because he wished to keep it to be the seat of his majesty. Only here, as elsewhere, he sacked the temples and wrought sacrilege. From the pylon top of the temple of Isis that overlooked the court of that of Ptah, and the gilded stable of the bull Apis, with my own eyes I saw the Persians, for in this business the Greeks would have no hand, drag out the sacred beast whom they held to be a god of the Egyptians, though in truth he was but the emblem of the god, or rather of the generating power that is in nature, and butcher it with jeers and mockery. More, their scullions came and cooked the sacred flesh, after which, at tables spread in the inner court, Ochus and his captains ate it, forcing the priests of Ptah to taste their own god and to drink of the liquor in which it had been seethed. They were cowards, those priests, or surely they would have found means to mix the broth with poison. After the feast, when all the revellers were drunk with wine, a great jackass was brought, and, the statue of the god having been thrown out of it, was stabled in the sanctuary. Such were some of the things that were done in Memphis, and indeed throughout Egypt, for as Apis was served, so was the holy ram of Mendes. Moreover, other things were done, too shameful to record. Now all this while I sat in the temple of Isis, awaiting what might befall. I will not say that I was unafraid, because I was afraid. Yet within me was that proud spirit which forbade me to show my fear. Moreover, within me also burned a certain fire of faith, whereof the light was my guide in the darkness of despair. The holy Noot, my master, had told me that I and those with me should take no harm, and I would not doubt my master. Moreover, when I prayed at night, a voice from heaven speaking in my heart seemed to command me to be brave, since there fought for me and mine those whom I could not see. So there I sat, quite alone, with none to counsel me, and none to help me, giving courage as best I could to those poor priests and priestesses, my fellow servants of the goddess. The worship of the temple went on as before. Each morn the statue of the mother was decked and dressed. The perfumes were poured, the offerings were made. The processions wound round the courts, preceded by the singers and the shakers of the sistrum, while at night the holy hymns were chanted to the stars. The Persians came to know of these things, and gathered at the gates amazed. "Who are these," they asked, "who have no fear?" But we answered nothing, though death stared us in the face. The matter reached the ears of Ochus and stirred his wonder, so that in the end he came in person to visit the temple. I received him in the great hall, veiled and seated in a chair of state that was set at the foot of a statue of the goddess. With him were sundry of his great lords, dressed in silks and perfumed, also the general Mentor, whom I had known at Sidon, where he played traitor, deserting with his Greeks to the Persians. Further, there was present Bagoas the eunuch, and first counsellor of the King of Kings, who commanded his army also. Like all these unfortunates, a fat, shrill-voiced man with a smooth and furtive manner, who waved his long hand to and fro when he spoke. Now this Bagoas was by birth Egyptian, so I had heard, and my first sight of him confirmed the tale. Yes, without doubt by birth he was an Egyptian, of the small-boned, large-eyed, round-headed type that had descended from the ancient blood, as I knew by the statues of many that I have seen, taken from the earliest tombs before it became the custom to embalm the dead. I noted this, and at once a thought came to me. Would an Egyptian desire to see the sanctuary of Isis and her priests desecrated and destroyed? Perchance he did not worship Ptah or Apis, or other of the gods, but all born upon the Nile venerated Mother Isis, the Queen of Heaven, and bowed to her sovereignty. That was a faith which, wherever they wandered, and upon whatever altars they burned incense, they could never forget, because through 100 generations it came down to them with their blood. Yet who knew? This Bagoas, it is said, was a cunning fellow steeped in murder, who from his crimes had reaped a rich reward, and such a one, looking only to his day of glory, might forget even Isis and the wrath to come. Ochus, loose-lipped, cruel-faced, and weary-eyed, wearing a look of pride that yet was full of haunting terrors, such as are ever the companions of murderers, who know that in a day unborn surely themselves they will be murdered, stood before me. I, rising from my chair, made obeisance to the King of Kings, and had he but known it, cast the curse of Isis at him from beneath my veil. "What is this?" he asked, speaking in Greek in the thick voice of one who has drunk well at the feast, and pointing at me with his sceptre. "Is it one of those wrapped bodies that we drag from the tombs, such as were used for the cooking of the god Apis, broiling him with his own worshippers? Nay, for it moves and talks, and seems to have the shape of woman. Bagoas, strip that veiled thing naked, that we may see whether it be a woman, and if so, of what favour." Now when I, Ayesha, heard this, at once all my courage came back to me, as ever it does when peril gets me by the throat. At once I laid my plan, which was short and simple. If that eunuch so much as advanced to lay a finger on me, I would draw the knife that hung to my girdle, the curved, razor-edged Arab knife that had been my father's, and thrusting him aside, I would spring past him and strike it through the heart of yonder King of Kings, sending him to sum up his account with Isis. Then, if there were time, I would serve Bagoas in the same way, and afterwards, if must be, use the knife upon myself. Better thus than I should be shamed before these barbarians. I spoke no word, and my face was hid, yet I think that out of my soul sprang something which warned these two of their danger. Or perchance it was my guardian spirit that warned them. At the least, Bagoas went down upon his knees and bowed till his forehead touched the ground. "O King of Kings," he said, "I pray thee command not thy slave to do this deed. Yonder lady is the prophetess of Isis, queen of all gods, queen of heaven and earth, and to touch her with an unhallowed hand is a sacrilege that brings death in this world, and in that to come, everlasting torment." Now Ochus laughed brutally, then turned and asked, "What do you say, Mentor, who are a Greek and know no more of the gods of Egypt than I do? Is there any reason why we should not strip this veiled priestess and discover what she is like beneath those wrappings?" Now Mentor rubbed his brow and answered, "Since I am asked, O King of Kings, one does come into my mind. Do you remember Tennis, king of the Sidonians? He took this same prophetess as a gift from Nectanebus, and also wished to strip her in his fashion. Well, Tennis came to a very bad end, and so did Nectanebus, who gave her to him, or is in the way of it. Therefore, O King of Kings, were I in your place, I should advise that she remain veiled, who perhaps after all is but an ugly old woman. I have known little of Isis, still she is a goddess with a great name, and perchance it is scarcely worth while to risk her wrath to look at the wrinkled flesh of an ugly old woman. One never knows, O King of Kings, and I have seen so much of it of late that I come to learn that death, with the curse of heaven thrown in, is a bad business." Thus spoke Mentor in his bluff, rambling soldier talk, that yet was so full of Grecian cunning, and Ochus, appearing suddenly to grow sober, listened to him. "I seem to remember," Ochus said, "that this same priestess served me well yonder at Sidon, giving the Phoenician dog Tennis counsel that led him down to ruin. So at least the tale runs. Therefore, not because of the Egyptian goddess whom I despise," and he spat on the statue of Isis, an act at which I saw Bagoas shiver, "or for the reasons that you fools give, but because by design or chance, I know not which, she served me well at Sidon. Let her continue to wear her veil. I command also that this temple, which is beautiful in its fashion, shall not be burned or harmed, and that those who serve it may continue to dwell there and carry on their mad worship as it pleases them, provided that they stay within its walls, and do not attempt to stir up the people by pageantry in the streets. In token thereof, I stretch out my sceptre." And he held the ivory-headed wand he carried towards me. Bagoas whispered to me that I must touch it, so I thrust my arm between the folds of my veil and did so, though next instant I remembered that it would have been wiser to grasp the wand from beneath the veil. At once Ochus noted the beauty of that arm and exclaimed with a laugh, "By the holy fire, yonder hand and wrist are not those of an ugly old woman, such as was spoken of by you slaves, but rather those of one who is still young and fair. Had I seen them but a moment gone, surely she should have been stripped, indeed." "I have touched the sceptre of the great king," I broke in coldly. "Once the sceptre has been touched, the decree of the great king may not be altered." "Wise also," said Ochus, "for she knows our Persian laws. Well, she is right. The sceptre has been touched, and what has been said cannot be changed. See now, all of you who are ignorant, how good a shield is wisdom. Come, Mentor, let us be going to make sport with those young priestesses of Ammon who, not being wise, but only pretty, await us in the palace. It will be a merry night. Bagoas, bide you here, lest you should be shocked." And he laughed brutally. "Also to inquire whether this heavenly harlot called Isis decks herself with jewels, for if so, as to them I swore no oath. Farewell, priestess. Continue to be wise and to wear a veil, because if the rest of you is as shapely as your hand, who knows but that some night when wine has drowned all promises, I or others might cause you to be stripped at last." Then he turned and went, followed by his foul company. Only Bagoas remained behind, as he had been bidden. When the doors had closed, and by the shouts from without the walls I knew that the Persians were gone, I said to Bagoas, who was alone with me in the place, "Tell me, Egyptian, cradled beneath the wings of Isis, are you not afraid?" And I turned my head, glancing at the vile stain upon the alabaster statue. "Aye, prophetess," he answered, "I am afraid, as much afraid as you were but now." "Fool," I mocked back at him, "I was not afraid. Ere ever a hand had been laid upon me by you, you would have been dead, and that king whom you serve would have been dead also, ask me not how, and by now your souls would be writhing beneath the hooks of the tormentors of the underworld. Have you not heard of the curse of Isis, eunuch? And do you think that your pomp and power can protect you from her swift sword? Now, should I but breathe one prayer to her, she can slay you if she wills." He quaked, he fell upon his knees. Yes, this murderer of kings fell upon his knees before me, one veiled woman in a shrine imploring me to spare him and to protect him from the wrath of heaven. For in his soul Bagoas was still Egyptian, and the blood of his forefathers who had worshipped Isis for 1,000 years still ran strong in him. Moreover, he feared me, the priestess whose fame he knew, and he knew the fate of those who had offended me. Forgiveness, protection, methinks these must be most dearly bought, Bagoas. Are you one of those who have eaten the flesh of Apis and dragged the virgins of Ammon from their sanctuary? Are you one of those who have stabled an ass in the temple of Ptah, have burned the ancient fanes that have butchered the priests upon their altars? Alas, I am, he said, beating his breast, but not of my own will. What I did I must do or die. It may be so. Make your own peace with those gods if you can. I have little to do with them who serve the Supreme Mother. But for her, what atonement? And again I glanced at the foul stain upon the alabaster of the image. That is what I need to be told. What atonement, prophetess? I will swear that there are no jewels here, that the mother is decked only with flowers and with perfumes. I will guard this shrine so that never again a Persian sets foot within its walls. I will cause any who offend you, prophetess, to die secretly and at once. Is it enough? Nay, nor by 100th part. You would spare the ceremonial trappings of the mother, but where is vengeance upon him who defiled her with his spittle? You would protect the priestess, but where is vengeance upon him who would have stripped her stark to be his sport and that of his barbarians? If that is all you have to offer, Bagoas, take the mother's curse and that of her oracle, and get you down to hell. Here Bagoas lifted his hand as though to protect his head, and began to protest. But without heeding him, I went on. Hurry not! Linger as long as you will upon the road. Deck yourself like a woman with broidered robes. Perfume yourself with scents. Set chains about your neck and jewels upon your fingers. Pander to the lusts you cannot share, and take your pay in golden provinces. Poison those you hate, and from pure children wring out their lives, because these stand between you and the fruit of some new fantasy. Glut yourself with the swine's food of earth, swell yourself out with the marsh gas of power, and then, Bagoas, die. Die. 1 year, 10 years, 50 years hence, and get you down to hell, and look upon the awful eyes of the goddess you have shamed, of her whom your forefathers worshipped from the beginning, and wait the coming of her priestess, that with every merciless particular she may lay the count against you from the pavement of the judgment hall. What then shall I do? What shall I do to save my soul? Know, priestess, that I who am maimed in my body would save my soul, and that all these gauds you count are but gall and ashes to me, for having naught else to gain, being robbed of wives and children, I needs must seek them, and thus drug the spirit that is within me. Oh, it is something, being what I am, that I should feel the necks of all these great ones writhing beneath my foot. Yes, here his voice dropped to a whisper, even that of the King of Kings himself, who forgets that there were other kings of kings before him. Tell me, what must I do? Secretly I drew the curved knife at my girdle. Secretly and unwincing, unseen of him, I gashed my arm. Oh, I cut deep, for I can see the mark today, though this fair flesh of mine once seemed to perish in the immortal fire, but to re-arise elsewhere. The blood from a severed vein leapt forth and stained my veil. A little mark at first, which grew and grew till it cried of murder. The man's eyes fastened themselves upon the prodigy, for so he thought it. Then he asked, Blood! Whose blood? Perchance that of the wounded goddess, perchance that of a shamed priestess. What does it matter, Bagoas? Blood! He went on. For what does the blood ask? Perchance it cries to heaven for vengeance. Perchance it demands to be washed away with other blood, Bagoas. Who am I that I should interpret parables? Now he understood, and struggling from his knees, bent forward, whispering in my ear. Yes, the priceless jewels that hung from his pointed golden cap jingled against my ear. I understand, he said, and be sure it shall be done, but not yet. It cannot be yet. Still, I swear that it shall be done when the hour is ripe. I hate him. I say that I hate him who, while he showers gifts upon me with his hands, mocks me with his tongue, and who, when by my wit I win victories for him, jeers at the soldiers who are led by one who is neither man nor woman. Yes, I hate him who, knowing that I am of Egypt and in my heart a worshipper of the gods of Egypt, forces me to desecrate their shrines and to butcher those who serve them. Oh, I swear that it shall be done in its season. By what, O Bagoas? By this, prophetess. and seizing the dripping veil, he rubbed that which stained it upon his lips and brow. "I swear by the blood of Isis, or of her priestess and oracle in whom Isis is, that I will neither rest nor stay till I bring Ochus Artaxerxes to his doom. Years may go by, but still I will bring him to his doom, at a price." "What price?" I asked. "That of absolution, priestess, which is yours to give. It is mine to give or to withhold, yet I give it not until Ochus lies dead, and by your hand. Then I call it down from heaven, not before." "At least protect me till that hour, O daughter of the Queen of Heaven." From the necklace I wore beneath my veil I loosed a certain charm of power, the secret symbol of the Queen herself, worked cunningly in jasper, and known only to the initiate. This I breathed upon and blessed. "Take it," I said, "and wear it on your heart. It shall protect you from all ills while your heart is true. But if once that heart turns from its purpose, even if it fail to accomplish its purpose, then this holy token shall bring all ills upon you, here and hereafter, Bagoas. For then upon your doomed head shall fall the curse of the goddess that even now hangs suspended over it, as in the Grecian fable the sword of Damocles hangs by its single hair. Take it and be gone, to return no more till you come to tell me that Ochus Artaxerxes treads that same road upon which he has set so many feet." Bagoas took the talisman and pressed it on his brow, as though it had been the very signet of the King of Kings, and hid it away about him. Then he prostrated himself before me, who sat upon a greater throne, that of the Queen of Queens, prostrated himself till his forehead touched the ground beneath my feet. Then, rising, without another word, Bagoas withdrew himself with humble obeisances till he reached the doors, where he vanished from my sight. When the man had gone, I, Ayesha, laughed aloud, I who had played a great game and won it. Yes, I laughed aloud. Then, having purified the statue of the goddess and burnt incense before it, I went upon my knees and returned my humble thanks to that just heaven of which I was the minister. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. The plot and the voice. The weary years went by. Ochus returned to Persia, bearing his spoils with him and leaving one Sabaco, a brutal fellow, to rule Egypt and wring tribute from her. All this while I, Ayesha, sat alone, quite alone, in the temple of Isis at Memphis, whose walls I never left, for the command of Ochus was obeyed, and whatever happened to those of other gods, the shrine of Isis was left inviolate. Here then, surrounded by a dwindling company of priests and priestesses, I remained as Noot, my master, had commanded me to do, awaiting a word that never came, and carrying on the ceremonies of the temple in such humble fashion as our poverty allowed. What did I through all that slow and heavy time? I dreamed. I communed with heaven above. I studied the ancient lore of Egypt and of other lands, growing ever wiser and as full of knowledge as a new-filled jar with a perfume or with wine. Yet of what use was this knowledge to me? As it seemed, of none. Yet it was not so, since my heart fed on it like a bee upon its winter store of honey, and without it I should have died, as the bee must die. Moreover, now I understand that this space of waiting was a preparation for those long centuries which afterward I was doomed to pass in the tombs of Kor. It was a training and a discipline of the soul. Thus, forgotten of the world, I brooded and endured, I who had thought to rule the world. So moon added itself to moon. and still filled with a divine patience, I abode within those temple walls till the appointed hour, which I knew would dawn at last. Of Nectanebes I heard nothing. He had vanished away. I doubted not to the doom which I had foreseen. Of Amenartas, his daughter, I heard nothing. She also had vanished away, as I supposed, with him. Of Kallikrates, the soldier priest, I heard nothing. Doubtless he was dead, and that beauty of his had turned to evil-odoured dust, as my own must do, a thought from which I shrank. Much I wondered why this man alone upon the earth should have stirred my soul and awakened the longings of my woman's flesh. I knew not unless it was agreed that when the gates were passed I should meet him in a world that lies beyond, if such there were. For from the beginning I was sure that it had been laid upon me to lift up his spirit to the level of my own, perchance because in some far-off star or state I had sinned against it and him, and dragged them down. Indeed, is not this the common lot of the great, that with toil and tears and bitter disappointment they must strive to draw the spirits of others to that high peak upon which they themselves stand? And amongst all the sins of our vile condition, is there one blacker than to cast back some soul that struggles toward the pure and good into the seething depths of ill? Thus in those days I thought of that lost Kallikrates whose lips alone had touched my own. I thought too with a sad wonderment how strange it was that I, to whose feet men had crept by scores, I, the most beautiful of women and the most learned, had been rejected, or at the least turned from, by this man, the favourer of another, who, although she was fair and bold of heart, still shone with a smaller light, as does the pale moon when compared with the glory of the sun. Indeed, now that all was over and done as I believed, and that naught remained of these fires of folly save a pinch of burnt-out ash, I smiled to myself as I remembered them. Yet, to tell the truth, I smiled sadly, who here alone at the dear feast of love, which to a woman means more than all other feasts, had been served with the cups of defeat and shame by the grinning varlet, Destiny. Yet I was well served, for what had I, Wisdom's daughter, the vowed to eternal glory, to do with such matters of our common flesh? Oh, I was glad to have done with the grey-eyed Kallikrates, who could wield a sword so manly well in battle, and yet, when remorse took hold of him, could pray with the best of priests. Now, at least once more, I was the mistress of my own soul, with leisure to shape it to the likeness of the gods, and in those days of holy contemplation, truly its wings beat against their bars, struggling to be free. Would that they had burst them, but fate had built that cage too strong. At length news came to me, for Isis still had eyes and ears in Egypt, and all that these saw or heard I learned. News that Ochus, grown timid or weary in his Persian palace, had determined once more to drink the waters of the Nile, or perchance to check the accounts of his satrap Sabaco, whose sum of tribute had fallen off of late. So he came with all his eastern pomp, and at last took up his abode in the palace of Memphis, within 2 bowshots of the temple where I dwelt. The people received him with rejoicings. It was pitiful to see them, decking themselves in the streets with flowers, spreading branches of palm for him to tread on, and flying banners from the lofty tops of the fire-scorched pylons, slaves welcoming their torturer and tyrant, and grinning to hide the terror in their hearts. He came, and there was festival throughout the great town, as though Osiris had returned to earth, accompanied by all the lesser gods. Only in the temple of Isis there was none. No palm leaves decked its dark and ancient walls, no bonfires burned within its courts, and no lanterns hung in its window places. Not thus would I, Ayesha, bow the knee to Baal or sacrifice to Moloch, though it is true that some of my servants looked askance when I forbade it, and asked who would protect us from the wrath of the King of Kings because of this neglect of his command. The goddess will protect us, I answered, or if she does not, I will, and sent them to their tasks. On the second night after the coming of Ochus, Bagoas waited on me, and I commanded that he should enter, but alone. So his eastern rabble of gorgeous servitors was turned back from the gates, and he came in unattended, splendid in gold-embroidered silk and jewels. Where he had left me, there I received him, seated veiled in the chair of state before the alabaster statue of the goddess at the entrance to the outer sanctuary that overlooked the great hall. "Hail, Bagoas," I said. "How goes it with you? Has that amulet of power which I gave to you protected you from harm?" "Prophetess," he answered, bowing, "it has protected me. It has lifted me up, so that now, save for the King of Kings, my master most august," he added with a sneer in every word, "I am now the greatest one in the whole world. I give life, I decree death. I lift up, I cast down. Satraps and counsellors crawl about my feet, generals beg my favour, gold is showered upon me. Yea, I might build my house of gold, there is naught left for me to desire beneath the sun, except certain things to which, thanks to the cruelty of the King of Kings or those who went before him, you cannot attain. For example, children, to inherit all this glory and all this gold, Bagoas, although you live among so many of those who might be mothers." He heard, and his face, that I noted had grown thinner and more fierce since last I saw him, became like to that of the devil. "Prophetess," he hissed, "surely you are one who knows how to pour acid into an open wound, that thereby it may be cleansed, Bagoas. Yet your words are true," he went on, unheeding. "All this splendour, all this wealth and power I would give, and gladly, to be as my fathers were before me, gently bred but humbly owners of a patch of land between Thebes and Philae. There they sat for a score of generations with their women and their children, but where, thanks to the Persians, are my women and my children? In the western cliff yonder there is a sepulchre. In the chapel of that sepulchre, above the coffins of those who lie beneath, is an image of him who dug it. He lived some 1400 years ago, in the days of Ahmes, he who won back Egypt from the Hyksos kings, the invaders who held it as the Persians do today, for he was one of the captains of the troops of Ahmes, who, when he conquered, gave him that patch of land in Guerdon for his service." Here Bagoas paused, like to one overwhelmed by unhappy memories, then continued. "From age to age, prophetess, it has been the custom for the children of this soldier, upon a certain day, to make offerings to that statue, wherein, as we hold, dwells the Ka of him whose face and form it pictures, to set a golden crown, that of Osiris, upon its head, to wind a golden chain about its neck, to give it food, to give it flowers. Such is the sacred duty from generation to generation of the descendants of that captain who served Ahmes and helped to free Egypt from the barbarian foe. Myself, I have fulfilled that duty. When Ochus the Destroyer first came to Memphis, I travelled up Nile and placed the crown upon the head and wound the chain about the neck and offered the flowers and the food. But, prophetess, of this blood I am the last, for because of my beauty, as a child the Persian seized me and made of me a dry tree, so that never again will there be one to make offering in the tomb of my forefather, the captain of Ahmes, or to read the story of his deeds that 1400 years ago, while yet living, he caused to be recorded upon his funeral tablet." I heard, and laughed. "A common tale," I said. "A very common tale in Egypt today, the Egypt of the Persians, as doubtless it was long ago in the Egypt of the Hyksos. But this ancestor of yours was a man who smote, or helped to smite, the Hyksos, and lived to write his glorious deeds on stone, to be an example to those who came after him. Well, the story is finished, is it not? Indeed, I wonder that the glorious Bagoas, slave of the Persian, Bagoas with his pomp and pleasures, thinks fit to waste time upon the tale of a forgotten warrior who in his hour struck for freedom. What are the flowers and the humble scents which for more than 1,000 years have been offered to the spirit of that warrior, but now can never be offered again, since there are none of his blood left to bring them, compared to the priceless balms, the jewels, and the gold that daily are poured upon the feet of Bagoas, the chief eunuch and counsellor of the King of Kings, who, did he know of those holy ones that sleep in the tomb of the race of Bagoas, doubtless would drag them out, and cause Bagoas, the last of its blood, to fire them, that he might see a merry blaze. That would be a good sport for the King of Kings, to force the great Bagoas to burn his ancestors, and on their bones to cook a royal meal, as he forced the priests of Ptah to broil apis for his feast. The mighty Bagoas heard and understood me, as I could see well, for at every word he winced, like a high-bred steed beneath the whip. "Cease," he said hoarsely. "Cease. I can bear no more. Why do you rub sand into my eyes, prophetess?" "To clear away their rheum, that they may see better, Bagoas. But let us be done with the tale of that honourable long-lost ancestor of yours, to whose spirit no more offerings will be made, and tell me of the wonders of the great estate of you, in whom runs his blood, the last drops of it, that soon will be sucked up in the sands of death. Seal that sepulchre, Bagoas, but first set it in another writing, graven on a tablet of emerald or gold, telling how he who hallowed it was by the gods given the glory of being the far forefather of Bagoas, chief eunuch of the King of Kings, Ochus, who burned the shrines of that forefather's gods. Cease, cease, he moaned. The hour is at hand. What hour, Bagoas? The hour of vengeance which I swore to Isis. Does the Egyptian worshipper of the Persian holy fire remember his vows to Isis? Be plain, Bagoas. Hearken, prophetess. During all these years I have been seeking opportunity. Now, of a sudden, I see it to my hand. A thought came to me whilst you talked of the captain of Ahmes, to whom no more of his blood can take offerings. Speak of it then, Bagoas. Prophetess, the King of Kings is wroth with you, because alone of all the great places in Memphis on the temple of Isis no welcoming banners hang to greet him at his royal coming, and because no priest or priestess of Isis spread flowers before his conquering feet. So wroth is he, that were it not for his oath, which he fears to break, he would pull this sanctuary stone from stone, slaughter its priests, and give its priestesses to the soldiers. Is it so? I asked indifferently. Ay, prophetess, but by that oath you are saved. For ever I keep it before his mind, and warn him of the fate of those who do violence to the Queen of Heaven. Only this morning I did this, while he stood staring at these unbannered walls, and muttered vengeance. And what said he then, Bagoas? He laughed, and answered that he would do the goddess not violence, but honour, thus. On the third night from this, the night of full moon, he will make a great feast in the inner court of this temple. At that feast the King of Kings and his women will sit upon a platform laid over the coffins of the royalties of Egypt, dragged from their sepulchres, so that its kings and queens may be beneath his feet. This platform will be supported by the statues of the gods of Egypt, which once they worshipped. In front of it will burn the holy fire of Persia, and that fire will be fed with the mortal remnants of priests and priestesses of those Egyptian gods. Ochus the king will be clad in the robes of Osiris, and at the end of the feast, from behind her consecrated statue, that before which we sit, the goddess herself, dressed in the robes of Isis and wearing the holy emblems upon her head, will appear veiled, led by priestesses or by royal Persian women. You will be that goddess, prophetess. And then? I asked. Then you will be brought up onto the platform, and there this new Osiris will unveil you, embracing you as his wife in welcome before all that company. This he will do to make a mock of you, because he believes you to be an ancient woman who goes veiled to hide her baldness and her wrinkles, for so the rumour runs among the Persians. Now when I, Ayesha, heard these horrible words, and my heart understood the height and depth of the sacrilege which this mad king would dare, and all that it might mean to me, I trembled. Yes, the bones seemed to melt within me, so that almost I fell from the throne whereon I sat. Yet gathering up my strength, I asked, Is this all, Bagoas? Nay, at that feast, prophetess, I myself, as vizier and the head of the world under him, must serve Ochus as his cupbearer, while the priests of Osiris and the priestesses of Isis sing the ancient chants of the awakening of Osiris from the tomb, and of his reunion with Isis, the wife divine. It will be my part to hand the jewelled goblet filled with the holy wine to Osiris, Ochus, King of heaven and earth. From it he will drink the marriage draught, and having drunk will pour the dregs of the goblet upon your feet, or, for aught I know, will cast them in your face. Nay, I forgot. First, the Persian women of the royal household will strip the coverings from you, that Osiris may see his long-lost bride, and the company may have sport, jeering at her withered age. And if she should prove to remain unwithered, if even she should chance to be passing fair, what then, Bagoas? Then, perchance, prophetess, it is in the mind of Aucas to add Isis to the number of his queens, thinking thus to gain the favour of the Egyptians, if not of their gods. O prophetess, you are very wise, as all know, yet once your foot slipped, or rather your hand slipped, when in bygone days you stretched it out to touch the sceptre of the King of Kings. Aucas has often spoken of the beauty of that hand and arm, and of how more than all things he desired to see the face above them, and the form of which they are a part. Perchance, prophetess, that is why he plans all this mummery. And if I refuse to act this play, what then, Bagoas? Then, since the command is lawful and designed to honour the goddess, the great king's oath is at an end. Then the temple of Isis will be sacked and burned like others. Then her priests will be murdered, unless they make offerings to the holy fire, and her priestesses be enslaved or find a home in the soldiers' tents or Persian households. Bagoas, I said, rising and standing over him, know that the curse of Isis hovers about your head. Show me a path out of this trouble, or you die, not tomorrow or next year, but at once. How it matters not, still you die, and for the rest are the Sidonians the only ones who can fire their temples and perish in them. He cringed before me after the fashion of his unhappy kind, then answered, I waited for such words, prophetess, and had I not been prepared against them, never would I have entered these gates alone. Did I not tell you that at this feast I shall be the king's cupbearer? Now, he went on in a whisper, I add that his own physician, who is in my pay, will mix the marriage wine, that his life is in the hollow of my hand, that the guards and captains are my servants, that the great lords are sworn to me, and that the hour for which I have waited through long years has come at last. Lady, you are not the only one who desires vengeance upon Aucas. Fine words, I said, but how know I that they will be fulfilled? In Egypt, Bagoas is called the king's liar. I swear it by Isis, and if I fail you, may the devourer take my soul. And I, who am her mouth and oracle, swear by Isis that if you fail me, I will take your blood. I, though I die, 1,000 will live on to avenge me, and the dagger or the shaft of one of them shall reach your heart at last, or if they miss their aim, then the goddess herself will smite. I know it, prophetess, and I will not fail. After drinking of that cup, sleep will fall upon the King of Kings. Yes, the new Osiris will return to his tomb and sleep sound, but not in the arms of Isis. Then for a while there was silence between us, till at length I motioned to him to be gone. The night of the feast came, and all was prepared. I did not trust Bagoas, and therefore I made a plan, a splendid and terrible plan. I determined to offer all those feasters, yes, the King of Kings with his women, his generals, his chamberlains, his councillors, and his company, as one vast sacrifice to the outraged gods of Egypt, and with them, if need were, myself and my servants to guide them upon the road to hell. Beneath that hall of the temple which Aucas had appointed for the feast was a vast vault for the storage of oil and fuel against times of want or tumult. This vault, as it chanced, was full to the roof, since in those troublous days I never knew from moon to moon when the place might be besieged. Also in it was much prepared papyrus, with many written rolls that for centuries had been hidden there, great weight of bitumen such as the embalmers use, a stack of coffins prepared by the living to receive their bodies at the end, and lastly, hundreds of bundles of dried reeds that served to strew the courts. What more was needed save to open the air shafts to the hall above, that the flames might find full play, and to set in the vault one who could be trusted with a lamp of which the light was hidden, commanded at a certain signal to cast it among the oil-soaked reeds and fly. As it chanced, such an instrument was to my hand, an old, fierce-hearted woman in whom ran royal blood that for hard on 70 years had served as priestess of this temple. That very night I summoned the priests and priestesses who remained, and in the sanctuary under the wings of Isis I told them how I purposed to sweep this human dirt of Persians with the red besom of destruction out of the company of the living over the edge of the world into the Avenger's everlasting jaws. This band of the faithful hearkened and bowed their cowled heads. Then the first of them, an old priest, asked, "Is it decreed that we must eat fire with these swine? If so, we are ready." "Nay," I answered, "the secret passage that runs from the back of the sanctuary of the ruined temple of Osiris will be unbarred, that passage by which in the old days the holy effigy of Osiris was brought at the great festival of the resurrection to be laid upon the breast of Isis. By this passage at the first sign of fire you must flee, as I will if I may. But if I come not, you will know that the goddess has called me. At the water steps of the temple of Osiris, boats will be waiting, manned by brothers of our faith. In the darkness and the tumult, those boats will pass down Nile to the secret shrine that is called Isis among the reeds, where once, the legend tells, the goddess found the heart of Osiris hidden there by Typhon, the shrine upon the isle that none dare visit, no, not even the Persians, because it is guarded by the ghosts of the dead, or by spirits sent from the underworld, fashioned like flames of fire. Thither fly, and there lie hid until the word of Isis comes to you, as come it will." Again they bowed their cowled heads in the gloomy sanctuary lit by a single lamp. Then the old priest said, "Great is the deed that we shall do, and worthy. Surely the song of it shall echo through all the courts of heaven, and the gods themselves shall crown our brows with splendor. Yet, ere it is decreed, O prophetess inspired, let us seek a sign from the Queen Immortal, that such is her command." "Aye," I answered, "let us seek a sign." So, there in the half-darkness we chanted the mystical ritual. Hand in hand before the goddess we chanted it, bowing and swaying, weeping and praying, demanding that a sign be given to us, who were prepared to die that her splendor might shine forth as a star. Yet no sign came. "O oracle inspired," said the old priest, "it is not enough. Yet in your heart are locked the unutterable words, the words of power, the words of the opening of the mouth divine that may not be spoken save at the last extreme. Are not these words known to you, the oracle inspired?" "They are known to me," I answered. "From Noot I had them, under the 7 oaths, when I was ordained prophetess. Yea, under the 7 curses, if those words should be used unworthily. The 7 dreadful curses, deer-footed, snake-headed, lion-maned with red fire, that shall hunt the betrayer's soul from star to star, till the black vault of space falls in and buries time. Kneel now, and bow your heads and stop your ears till they be spoken, then open your ears and hearken." They knelt in a double row, and I, the oracle, clothed in the might of my queen, I dared to draw near to her holy effigy gleaming white above us in the darkness of the shrine. Yes, this I dared, not knowing what would chance. I took the jeweled sistrum of my office. I laid it upon the lips of the goddess. I shook it till it chimed before her face. I clasped her feet and kissed them. Then I rose, and into her ear I whispered the dreadful words of power, which even now, after so many ages, I dare not so much as shape in the halls of memory. I whispered them, and returning to my company of kneeling worshippers, I motioned to them to unstop their ears, and folding my arms upon my breast, I waited with downcast eyes. Presently there was a stir in that sanctuary as of beating wings. A cold air blew upon us, then a voice spoke, the very voice of Noot, my master. Noot, the holy priest of priests. Said the voice, "Fulfill. It is decreed. Fulfill, and fear not." "You have heard," I said. "We have heard," they answered. "Whose voice did you hear?" I asked. "The voice of Noot, The holy priest of priests who has gone from us, they answered. Is it enough? I asked. It is enough, they answered. Then I departed rejoicing, who knew by this sign that Noot, who spoke with his human voice, still lived upon the earth, and that through him it had pleased heaven to utter its decree. End of chapter 15, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.